rest. And it's okay to do your thing, but just don't do the most. I put my friends in that old Benz and took that to the coast. It ain't no thing to do my thing, it's what I do the best. I fill my mattress, pay my taxes, then I blew the rest. And it's okay to do your thing, but just don't do the least. I quit my boss and cook that sauce. I won't shame this shit, I probably wanna be me too. It ain't no thing to do my thing, it's what I did the best. I copped that crib and bought 2 chains and then I hid the rest. And it's okay to do your thing, but just don't do the most. I put my friends in that old Benz and took that to the coast. It ain't no thing to do my thing, it's what I do the best. I fill my mattress, pay my taxes, then I blew the rest. And it's okay to do your thing, but just don't do the least. I quit my boss and cook that sauce. I won't shame this shit, I probably wanna be me too. It ain't no thing to do my thing, it's what I did the best. I copped that crib and bought 2 chains and then I hid the rest. And it's okay to do your thing, but just don't do the most. I put my friends in that old Benz and took that to the coast. It ain't no thing to do my thing, it's what I do the best. I fill my mattress, pay my taxes, then I blew the rest. And it's okay to do your thing, but just don't do the least. I quit my boss and cook that sauce. I won't shame this shit, I probably wanna be me too. It ain't no thing to do my thing, it's what I did the best. I copped that crib and bought 2 chains and then I hid the rest. And it's okay to do your thing, but just don't do the most. I put my friends in that old Benz and took that to the coast. It ain't no thing to do my thing, it's what I do the best. I fill my mattress, pay my taxes, then I blew the rest. And it's okay to do your thing, but just don't do the least. I quit my boss and cook that sauce.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, Ronnie. Hey,
Hi,
Steve.
Heather. Hi, Steve. How y'all doing tonight?
Good. Sorry I played that so many times. I was like, just got home and I'm like, I was like, one more 30 second.
Steve, you're going to keep on. You totally missed your own show.
I know, right? I think I did a couple times, right? Yeah, you and Nina covered me one time. And
Yeah, that is true. I forgot about that.
what's up, As If It's Your Business, and Sharon and V, beautiful V. Are you coming up tonight, V? Well, you know what? Tonight it is an open panel, so whoever wants to come up, I will put it in the chat.
Oh, you're going to take a chance like that tonight?
Yep, and I will
With sex talk?
gladly.
Ooh, that ought to be interesting.
How much does he want to drink, Ronnie?
Anyone that comes up and decides to be disrespectful, I will gladly boot them in a split second. What's up, Charlie?
What's up, Charlie? Good to see you. As if, Sharon. Good to see all you people.
Socks chat. I like that.
Yeah, that's what V put in there a while ago.
And I was gonna switch it because she mentioned it last night, and I literally just got home, and I'm like, I wanted to switch the title to.
Why did you want to switch it?
I've been singing, let's talk about sex, baby.
Right, I know that song's been in my mind for like since Ronnie's show on Friday. Because it took me like, dude, those thumbnails take forever to make. But yeah, the whole time I'm making a thumbnail, I'm like, let's talk about sex, baby.
Hey, I like that thumbnail now. I mean, that was cool. You know, the skeleton. Number one, the skeleton. You know, the 2 skeletons getting it on.
Yeah.
Looked like the one skeleton was having sex with Heels Up Harris, and the other one.
I guess I need to go back and look at it again.
The other one that I liked the best was the good looking blonde there. Even though it's a cartoon, that's a hot blonde.
Well, it took me 2.5 hours to make that thumbnail.
Oh, I can believe it.
Because I got to search the pictures, and then I want to, I don't want to like break any rules for YouTube, and so I had to make sure they're cartoons, and then I had, and then getting the pictures, and then saving the pictures, and then going to the app I use to make the and it's like, oh man.
Well, I'll tell you what, if there's any rules that hadn't been broke on YouTube, you scatter them tonight.
And you know what I was thinking of too? I don't know, just thought I was on right when I pulled up, I was driving and a country song came on. and I thought of a new one for the raw dog. How we put raw dog in all these songs, and it was let me get in my head. And you know, I like my chicken fried and raw dogging on a Monday night.
There you go. There you go.
Way to open it, right?
You know, somehow, yeah, you should have included raw dog in that, in your, what do you call a thing? The graphic you put up in that?
I did. I actually originally did, but it didn't fit. Or in the thumbnail anyway.
Yeah, that's what I meant, thumbnail. Yeah. I can't never remember what the thing's called.
It didn't. Is this thing plugged in? What the hell? But yeah, I originally did, and it threw the rest of it off, and I was like, I'll just take it out. But I originally did. I had it might take forever to look up, but yeah, I'll send it to you later.
It's bad when you got to take out raw dog, ain't it? I mean, that's,
I know, right? Like,
I like that hat, Steve. That's a nice one.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got this from the one I used to wear. I have to mail that to our friend in Spain. And so I was having a hard time finding like a new hat, because I'm kind of picky about my hats. And then it just, like, everything happens for a reason. I was just watching YouTube, and Terrence Williams, I haven't watched him in a while, right? And he just happened to be on live for some reason, and I haven't watched him in like 2 months. I'm like, oh yeah, Terrence Williams, I haven't seen him in a while. That's cool. He's still doing this. And so I clicked on his live. Right when I clicked on his live, it ended. So then I went to his thing, and then I seen he had merch, and I looked, and bam. So everything happens for.
He's the guy that does the pancake.
Yeah, he's got the cheese pancakes now. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm gonna be a little distracted.
Oh no, yeah. You know what? Joyful. I just seen Joyful in there. I will put it in the chat right now, because it's literally an open panel tonight. Oh, wait, I don't want to do that. There we go.
Well, as if who is Regan Benson?
What's that?
As if that crazy stuff happened today, Regan Benson arrested.
Yeah, I was just I only got to see the first 20 minutes of the replay, but I was just watching or listening to that on my way home, and then when I got home, I watched like 2 minutes of it, and I'm like, shit, I gotta go live. But well, yeah, I guess. Well, actually, the cup I'm drinking out of, Denver Metro Audits. It's like Regan is Denver's Ronnie to Steve. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. I think I'm not sure I understand that, but I'll act like I do.
But yeah, there you go, Joyful. It's actually, I'll put it in again, but I have to type something with it, then I can pin it at the top. Guess what this is? What's inside my Do Better mug?
Peanut butter whiskey.
Close. Just think it's getting close to Christmas.
Oh, Gads, are you drinking pumpkin spice?
Eggnog. Yeah, Ronnie got it.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Joyful.
Hey there, Ronnie. Hi,
Heather. Hello.
Good to see you. And
Aloha, Joyful.
Steve. Yeah, I was having a little tech difficulty there, so thank you. And actually, last night worked out just fine, with putting the link in. Ron used to do that. So.
Right. Yeah, I did for a while, but then every time I just throw it in, like tonight, I'm going to leave it open panel. But when I normally do that, like just people, and I know it's happened to Ron too, people will pop up. I remember one time this dude popped up and he seemed cool at first. And he's like, hey, what's up? Yeah, I seen you guys and you seem pretty cool. And he's like, yeah, well, welcome. And he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm in Canada, man." He's like, "You mind if I smoke this spliff?" And Ron was like, maybe not on camera, it's nothing wrong with it, but man. And he's like, "Oh, okay, cool." And he's like, "Yeah." And like 10 minutes goes by, and this guy's just being cool. And then all of a sudden, raw dog, like real raw dogging. Like the screen just goes to like heart, like total porn bomb. Yeah, and I was like, "Oh, this fucking guy."
Oh boy.
But yeah, so I don't know. Nothing like that, thankfully, hasn't happened to me. But
yeah, well, and this is we kind of know each other now. Because we've come from Ron's too, many of us.
Yep.
So
there we go. I pinned it. So, but yeah, no, yeah, and a lot of people that still come are from the same community because like I was saying yesterday, I'm in like a few. Hey, David Devine, aloha. I'm in a few communities. So.
Calm down. Everybody got to calm down.
If you don't calm down, you'll end up having emotional damage.
Exactly, Gary.
Oh man, you guys, I needed you guys were cheering me up already. I needed that. Well, Stephen's mom, they just put her on hospice Friday, and I haven't had a chance to go say goodbye yet. And from everything I'm hearing, it doesn't look good. I just hope I get over there tomorrow before it's too late.
Yes.
And
what, honey? Come here.
Real quick, Joe Kerr, aloha, brother. First of all, aloha.
Come here.
Steve, were you listening to that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean
I'm gonna get a hold of you later after the stream, Joe, because I want to talk to you about something, but nothing bad. I trust you, so that's what I want to. But all right, Joe, just so you know, after the stream's over, I'm gonna get a hold of you. So I have questions. I don't know what to do, and Joe has the answers. So what's up, Monty? But all right, go ahead, Ronnie. What were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna. Were you listening the other day when Heather was on and somebody knocked at her door and just just walked in?
Yeah, I was telling her.
No, they didn't knock. They just they flew in.
I was listening, and I hear a dude's voice, and then I hear Ronnie saying, well, all I heard was a guy's voice, and then and I think it was yesterday, I was like, dude, I had an anxiety attack, because I'm like 5,000 miles away, there's nothing I could do, and I'm on a job, and I'm just like, I like started freaking out, like.
Yeah, or see, when she come out of her chair, she froze halfway up, her camera, everything froze, and I thought, well, damn,
that was what was so weird.
Yeah, and so, we didn't know if the guy, whoever it was, had actually attacked her or what, because she said, "Yeah, you're in the wrong house, or you got the wrong house." I thought, "Oh, damn, man."
Yeah, I wasn't watching, so I didn't see that. I just heard what you guys are saying, and I was like, "Oh, I'm like, she better be okay." I'm like freaking out and just
idiot kids from the idiot kids next door is their friend.
Right. No, yeah, and then I listened to and then I heard what you said ended up happening, and I was like, calm down.
I felt so bad. I couldn't get back on.
Real quick, everybody in the chat, I pinned the link. So if anyone wants to join, it's a flat out open panel for Let's Talk About Sex, baby. So we'll wait till we get more people. Oh, wow. We're already at the 27. Holy shit. How'd that happen so far?
I thought that would happen.
Oh, that's a good title, huh? It's a good thing that we're going to talk about it, too. Let's talk about it.
Well, plus you got two lovely ladies on here to.
Beautiful, lovely ladies.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So they're probably ones that.
It was at 12 and then it jumped to 29. Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I hit 30, Steve.
Aloha, everybody. Let's go to 50. Screw it.
Yeah, go bigger.
Do it.
If we hit 60, I'll tell you some deep, dark secrets.
Okay, bring your friends over, everybody.
You know how you do that? You hit the like button and you share it. Share. Not the singer either.
I wish my husband could have been here tonight because he is
Yeah,
a wealth of knowledge on this. I'm not
Oh,
kidding.
yeah, really?
Hey, Tony.
He knows the female body better than the female does, and I'm not kidding.
Uh-huh.
He knows
I
it.
got your message earlier, but did I reply or did I don't remember. My day's been so busy, but yeah, I got your message earlier and I was like, 'cause I don't know why, but I thought he was gonna be here.
No, he's at work.
Who
He's
is
at
this again?
week.
Her husband.
Oh,
Is that,
and he knows the female body better than the female does? Is he the one?
Yep. He's taught
Well,
me.
no wonder you married him.
Definitely
He's on to
cheaper.
him for sure.
JD. Aloha JD and aloha Michael if you're listening. Michael is one cool dude, man. So is JD. Love those guys. Love those guys.
I've been getting to know JD some through the chat. I mean, I don't know him near as well as you do, of course, but just a little bit what I've read in chat, what he's typed.
Yeah, really, really good dude, man. Really good dude.
Oh yeah, Garrett, I know. Believe me, I'm always hating on OU anyway. So.
So how was everybody's weekend? Anybody have sex?
Well, I didn't.
Nope.
Even if you did, even if you pleasured yourself, it counts.
Well, I still did.
Still didn't. Okay. Say it.
I didn't actually. No.
Wait, hi, Chris. Did Chrissy? Wait, Tony Smith. What's up? Aloha, Tony Smith. Chrissy Cat. I knew I seen someone say hi, Chrissy.
What?
Hi, Chrissy.
Aloha, beautiful Chrissy. I was gonna make sure everyone's got that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean keep cutting you guys off. Go ahead.
The only thing I did this weekend was play Chicken Hospital.
Yeah.
Were you watching yesterday when we first? Well, kind of when we first went live. When after I went to that house, and then they weren't even there, so we were leaving.
Yeah.
And there was a chicken and the two chicks, and the car behind me is like flashing their lights, and I'm like, if it was just the chicken, I would have like moved forward and it would have moved, but it had the
babies.
Yeah, so I'm like, and then some lady walking her dog, she like noticed and she like comes over with the dogs and like pushed them off. I was like, oh, thank you. It upset me because the person behind me was like flashing their lights, and I'm like, screw off. Like, you want me to run over little, like, they're like this big. Like, yeah, I'm just going to run them over, right?
Yeah, don't do that.
I should take a clip of that and just put it for like a short or whatever.
I wondered what you were waiting on there, Steve. I remember the part you're talking about, and the woman that was she had a baby stroller or something, pushing baby stroller, wasn't she?
Yeah, because I was stopping for the little chicklets or whatever you call them.
Nuggets.
And then Nina was like, watch out for the lady with the baby, and I was like, oh, I didn't even notice her. I just didn't want to hit the little,
You didn't want to hit the baby chicks,
right? Yeah. So yeah, and I'm like, well, it's a good thing the baby chicks were there then, because I might have run over that lady in her baby carriage.
No, I know you would have seen
I doubt there was a baby in there though, because a lot of people do out here is they take their dogs for walks and baby strollers, and I'm like, you're not walking the dog if it's not walking. Like,
True.
That literally don't make any sense at all. Putting a dog in a baby stroller and pushing it around.
I'll never understand it. I mean, unless the dog is so old and it has like arthritis and can barely move, and then you just want to help him or her get out and get fresh air.
You bet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, all the ones I see, the dog's like, doo, doo, you know, like, why? I don't get it.
Well, did you ever find those people that weren't at home, or did you go back, or did they call or anything?
I didn't go back. They three more times they texted me last night, but then when we got home, I kept going live on here, and my regular phone, the battery died, so I threw that on the charger and I forgot, and then I went to bed, and then when I got up at like 2 a.m, I was like, oh, my phone's been off. I turned it on and I had like 9 text messages from multiple people, but so I text them back at 2 a.m. I was half asleep. I wasn't thinking about what time it was. I was like, oh, my phone was dead. And I haven't heard from them since.
The supermodel pic.
Oh, yes, I did, Joker.
Oh, that was weird.
I forgot her name, but yeah, she like, ugh.
Yeah.
So gross.
Guess she likes the smell and taste of dog crap, huh?
Something. Yeah. That was odd.
Yeah, she like takes her mask and picks up the poo and then puts it in someone's garbage and then takes the mask and just, or did she put it back on or did she smell it? I think she put it back on.
He said she put it back on.
I think she put it back on.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, it is. Like, really? Like, good thing you're wearing that mask. It's doing so many wonders for you.
Well, I can tell you from experience that we used to have a dog that stayed in our, kept in the front yard, had a fenced-in front yard. And so, he would use the bathroom all over. And he had his certain place out there, but I still had to mow it and ride more. And every time I go through there, I mean, I'd almost pass out from the smell. How anyone could stand to put anything on there? I mean, I wouldn't wear the damn thing to start with myself, but with dog poop on it, no freaking way. You have to have some kind of vapor rub or something in your nose just to kill the smell.
Cadavers smell better than dog poop.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
and I hate that smell.
Cadavers.
Yeah, that formaldehyde that they preserve in it. I mean, that
yeah, Garrett, I saw that.
It ruins your lab coat. You have to check your lab coat. They're nasty, but I would still prefer that over poop smell.
Did y'all see where Camel Toe was in an accident earlier today?
No.
Yeah, her well, I guess I don't know what you call it, entourage, because anyway, yeah, she was in an accident. The car she was in an accident.
Okay, who's
really?
An idea which one is Camel Toe? I've heard that, but I didn't know who.
Yeah, Kamala.
Kamala Harris Camel.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Is that really?
Heels up Paris.
And real quick, you just reminded me when you said Camel Toe, but which is funny that this is what reminds me of. I want to give a special shout out to Mike versus everyone, and to Heather Hatch for sponsoring his video today, which I think is awesome. So if anyone doesn't know or hasn't heard of Mike versus everyone, go check him out.
Heather, you sponsored it, Heather?
She doesn't.
That's what he said on his video this morning.
Who?
Mike versus everyone.
Well,
that. Okay, I was like, I thought you were talking about something else.
You had me confused. I'm like, am I thinking of something? What? I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure.
Sorry.
Pretty sure he said Heather Hatch.
I'm sorry.
I thought maybe there was two of them.
Did you see that lizard-looking former human thing?
Oh yeah, like what? How? Yeah, no, he had no.
This part of the nose, but I didn't understand.
His ears were removed. His nose was just like 2 slots. That's
Yeah, but
What-
the coloring, was that all? Was the whole? Was it all of his skin tattooed, or did he slap some paint on?
I think. Well, it might have been half and half, but I know a lot of it was tattoos. But what's up the deal for real?
What are we talking about? Something real or something?
No, real.
It's a human. I mean, but he or she is like this part of your nose right here is gone. This part. And yeah, the ears, that he has spikes and these things underneath the skin to give his head, the top of his head, texture, I guess. He looks like a reptile.
That's what I was gonna say. Some
And it's
reptilian.
got that color too. I mean, it just looked ooh.
Yeah.
Just,
So there's people there's literally people out there that if they can't be the actual thing, they make themselves look like the actual thing.
oh, there you go. Yep, there he is, right there.
Oh Lord!
I mean, look, his ears are gone, his nose is gone, and
Now with the skin color.
I think it's tattooed.
Whoa.
Beg your pardon? Wow.
He looks
Could
like
you
something
imagine?
underground.
Imagine that guy walking up like
Oh Lord!
next to you and ordering like, "Excuse me," I'd be like, "Ah!"
In a dark alley or something. That scared the hell out of me.
I'm not one to judge, but what the fuck? Like,
There's a lady like that too that has, and there's a guy too that they've had these little, I don't even know what they're called. These maybe like little rivets or something, across here, but they have little holes in them so you can stick little fake cat whiskers through them. And they've had the teeth, the extensions put on the canines and all of that, and they have the tattoos. And it's just odd. And I think a lot of those people have just suffered a lot of trauma in their past. And
Sounds like it.
oh,
Like the model who put the mask on.
oh man,
I don't know how to approach that, but it sounds like something could have happened to her.
What gets me too is that
I'm just absolute crazy too, though. So
I mean, you remember, like, I mean, we're all different ages, but let's say, when we were growing up, even no matter if we're 20 years difference, 30 years difference in age, when we were growing up, a guy getting their ears pierced was like, oh.
mm-hmm.
But these now, like that, do they realize that it doesn't go back to normal? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's it. You.
I'm glad you brought that up, Steve. There's this guy on one video I watched from time to time, and I don't know what it was he had in his right earlobe hangs down. He hadn't got anything in there now, but it's got a big old hole in it in his right earlobe, and it hangs way down to about right here.
Yeah, he probably had gauges put in it that they start with little small ones, and then they just put in bigger ones and just slowly stretch it out.
Yeah, my son.
I don't get it. Why, and then take it out. I mean, I don't get. Why would you? He looks like something.
My son is that. It's called it's called gauges. So they stretch it, and it gets bigger gauge. And when he was halfway through, not even halfway through, I was like, that's like not gonna close up, right? And he literally was like, no, it goes back if I ever take it out. I'm like, no, it doesn't.
No, it takes a plastic surgeon to try and fix it.
I can still put an earring in my ear, and it's just a tiny little pin. So what makes you think this is?
I know, yeah.
What's the point of it, though? I mean, I don't get what the point of it is.
I really don't. But my son's ears are like that forever now. They just, when he doesn't wear them, they're just like, just skin dangling.
That's why this guy's here. It's just way down here and got a big old hole in it,
Mm-hmm.
Makes me think, I'd just be afraid my cat would reach up one day and just, it would rip. It would.
Right. Yeah, Tony, I'm a tattoo guy too, but
all those branches and you tie them down.
I know when my son was in the Army and he was coming home, I don't remember if his basic trainer from where, and he told me he'd got his ear pierced. And I said, okay, good. I said, be sure you wear that damn thing home, because when you do, I'm going to yank it out, earlobe and all. He hadn't worn an earring since. I mean, yeah, and I meant it. I don't know that I'd have ripped it from out or not, but I'd have put some paint on it. But luckily, he didn't come home with it like that. So, and that was in the 80s. 80s.
Yeah, the 80s is when guys getting earrings was like, that's when it started getting like, but only in the left ear. You can only have one earring in the left ear, or if you get it in the right ear, that means that you play for the other team.
Yep.
What don't it mean? Ain't it now though? If you got to wear them in both ears, so that means you play for the other team. I mean, I don't know. I'm just that's what I've heard.
Yeah, I think that started like in the 90s, but in the 80s, that's what it was originally. But in the 90s, when I had mine, I had both. I had a little loop in each one, and I had a tongue ring.
Oh, well, now I understand those.
Oh, that came in handy.
I bet it did.
Well, that is the topic, right?
Of course.
So, I remember seeing a guy that was in the ICU one time, and he had a Prince Albert, at the base, and it hadn't been done properly, and every time he'd urinate, there was some of it that come squirting out of that hole.
Mm.
Like, didn't that hurt?
Okay, so what's a Prince Albert?
Oh, it's a piercing at the base of your penis.
Okay.
Well, not yours, but but no, it's supposed to give some clitoral stimulation.
Okay, right.
I could never do that, but I worked with a guy. All I remember is his name was Eric. All I remember, he was interesting. But I had a party once when I lived in East Dearborn. I was like in my early 20s. And like he was like the first guy to show up. I'm like, dude, party's like not for another 2 hours. He's like, oh, that's cool, man. He's like, I got a Prince Albert. And I was like, at the time I didn't know what it was. So I'm like, who's Prince who, And he literally just like drops his drawers and he's like, check it out.
Yeah.
Whoa. Like, dude.
Put that away.
I don't really need to see it. I take your word for it, man. Like, I was kind of freaked out by that guy after that.
Well, here's the question: is that true? Does it really give women more stimulation?
I would never do
I don't know.
They ain't putting no needles anywhere down there. Mm-mm.
Well,
You got some ideas on that?
Did the ring in your tongue do any stimulation, real stimulation, Steve, or are you willing to share?
For me, no.
No, I mean.
But if they weren't lying, then yeah. But yeah, sometimes they're just being nice,
Who knows?
And I had trust issues most, up until like my early, like when I turned 40, first 40 years of my life, I had trust issues. So they were all lying.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was with a lover who got the tongue ring, and we were exploring. And honestly, I didn't like it.
What were they using?
A tongue.
They didn't have the right
tongue post or whatever.
They didn't have the right ball on there.
Being very stimulating. Again, that we're all different. Some people may really love that, but for me personally, I thought that a tongue is so much more warmer, and this is all in spirit of you, Steve, because you love that kind of thing. Warmer and softer, and yeah.
Well, I had one that vibrated, but this was a while ago too, and I paid quite a bit of money for it, but it only lasted 10 minutes. The
did it?
vibration.
Battery was
You
gone.
came prepared, didn't you?
You sure did.
You meant
What about
to
your
please.
I mean, did they at that time? Nina, all respect. You know, was it pleasurable for them?
Yeah, from what they say, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I
But
was
I
going to
guess
say.
I guess the trust issue thing is, I guess when legs quiver, that's a yes. I would guess. So,
That's what I was going to say is they got the little French tickler ball up on the tongue ring.
yeah.
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 It's just a preference, I think. But never feel pressure to get one. You know.
No,
Oh no, I had one.
What? Oh, you did too?
Up the ante in your relationship or whatever you're doing. And
It was
something
not worth it.
Yeah, because you got this hole in your tongue the rest of your life.
No, that actually does close
eyebrow
back
piercing, and then my ear piercing.
Oh, that's right. I did do my eyebrow once too, but only for like a couple months.
I'm learning stuff about Stevie Monty here tonight. I didn't know.
But Monty, I don't know about
my ear piercing. My friend took a needle, and it wasn't professionally done. So I was like, "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" She took an ice cube, right? Took 2 ice cubes, put it on each side of the lobe.
Classic.
And then she took this regular sewing needle.
Classic technique.
And then she used a piercing stud earring, kept it in there. And so I was trying to keep it hid from my dad because this back when my dad was still alive. And he's like, because he told me, he goes, "You ever come home with any tattoos or piercings?" He goes, "Piercings, I'm going to cut them right out."
Oh boy.
And so I had just one little bitty sterling silver stud. And my little brother was like, "Did you get tagged by the wildlife reserve?" I'm like, "What? What are you talking about?" And I was trying to cover it up. And he was saying this in front of my dad. And I'm like, I was like, "Shut the fuck up. You're going to fucking get me. Dad's going to take his pocket knife and cut it out." Shut the fuck up. And he kept saying that every once in a while. I'm like, "Dude." And then what's funny is he ended up getting his ear pierced a few years later. I'm like, "Yeah, who got tagged by the Wildlife Federation? Come on now." And
I don't know about you, Monty, but the tongue ring for me was not worth. I think I had it for like 2 years total. But man, it was just a pain in the ass to take care of, and then.
Yeah.
But that joyful, that actually does close back up when you take it out.
It does. And it hurts when you're trying to put it back in. Because I had mine done over 20 years ago.
I am confident.
So that's what you got to call it, dedicated now to do something like that. I mean, you're dedicated to please.
That's what I mean. Wow.
So the training bar is every bit of that long, right? I mean, it's a really super long bar. Now, here's what's funny. So went to the professional tattoo piercing shop up in Kansas City. My friend's like, "Go with me." I was like, "Chick, you go first. You talk to me. You want me to go? You go first, and then I'll decide on whether or not I'm going to get it done." And so she's sitting there. She's like, "Oh," and drooling and everything else right there as they had the clamp on her, and I'm laughing. I'm like, "Ha ha ha!" Her tongue immediately swells.
Kathy Long Beach
to the length of the training bar.
Ow!
So I'm laughing about it and everything, and about a day or two later, I'm down here back in our little hometown. I go and get a milkshake that's made too thick, and you don't want to do that after you get your tongue pierced. Trying to milkshake through a thick milkshake through a straw. Well, my tongue swelled up real thick, and I'm like, "This sucks."
Oh.
Not only that though, the long tongue bar, especially if you're like doing things or an active addiction, when you're like going go fast, whatever, and you end up flipping that tongue bar out and you chomp down on it more than a couple times, it cracks the enamel, cracks the teeth. Yeah.
wow.
Well, now you see, to me, it would seem like that the swollen tongue would be the biggest woman pleaser.
That's what happened to this tooth. It started its downfall a long time ago.
Hi, Ronnie. There you
Well,
go.
I mean, that way you cover more area, and and I mean, it seems like it would be. You get that little ball, and
Talk shit about it.
do what?
Ronnie, you ever got locked jaw from going down on someone, going down on a chick?
No, I hadn't.
That shit sucks. Next day you're like, oh shit.
But I'm just saying, if that's what your aim is, when you put the ball in there, or whatever you call it in your tongue, well, and once your tongue swells up, wouldn't you have a double pleaser there, or would you not?
It depends if you get like a really hard object right
Hey,
there,
Moonchild.
on your clitoris. And I think that was just something I discovered. It wasn't for me. I'd much rather, not have an object on someone's tongue. Yeah.
That's funny because when I first had my tongue ring,
How,
I hope it's not a too dirty. It was no, I guess it's not. It's all about sex, right?
Well,
But
I
when
was
I
just
first
thinking,
had
you were
it-
going to tell us a story. Is this the story?
Oh no! Oh, I gotta remember what that story was. Oh no! Yeah, I remember what that story was. But that's not this one.
Okay.
But when I first had my tongue ring and I was performing, and they just had like a runway patch, I guess you'd say. But one of those hairs got tangled around my, and I was like, and then they're like, ah. I'm like, I'm stuck.
grab the button like quick.
Should have had her shave first, Steve.
I was like 22 years old, man. It was fun.
David Devine's down there in chat going, I wrote a song about that. It's called seriously, he's like, I wrote a song called 70s Bush.
I would imagine it'd be the same with braces too.
Yeah, I bet it would.
Yeah.
Navy vet, you're absolutely right. Charlie Horse does suck. Just saying. She was like, what's wrong? I was like, I got a Charlie Horse. She's like, well, don't stop. And I'm like, no, I have to.
Dude, that's hilarious though with the Charlie Horse, because that's happened to me a couple of times. And right in the middle, and it's like, and they're like, what? Like, fucking legs.
Oh no,
She's
I
like,
know what you're talking about.
She's like, oh,
Yeah.
good for you too. I'm like, no, I got a Charlie Horse.
Yeah.
You jump out of bed and you're all ugly and butt naked and just like, oh, I don't want to look at that. Like my legs.
No, I thought you were talking about Charlie Horse with your tongue.
Oh no, that is because Navy. I think Navy SEAL,
Like your
or
jaw.
Navy vet said,
God,
yeah, no,
the pain of it.
Charlie Horse in your tongue, that would be the worst.
But I know a lot of people get Charlie horses when they're really close to climax because your toes start to curl.
Oh yeah.
If your electrolytes aren't quite right, you'll see right out.
I've had that happen many times.
Have you?
Good point, Heather.
Oh, whereabouts?
Recurring thing, huh? Oh my God! I was just thinking when we were in nursing school and we were talking about the reproductive systems and STDs, all of that stuff. It was that day, and we were all really tired. We all started telling each other ridiculous stories of things that had happened regarding sex. And I remember laughing so hard. One of the mothers had just had to go with her daughter to the puberty sex talk, the the whole spiel that they give the kids in 6th grade. She just had to go with her daughter, and her daughter was just absolutely mortified that a male would put his part inside a female. I mean, at first she wouldn't believe it, just refused to believe it. And after a couple of days, her only comment was, Mom and Dad did that 5 times, and with 5 kids. Oh my God! It was just funny. We're like, oh, honey, if you only knew.
I have to admit that when my mother first started talking to me about this, and when I got it in my head, it was a little traumatizing. It was like that situation we're talking about. It's like, no way. I was traumatized.
Yeah, totally.
I got out of it, but it just, I don't know. It happens to some kids when you're learning, what feels right to you or whatever, how you got here.
Tony had some tongue action going there.
Steve, you ever been down there and then they clamp their legs on your head and you can't? You're like, hey, ease up a little bit.
I freak out because I'm claustrophobic. I'm like, hey, get me out. Get me out.
It's like, hey, I still got to breathe.
Okay, so these that skin that connects your tongue down to the lower part of your mouth.
I think it's premium, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, well, where it just almost was like kind of feeling like it was ripping or tearing apart, which goes back to getting the Charlie horse in the tongue.
Some people cut that little piece right there and makes their tongue extend out a little bit further.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
I knew. Well, I guess you could say a date. We never. I mean, this is when I was young, like 15, 16, but. So we never actually hooked up, but we dated, I guess. But that thing went all the way to the tip of her tongue. So her tongue was basically stuck. Like she could not lift her tongue up. Is that making sense?
She was tongue tied then, really.
That had it clipped back. She had to go in and have it clipped, so she could speak better. Speak more properly.
As far as I knew, because then I ran into her when I was in my early 20s when I was living in East Dearborn, and she recognized me, and I was like, hey, and she's like, hey, it's me, whatever, and I'm like, hi, and then she lifts her tongue up or tries, shows me that, and I was like, oh, you, yes, that's the only way I remember. Until this day, it's the only way I remember who she is. So, I'm guessing she never had it clipped or snipped or whatever. But Chadwick, speaking of, where's Chadwick been? Chadwick had his tongue.
Oh no!
Split.
Yeah.
I think I remember hearing about that.
You know what? I'm gonna text him right now because where the hell is he at? I haven't seen him in like over a week.
The conversation.
Yeah.
Goodman, maybe Vic Goodman.
Have you seen patients that have that regularly done that clipping right there?
It's pretty rare from what I've seen. If people, if kids are born with that, a lot of times they do it right away just because it affects their speech sometimes.
So the chick that couldn't hardly lift her tongue, I bet she had to use a lot of Pop Rocks then, huh? Yeah, you get what I'm saying? Come on, people. Everybody's always heard about the Pop Rocks trick. Come on.
I had explain it, Monty. I hadn't heard about it.
Ronnie's an exception.
Yeah.
Ronnie's like 194 years old, so
it makes you wonder how a person that's as old as I am, 194 and all, could not know everything.
I love you, Ronnie.
Healthy, Monty. Go ahead.
So I gotta turn the camera off on this one. So all right. So when your lady friend, your affectionate other, whatever you want to call it, when they're getting ready to go down on you, the male, she'll take some pop rocks, put it in her mouth, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
And the pop rocks, what they do once they're in your mouth, they literally just start like exploding in your mouth.
That's creative, actually. And what did you think, Monty?
I give it a thumbs up.
It's interesting. It's definitely interesting.
Yes, it is.
What really, the one that threw me off the most was pop rocks to give me a second, and then all of a sudden has ice cubes in her mouth.
Mm.
And I was like, oh, that's cool. Okay, keep going. Keep going.
Yep.
Well, hey, I've heard that a chewed up apple is good too. I mean, I don't know how true that is, but I definitely have heard, that when a woman chews the apple up, and then get nutrition 2 ways.
Somebody out in there right now.
Oh man!
What do you do, man?
Is that what they did before battery operated electronics or anything, Ronnie?
I have no idea. I've never had it done on me.
There's a few crazy stories I could tell, but man, they're
Oh goodness! Okay. Oh boy! If we ever do this again, I'm gonna have to insist.
I got a feeling we're gonna be doing this next Monday.
I'm gonna have to insist that you guys, when you're embarrassed, do not hide behind your.
Oh no!
Cars.
I'm not. I'm right here. Look,
I know you're there.
Come on, Ronnie.
Well, the way the apple thing's explained to me is that the girl takes a bite of the apple, chews it up, and then don't swallow it, of course, and then. Oh, you talking about the camera? Got all about having it off. I forgot about it that it was even off. Well, I'm not embarrassed. I always try to learn things. See,
so we turn ours on, and Diamond turns hers off. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Jay, you said drop the mic, Ronnie, and leave. You will be a legend. You probably should just drop it and leave. Period. Don't you think?
You ever have? Okay, so you ever have some of those stories where, like, if you tell them way out in public, I mean, way out in public, and then there's some people are gonna be like, "What is wrong with you?" Yeah, there's a couple of those. Had nothing to do with animals. I'm just saying. My freak flag don't fly that far.
Look at this right here. Ain't that the truth?
Tag team. Hey.
Tag team back again.
I got a question for anybody that might know. There's some kind of chemical. I don't know. I'm curious what it is. They call it pops or something, and you open it up and you sniff it before you have sex, and it's supposed to really relax you. And I'm just wondering what is that chemical? Does anybody know?
But I just want to answer kind of Carlos' question real quick.
Oh, sorry.
As long as I don't get a copyright claim or anything, then it does. Then the whole chat replays for a replay. So, but if I get a copyright and then I have to take that section of the copyrighted part out, then the live chat won't replay. But anyway, go ahead.
Are you talking about ketamine?
No, it's just something you don't. It's just it when you open the. I don't even know what it would be in. Whatever it is that when you open it up, it's the vapor from it that you inhale. It's not. Yeah, it's not like a drug. It's just a chemical, and it's the vapor from it.
Yeah, are
Nitrate
it poppers?
Poppers.
I think Navy Vet just.
I don't know.
But I'm just curious what the chemical is.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug. But no, I kind of knew what you were talking about, but I couldn't.
It's right there.
I think it's poppers. I really do. I think it's poppers that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I go to the that store, whatever you call it, the sex store that everyone's embarrassed to go into and doesn't want to be seen going into. But I'm like, hey, everybody, I'm going in here.
Priscilla's Toy Box? You speak
Is that what it is out there?
Box.
Yeah, there was a Priscilla.
Yeah.
Here, I think it's Susie's out here.
Originally, it was Frederick's of Hollywood. Then you had Adam.
Yeah, I remember seeing those
Eve
before.
or something like that.
Yeah. But yeah, Susie's out here right now.
Then, of course, Playboy and Hustler had to put out their stores too.
But yeah, when I go there, they have those poppers thing, and I was like, "What is?" I never really understood it, but man, I don't know that shit.
Well, I know one thing I want to try. If I live long enough to ever get it tried, the two things, that's the ice cubes and the apple.
The ice cubes is definitely, yeah, that's definitely.
So it works, huh?
Oh yeah.
I mean, for me, it's personally, it's really good. And I'll be right back. I gotta go do something. I'm just kidding.
Well, all this stuff must have came out after my time. When I
had back with a couple ice cubes in his mouth.
Because I didn't know about any of this stuff back when I was, dating women. So all you young guys got to educate me.
Okay, so now what's the apple?
That's where the woman chews it up first, and then this is what I was told. I don't know where she chews it up first, and then when she goes down on the guy, it just feels wonderful.
I've never heard that.
I guess it would just be more friction, more surface area covered. I don't know.
Maybe so. I kind of wished I'd had it tried, that and the ice cubes, but neither one of them ever tried on me. So
maybe she was trying to make applesauce in her mouth. I don't know.
Could be.
See, when I first started plumbing, I was 16. I worked with this guy. But what to say his real name is Harry. I'm not going to say his full name, and so I'm 16, right? And this guy was like 40, and he just got a divorce like a year before I started working there. And he'd always talk about like, yeah, man, if you ever get lonely and you ever want to rub one out, man, you just get a milk jug and a piece of liver and then put it in the microwave. And it feels like, and I'm like, dude, I'm 16 years. You're like this is kind of creepy, bro. Why are you telling me this shit? Like, what? Never forget that.
Great sex ed there, Steve.
Right.
I still think the best thing that I've heard over the last few years or learned was about a pocket pussy. I've never seen one, but I did learn about one, and I didn't even know they existed.
Oh, what?
The pocket pussy. Oh, that's my story. That's the story that I said remind me to tell you. The pocket pussy. Yeah. I will not name any names in this because I'm still friends with this guy and he's a great person.
Did he have a pocket pussy?
No.
It was Ron Popeil. You said it and you forget it. Hey.
I had a pocket pussy, and I was in between jobs, so I moved into the West here when house that my sister's house, but it's my dad's house when my dad didn't live there. So I moved in there into the basement, and then my buddy, I gotta come up. I'll just call him Buddy. So Buddy, he was going through a hard time. He was getting divorced, and he had 2 kids with her, and so he had nowhere to go. So he kind of moved in with me in the basement. Like it's like a full basement, so you know. So anyway, he wasn't working. He had nothing. I go to work. I just got a job and I started working at Roto-Rooter. So I was like leaving at 6 a.m. and I get home from work one day, and it was my pocket pussy, right? I get home from work one day and I come down, I turn the TV on, and I crack a beer. And then, I almost just said his name. So then Buddy walks in the room and he's like, "Oh, hey, what's up, man? How's it going?" He's like, "Oh, by the way, I used your pocket pussy today, but I cleaned it." And I'm like, no, you don't take another man's.
No,
you don't do that.
No.
So I'm like, you can keep it, bro. That's yours, man.
I wouldn't want it even after I used it. Someone else used it.
Well, that's funny thing is I washed it. Like, it's yours. Do whatever you want with it now. You just don't borrow someone's sex toy. Like,
that's off limits.
So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So personal. Your energy goes into it too.
But and like I said, he's a really good guy. That's why I'm not saying his name because I don't want to dog him. But then one more story about him. There was another time, because I have to mention too, he's a black guy. And there was another time, it was me and I think 2 other of my buddies were all just chilling. I'm in my lazy boy chair. They're on the couch. We're watching TV. And the door right behind my chair is like literally right here. And he just got out of the shower. So he comes in the room and he's just got a towel around his waist, butt naked. And he walks in and he's like, "Hey man, a lot of chicks say that, I'm not that big or whatever, but it's not that bad, is it?" And there's 3 dudes and him being the 4th. And he just pulls in, he's like, "It's not that bad, is it?" And we're just like, whoa. And the door's right here, so I'm right here. And I'm like, "Hey, no, bro, buddy, no. You don't." What's up, Clay? Hello, brother.
Shit.
Well, one question about pocket pussy, and I've never seen one. I've just been told about them. Now, I realize you can carry it in your pocket, but for it to work, what does the guy have to do?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, there's a lot of different kinds. I mean,
well, go from the cheapest to the best.
Here's a good way for Ronnie.
Just
do you remember those? You remember those things? Do you remember those like toys, and it's like just like a round rubber thing, and you hold it, and it just slides, and the inside slides. That's a pocket pussy.
Oh, really?
That's basically what they did. They seen that child's toy and said, "We can make something out of that."
But you still got to make it go up and down, right?
Yeah. Well, then they make See,
so it's basically the same thing as masturbation. I mean,
Right. Well, they make ones that vibrate.
This is just too good.
Is it a ring, or does it have more of a?
They have those too, but hey.
No, yeah, they do too. They have the blowjob ones, and they have all kinds of shit. It's good. Yeah, I don't mind this shit. I think everyone getting awkward. Well, not everyone, but I don't mind. It's like when I go to the sex store, like people are like walking in, like, "I don't want no one to see me." I'm like, "Hey, I'm going in here. What's up?"
Hand jive, doing that crazy hand jive.
I got nothing to hide.
I drug my daughter through one up in Salt Lake City, up where I wanted to get some lingerie, so I took her with me just so that she would get over the embarrassment. I made her stand with me. I made her hold stuff. I took her in the back room with me. She's an adult, but I just wanted her to get it out of her system. And
Was there any particular subject that she was interested in? You know, like would it in the store? There's so much.
Oh no, she was just, just she was just really embarrassed. Whatever.
What color did you get in the lingerie?
I'm sorry?
What color did you get?
That day it was beige.
Nice.
Here you go, Ronnie.
God, it's like a pocket watch.
I'm kidding. It's a flashlight.
It fits on your belt.
Yeah.
No, it's a flashlight. It's like a flashlight, only it's a flash.
Oh, is that what it is?
Right. It's a flashlight, so nobody knows it's your toy.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't like that when I had it. When Buddy decided, hey, I'm gonna try this out.
When he,
Well, at least the counter resembles a puss. It's pink.
when he took over your pocket.
Hey, you can do it. MacGyver and stick your flashlight in there. You know you'd be prepped.
I don't know if a duct tape and a paper clip could really go along with that.
Ronnie, here's a question for you down here.
Here you go, Ronnie. Here's like the basic cheap one. Oh, why is it gonna give me spin the wheel? I'm not trying to win anything.
I'll be darned. Now, how large are they? 6 inches? 7?
Yeah, basically the same size, like
No.
your hand,
No,
Like-
Chrissy.
like a little bit, size of your hand, a little bit sticks out this side, a little bit sticks out that side, and
Okay.
Chrissy, I don't do that. I'm sorry. I don't float that way.
what I miss?
That's what I'm wondering.
I know, right? Okay.
You're not blow. I don't go that way either. What's up, William Kramer? Too tall.
Hey,
What's
William.
up? I haven't been looking at chat. I'm missing everything. ZXL, what's up?
If
And
we
I
really
think
want
that's
to open up,
serious.
if we really want to open up a mental can of worms, that's probably that's what my cousin used to have me do to him. So hey,
Oh, Jody LL, you have wandered into remember Dr. Ruth? Remember Dr. Ruth? That is so old. This is like the new and
You're
better.
a nastier version.
Nothing to anybody. Memories of our escapades as we were learning about our bodies. And
Yeah.
and everything. Yeah. So it's all loving and safe.
It's
Oh, well.
natural. I mean,
well, if you're talking like that, yes. But hey, not the other way.
Yeah.
No. Just a squirrel trying to get a nut.
Well, why do they call it a blowjob? I think that's a pretty damn good question.
I have never been blowed because they don't.
I know. That's why I wondered. And somebody asked a while ago.
Well, think of the other direction, though. Now
It
I
does
just
sound
was
better.
thinking about that. That's got to be why.
Blowjob does sound better than suck job.
Yeah. Yes. That would really suck, wouldn't it?
Speaking
Oh,
of
look at Navy Vet. The surprising origins of the term blowjob. No shit.
So
so
Oh,
you guys talking about sex shop, right?
Well, maybe that ought to know.
One
Sorry,
time,
Monty.
one time, the old lady, we was in there right after we went to the casino, and we was in there. She goes, "Hey, look what I found! It's strawberry flavored, right? It worked for men and women, and it was edible, but it was this. So it was this strawberry flavored stuff. No, liquid.
Lube?
Yeah, well, either one, yeah. But
Okay.
so the thing you would put on him
now he
or
burns.
her,
Oh, you're roboting.
you could put it on him or her,
There we go.
and what it done is, it was cool. It was cool sensation at first, but then it heated up.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I
that
have
was
that stuff
that was
or
a
stuff
mind.
like that. I know
Cindy?
That was a
flavor, and then it heats up and arouses you, and for him and her.
So candle wax. What are your impressions of that?
I've only heard stories, never had it used on me or used it on anyone. So
Yeah, how they have this romantic idea that you're going to drip candle wax on you. So,
Ow.
experiences with that.
I've
It only
never
hurt-
been
it
a
don't-
pain. I've never been a
It only
pain
hurt.
kind of like. So yeah, the wax, it'd just be like, no, that hurts. Don't.
It only hurts at first, and then it's like totally opposite. Hey,
That's what he said in Cell Block 6. No,
only hurts
that
at
joke.
first.
Didn't
I
work.
got you. I got it.
But no, because I was actually again a lot of my stories are from when I was in my 20s, so I don't have to keep saying that. In my 20s, but I was dating a girl, and she was on top, and then all of a sudden she just like open-handed just slapped me, and I didn't see it coming or nothing, but like she was trying to be kinky, I guess, but didn't warn me, and I threw her halfway across the room. I was like, what the? And she's like, oh, I was just trying to like spice it up. And I'm like, you just don't fucking hit me. Like,
okay, okay,
Got a story.
okay. Since you're telling that, and I'll tell one. And it wasn't me. This was one of my fishing buddies, right? He's a few years younger than me. He just got married, and he was always talking about donkey punching. And he literally talked about this in front of his wife, and I was like, "Oh no, you didn't." He goes, "Oh yeah." He goes, "Cass." He goes, I can't think of a name, but anyways, I ain't gonna put her name out there like that. But and she goes, "Yep." You know what happened? I turned around and knocked his ass out too. I was like, no. So a donkey punch, right?
What do you do? Use your face or something?
No. So you're like doing it dog style, right? And you getting ready to the climax part, right? When you're both getting ready to nut, and then tap him in the back of the head. I don't recommend this, but it's a funny story. And, yeah, it's crazy.
I'm learning so much. Okay, now the whole choking thing, no way. I mean, that's just like, that goes into a whole nother, for me personally, no. No, whether it be a donkey punch or the choking.
No kidding. I wouldn't want either one.
Well,
I won't do either one.
And anything that do with pain,
Yeah.
it's like any kind of pain. My natural instinct is to physically react. So it's like, no, don't fucking hurt me. I'm trying to like feel good, not.
Yeah, sex is supposed to feel good, not hurt.
Right.
Hey, look at this. It went from 44 to 47 people watching.
Oh shit! Yeah. No, actually, last time I looked, I was at 29, like 45 minutes ago. It went from 29 to 47. That's awesome. So, like I said, I'm pretty sure we'll be here again next Monday.
Well, however, the physical pain, some people, that's how they're wired.
Erogenous, yeah.
Yeah, y'all remember that guy here a few years ago? The Kung Fu guy that was found hung, and he was supposedly doing it to get a bigger kick out of the
audio asphyxiation.
Yeah.
Or erotic asphyxiation or something like that.
Yeah. Asphyxiation.
Damn, I think I could pass on that pretty easy and just settle for the plain old everyday variety stuff.
Hey, wasn't the lead singer of NXS? Isn't that how he died?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
Yeah. I think that might be the same person you're talking about.
No, he just hung himself. He was that was Michael Hutchins.
Yeah, Michael
Yeah,
Hutchins.
that played Kung Fu. David Carradine is what I'm talking about.
I watched his Kung Fu stuff. He inspired me tremendously as a child.
He had a pretty good show there, no doubt about it. But
the conflict
Rank.
resolution, you know, I just
For you, Rank.
good standard right there. You know, how he became after Kung Fu. But I just loved his early days of filmmaking.
Aloha Chariot.
Studied martial arts because of him.
Well, and to me, you know, with all the stuff we've learned nowadays about people being hung supposedly with neckties and everything else, you know, it makes me kind of wonder about that. But I know that people do it too. So whether he did it or not, I have no idea. But if he did, he was really wanting to get off. That's all I can say.
Well, Anthony Bourdain, the chef guy, very suspicious, passing as well. What I understood about David was he wanted to get out. You know, so I may be wrong, but we're getting off topic here.
Well, there's a little bit more behind. There's a little bit more behind Anthony.
You know, Kill Bill.
Bourdain than what was released to the public. So
yeah,
there's a whole lot more behind. Yeah, no kidding, man.
Yeah.
You know,
he's witnessed. Okay, well, hell with it. He's witnessed one of these top-ranking political people do something to a younger lad, and that's why they took him out. Anyways,
didn't want to tell. That's right.
He didn't seem suicidal to me whatsoever.
I think old Schiff had something. It was the name that I remember singing.
That's yep.
And the one of the brothers starts with a P. Adesta.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we know Anthony Bourdain. From what everything I understood, he was a good guy, you know.
Yes.
He got caught up in that, you know, in the political drama or whatever the hell you want to call it, and that's what happened to him. You know, just because he happened to witness something that he shouldn't have witnessed. But anyway,
unless he's been skirted away in protection. You know, the potential. So many have been skirted away in protection.
Oh yeah. That's definitely what they say about a lot of them. And the only one along those lines, the only one that I have seen that like that I could even semi-vouch for would be Michael Jackson when he was right after he supposedly died, and he come up and then at the coroner's office. They put the gates down, got bars on the gates. They let them down. And this guy, whoever was filming out there, and out steps Michael Jackson out of the back of the coroner's van. So, you know, it was either him or somebody that really looked like him. And exactly looked like him. But I'm not saying it's true. I don't know. But it's enough to make you definitely wonder about it.
And in a way, it's kind of appropriate that we bring this round too, because it's another part of sexuality. And, you know, to me, that kind of stuff is really off limits.
She's seen that right away.
Yeah.
You were blending in well, Heather.
Well, let's do different parts, though. In my book,
But yeah, I actually thought about this when we were going to have the show tonight. It's like, oh boy, just trying to allow all of that other stuff sink in. I was very hoping that we would have fun and just share our stories. But there is another element as we talk about David Carradine and the gentleman you were talking about, Ronnie, and others.
There's supposedly a bunch of them.
Trap of sexual slavery and etc. Or just being witnessed, like Anthony, because I've heard that too. And this was like 4 or 5 years ago that it came to my own awareness and consciousness. So
Before we get off the subject with Shifty Shift, everybody just needs to, if you hadn't checked it out already, check out him in the Standard Hotel.
The old Standard.
That ought to enlighten you a little bit.
That place is all closed up now.
You couldn't pay me to stay in that place.
Wow. I haven't kept track, but
if there is any such thing as haunted, it's got to be haunted as hell. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hey, Wile Coyote.
Haunted.
Aloha, brother. Yeah, anyone here that isn't sub to Wile Coyote, definitely go check out.
Wile Coyote. Right.
Band Patriot.
Yeah.
Oh, Band Patriot's Awesome Alice.
Well, hello, Alice.
Yeah, also
She's
fighting her. No shit, that sucks. So Band Patriot is Awesome Alice. What'd they get you for now? What?
But then it's awesome. Undoubtedly, I don't know. Well, as far as the shift stuff goes, I mean, that's been out forever and a day anyway. So, I don't mean, of course, you can't, in a lot of cases, you're not supposed to say almost anything on YouTube, but.
Yeah, what happened to Tiffany Denise?
I hadn't heard from her since that night on here.
I should text her.
Yeah, so she's all right.
good to hear.
Shit. It's like, what, 12:30 in the morning for her right now, though, huh?
Yeah, but I think she's used to stand up at least this late.
Let's see. I'll text her right now.
Well, some of you young folks, tell us some more of this exciting sexual stuff that I haven't learned yet at the age of 199.
Oh, was it 99? I thought it was 109.
It is 199.
199. Oh.
And actually, I'm taking off 1,000 years.
Okay, so then when condoms, were they like leathery? You know?
Oh, there wasn't any such thing. As a condom in and of itself, you had to use a palm leaf.
Oh, I see.
Really?
Yeah, back 1,000 years ago.
All right, Methuselah.
That's it. That's who I am.
Even back then,
example. Well, see, hollow, right?
Mm.
Not so much pleasure for you, but for your partner, yes.
Yeah.
Try that out in 1,000 years.
I think even back then they used the lamb's intestine.
That's what I was trying to get at. Thank you there, Monty.
That's what I was just thinking. Louis the 14th and the intestines and the little bow that you have to tie around it, and then they did in the Victorian era still as well, and they would just wash them and reuse them. Ugh.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine what that would feel like for the woman, though, especially.
I know, but it would be better than leather.
What it did was
First,
produced
or something like that, give it some give. I mean, when I first learned about that, and I was pretty young, I was like, damn, first of all, it would really wouldn't be the best. However, procreation was pretty important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna protect
Like those Scat Pack, they were fruitful and multiplied back then.
And
Keeping goat intestines tied in a knot.
And see when they used the cloth ones and everything, so since they was stringed through the sheets, it only produced like the little 4 foot tall kids, you know. They only got half the size. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Take a leak.
Oh man. I remember in 5th grade, and this is kind of a sad story, but I remember on the school bus going home, there was this girl that had just moved in and was in our class, and we were talking to her on the way home, and she was telling us about, I don't remember, I think it was a cousin, but he was a lot older, and how he was teaching her how to have sex, and that he was having her put it in her mouth and everything, and burned my ears. I'm like, wait, what? I did not believe her. My best friend and I that were talking to her, we didn't realize what was going on, that, you know, she was being sexually abused. We just couldn't fathom why you would put that in your mouth. We were just, and, you know, and I think about that all these years later, and I'm like, that poor thing probably needed some help.
It sounds like, yeah. You know, I'm not saying things like that didn't go on back when I was a kid or a young man, but never heard of them. You know, if any girl or boy had it going on, I certainly never heard of it. Of course, you know, back then people were very hesitant to bring it up, even if if a guy had sex with a girl, you know, you were real hesitant to tell about it because you were afraid of daddy find out or brother find out and beat you to death.
Yep.
Thanks, Wiley. I didn't know that. Oh shit.
What's that? Oh.
I remember at least the high school I grew up in, that there was a group of girls that were sexually active, and it was like very private, Ronnie. And yet the boys definitely wanted to seek them out because they were doing it and they wouldn't get any chance with any of the other girls. And then there become the big dramas, the relationships, the boyfriend, the girlfriend, and all that. So would you suggest, or would you say that it's similar in your time? Because we're not too far away from each other, maybe by 10 years.
Wouldn't I say that it was what, Joy?
Would you say it's similar?
Oh, yeah.
Experience, you know, that there was like the girls that were sexually active. And interestingly, they had some, you know, boobs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Back then, you know, well, you know, as far as the guys I knew, I don't think it made them any difference what the other girls would think about them. As far as the girls themselves went, they, like I said, they just didn't want the dad or the older brother to find out, you know, and beat the crap out of them. So it was kind of kept a secret. If, you know, she hadn't, particularly with an older brother, because most of the time the dad wasn't going to find out unless she was stupid enough to go tell him, you know. But it was kept under the, I mean, you just didn't go around running your head back then. Plus, there were very few girls back in my younger days that would actually go ahead and have sex with you. I mean, very few. If you found one, you better hang on to her like grim death until you got ready to get married, you know, because they just wasn't around.
Interesting. Yeah. That's what I mean. And I think we're about like 12 years, maybe, from each other, 10 years. It was similar, but I think perhaps it got a little more open. They would tell their friends, and so it would get around. But it was like a hush-hush thing with us.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of an honor system. You don't mess with them because they're coupling together.
Yeah, and you'd forget that nowadays, for sure. And there is no such thing, at least amongst the guys. There's not. And I don't think there are amongst the girls either. I mean, I want to go after the other one's boyfriend or girlfriend in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Oh, right. There was kind of an honor system back then.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mess with the two that were sexually active.
Yeah.
What's up? What's
So,
up, Anton?
JH?
And beautiful JH556. I seen JH earlier and Maurice Delk chat.
Yes, Anti. Hey, JH556, what's up? Not to really change subject to the side door left, but y'all hear about the earthquake that Japan had?
Just
No, what today?
I heard
Earlier.
the only thing I heard was that they would the shelter. So this just happened. Oh dear.
It was just a. Hang on. See, when was it? I haven't really got to check into it too much. I know.
I know they had one 3 or 4 days ago.
Daily events worldwide 3 hours ago. Premiering now. X-class solar flare, Japan volcano. Nishishinoshima erupts. I can't pronounce it. Spain massive dust storm.
Oh dear.
Nashishino, whatever. I'll just call it Shimano.
Nasty shit. Just call it nasty shit.
Hey, one Latino.
That's what it sounded like to me anyway. First part.
Well, Japan ain't that big of an island. I mean, hey,
Well, no.
big enough volcano erupts there. Could be like Pompeii or whatever. Yeah, not Pompeii. Vesuvius.
It certainly could. But hey, with all the earthquakes that have been going on for the last couple of years, I mean, you know, might as well throw in a volcano or two. You know, so.
Do you actually think they used to sacrifice virgins to the volcanoes back in the day? I mean, come on. Nowadays they can't because they can't even hardly find virgins. I mean, come on, people.
You'd have to go mighty young, wouldn't you? I mean, seriously, you'd have to go mighty young.
Mighty Joe Young, that's what it was about.
Yeah.
Oh, you're dropping, Steve. Now it's down 44. We gotta tell more crazy sex antics.
Well, I told.
All right.
Well,
So this
I told like at least 4. Who's next?
All right. So this one time at band
I
camp.
cannot, real quick though, like one time I just cannot tell any stories about my life now with my better half.
Right.
But I told at least 3 or 4. So at band camp,
so
Monty he was playing the tuba.
This is all fictional, what I'm about ready to tell you, but it's for hey. So this one time at band camp, this guy I know, it was not me. He snuck in this sheep, right? there was a trumpet involved. That's all I'm gonna say.
I swear to God, band. What is it about music?
Sorry, I had to do
That
that.
was all fictional. It really was. I'm just
I know, but truthfully though, Ronnie was just talking about, you know, the couples that were together and sexually involved, and it was like, you don't mess with them. But I swear to God, I was in marching band. I got recruited of all things. I played the glockenspiel and the cowbell.
More cowbell.
I love the cowbell, man.
So here's a good
Anyway,
here's a good question, real quick.
so much sexuality in music. Whew.
Oh yeah, big time. Big
Yeah.
time.
You was just doing the imitation of a trumpet a while ago, Steve. That reminds me of the song where it starts out and he's got the thing, the plunger in front of it, right? He's like, anyways,
here's a good question. As a child growing up, like, you know, early teens, has anyone ever got caught pleasuring themselves by their parents?
What?
Or period by anybody?
Plagiarism?
You know,
Not
anyone
me.
ever walk in on you, you know?
No, but
yeah,
recurring dreams that they always did.
but like,
that had something to do with my psyche. It's like, God, can I get a moment alone? You know, in my dreams. No.
So, yeah, but it wasn't pleasuring herself. It is, she was riding Cowgirl. And it was right to where I couldn't see the door to my bedroom opening up, right? Going to town. All of a sudden I hear this voice and I'm like, what? What? What are you doing? You didn't even knock.
Well, who was your mom or your dad? Or both? Oh, shit.
That happened more with my brother, actually. That happened with my brother, not me. I was a quite late bloomer. It was around 19 and 20 when I started to explore that part of myself, because I was in athletics, trying to get ready for college, you know, all the things that I was expected, you know, or how I was raised. So, yeah.
Hey, the faithful hoplite, aloha. Oh, it's Ed Hen.
Right, anti-eject. So
what? How is that even possible? I think someone got blocked or hidden on your channel. How?
He was just in here, Ed.
Maybe he hit himself. Yeah, I seen him a few minutes ago.
So on the very first, is it the first or second one? I think it's the first one. American Pie, the movie. Mm-hmm. When he puts in the VHS tape and he accidentally grabs the super glue instead of the lube.
Oh.
So his hand is stuck down here, and then he goes and gets the VHS tape. He's got it stuck in the hand, and he ends out on the top of the porch on the roof, you know. And the cops show up, and I'm like, now that's just too funny. Could you imagine going to the doctor?
His father was written in a manner that was very supportive. And I super appreciated that for its time.
Imagine going to the doctor.
Real quick, Ed Hen, did you have it on live chat? I'm sure you did, but because I know if it's not on live chat, oh no, it'll still show your account. I don't know. What was the one where he zipped his shit up in the
there's
zipper?
Something about Mary.
Yeah. Something about Mary.
I've done that once. And like for real, and that is fucking.
Ooh.
That's why when I seen that movie, I was like, "Oh God, I know what that." I mean, I didn't have to call the fire department. I didn't have to call Chadwick or nothing, but
beans and franks.
You think it happens?
Harry Hawkins, what's up, brother?
Do you think it happens in a man's life? Is it a common occurrence?
When he's going commando, yeah.
No, zipping it up in your fly.
Oh, well, it was not as a kid, but that's a painful thing too.
That's what happens when you go commando.
Who we got?
Well, good point, Monty.
All right. You brought the steam. It's gonna get steamy in here.
It's already got steam.
Aloha, everybody.
Aloha, Tommy.
If it's okay, I'll just listen for a while because I was away and I want to get caught up on the conversation.
Okay, that's cool. Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me.
We're talking about sex, Tommy.
My song will be "Let's quit talking about sex, baby, and let's get it on with, baby."
You know, I like a chicken fried and raw dogging on a Monday night.
That's right.
Should we put
What's
on
up,
some
what's
Barry
up?
White?
So
Barry
Ronnie,
White?
what you're trying to say is, let's get it on. No,
Either that or-
I'm just saying the song. I'm not saying that towards Ronnie. I'm just making it flipping.
Either that, Monty, or raw dogging on any afternoon. Raw dogging. Can't do it too soon.
Last week I had to ask Ronnie what that meant. Now I know.
You got to stick,
Dog,
lick it before you stick it.
I'm still learning.
And that's great.
Chocolate rain.
Well, that brings up an interesting question from me to Steve and Monty. Do y'all lick it before you stick it?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Without a doubt. That's one of my favorite things to do.
How about you, Monty?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. Wonderful. Wonderful. I never did anything like that.
Because you don't, then you are raw dog.
I never did no shit like that.
No, in all fairness to Ronnie, I think it was.
That's why Ronnie's been. That's why Ronnie's been divorced 3 times.
Well, I never was divorced. See, I had a system. I ain't gonna tell you what the system was, but I had a system.
Because honestly, for me, I don't get any pleasure out of sexual activities with a female if I don't know that she is satisfied.
Right?
You know, first.
Right.
You know
That's because you have a good heart. Yeah.
So I have to make sure she's pleasured before I can be pleasured.
Well, it is better that way, but I always got pleasure regardless. You know, but I know what you're saying, Steve, and I agree that it is definitely better that way.
There's been times where I was pleasured in 2 seconds, and I was like, "Oh, goodbye."
Heard that.
Okay, maybe 6 seconds.
It's like, oops, whoops, sorry.
I unzip my pants. Oh, okay, I'm done.
I tell you the truth, I have met a lot of guys that say they would never do that. You know, go down on a woman. They didn't go down on their wife. They didn't go down on a girl. They didn't go down on any woman. And it's just so hard to believe, you know. Maybe so, but man.
So, Steve, are you trying to say it's I didn't mean to ruin your roommate's bathrobe? Mama sure did care about my education.
You know, it's so nice to be with adults who want to approach important subjects of the human heart and the spiritual soul with maturity, and also fellow Americans. Just happy to be here.
Oh, what an honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy.
And I think Joyful said it the best when you messaged me last night, or you didn't text me last night. The way you worded that was perfect, because it's kind of like what Cherry just said, you know, as adults and keeping it, you know, it's natural and it's part of life, and we're not being perverted or, you know.
Well, if you can't talk about it, I mean, you know, it's
awkward.
Sad day, you know, when you can't discuss something as obvious as sex is to everybody.
It's so potent. It drives our lives so much.
Absolutely.
Especially when you're younger.
Indy.
Hey, Indy.
Your decisions are in your life course to.
Hi, Indy.
You know,
you're right, Joyful. I mean, I think you mentioned when I first tuned in recently about, you know, procreation is important, or none of us are here, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it will always be there. I think, Ronnie, you asked on your show about, would the vibrator, the sex toy take over? It's like, absolutely not. Women love men. And they love that connection with them. And I mentioned also that's how I got here. So, it will never end with women. They will always very much be attracted to men.
Yeah, it's just I have heard of women that that couldn't climax with their man, but could climax with the toys.
Yeah, and we were talking about that.
Yeah.
And also just being really careful with vibrators that can desensitize you. Because I was with a woman who, for many years, was alone. It wasn't her fault. And to pleasure her, it was impossible because she was used of the vibrator.
Mm-hmm.
So as earnest as I was, I just let her have her experience with her toy. And, we didn't stay together, but we were in a relationship.
Real quick, I have to give a shout out to Gary Hawkins and I
His
believe
daughter.
I heard it
Crystal
earlier. I believe his daughter is in Australia. I'm not sure. I was watching earlier, but I'm already stoked. But Crystal Hawkins, aloha.
Crystal Hawkins,
Oahu,
shout out.
Hawaii, and from
Thanks,
everybody
Gary.
else here. And this is for you.
Shout out.
We'll whistle in Dixie.
That was awesome.
All right.
All right, now to the two ladies. Which orgasm is the best for a woman? Clitoral or vaginal?
Neither.
Good question, Ronnie. Good question.
Or both at once.
Neither.
Both.
What would be something?
I love that.
No.
Both
that's
at
why
once
you
with
have-
a heart connection.
That's why you have the tongue and the toy.
Exactly. Oh, wow. Ooh. Oh, yes. Okay, I'll open up and admit that penetration can just, and maybe it's the way that I've touched myself when I'm alone, because I do both. So it's just fantastic if both are involved when I'm with somebody. It's a little bit harder
Hi, V.
to do it just through penetration. Just to put that touch on that clitoral organ. It's not. Is it an organ, Heather? I can't remember. Anyway,
I would say yes.
That part of myself, the combination is like off the charts.
Really?
You do have your testicles.
Yeah, they get in the way.
No.
We got to sit on them all the time. It's horrible.
So
I can only.
how-
But
so-
yeah, with both, oh, I love that. Yeah. So that's just me,
But that's beautiful though, because it's an expression of fulfillment in my mind, in my heart. V, is that unspecified, V? So nice to see you in person. We've been friends for a while, but great to see you. Sorry, I don't have a camera. It sucks.
So how many men out there have actually found their significant other's G-spot?
Good question.
Well, I knocked a girl out once, if that counts.
Oh, I was waiting to say, yep, I definitely found it.
All right. So since we're on this topic, I mean the whole show,
Let her
right?
rip.
I was with this girl. It was like Niagara Falls. That was crazy.
Oh.
Like
Gave
barely
you
even.
a wet ride, did she?
No, that's not, dude. My whole dude,
Really?
barely even, and it was.
That's awesome.
Well, there's a little gland that
that.
the same. There's a little gland that I can't think of what it's called, but its exit uses the urethra, and so sometimes when that happens, you might think that she's urinated on you, but no. That little gland has been stimulated and it's squirted out, and it usually happens along with a really good orgasm.
Yeah.
So that's probably what you did, Monty.
So
Did you freak out, Monty?
no, I was like,
Okay.
okay. So I'm like, I'm gonna play with that. So I did. So so over 24 times in one day, just like
Oh my God.
on her. And she's like, okay. I was like, what? I was like, holy cow, that's crazy.
Well, I say this first time it ever happened
I'm not
with
exaggerating.
me and a woman, I literally thought she had peed on me, and I told her, I said, "Damn it!" I said, "Get up and change the sheet." She said, "Well, I hadn't got any clean ones, but they're all in the dirty clothes. I just put this one on here."
You're right, Crystal.
So she had to get a blanket covered up. But I thought it was pee at the time. I didn't,
I had
did.
I had the whole front of my shirt soaked, everything, and I was
Oh
like,
my gosh.
Evacuate when they are,
The next day, like, dude, she pissed all over me. Raw dog.
Yep.
and
What's up, Buff?
doesn't happen a lot. It sounds like, but when it does, just know that you haven't done anything wrong. It's really good.
right. So
Well, is it true that some women, that's the only way they do climax? I don't know. Literally, I'm asking the question. I mean, is that
I can't answer for all women, but I hate saying this so much because it's like, dude, what a slut. I keep saying I dated so I dated a lot of chicks, but she did do that, and I was like, really, every time? Like, where does all that come from? Because it gets wet, it gets really wet, and it sprays, and it like yeah, dude, she pissed on me again 3 times. I think they call that skeet. I think that's what.
Skeet.
Oh, my skeet people.
Skeet.
they call it female ejaculation, but it's squirt.
Right. Yeah, it's called
Right, squirting. Yeah, same thing as
common
yeah,
parlance.
squirting.
Yeah.
The street name, the hood name.
I don't know about the hood thing.
Right on, Wesco. Much love, brother.
Chadwick.
Take care, Wesco.
What's up, Chadwick?
Chadwick, I got the link posted at or pinned at the top. Come on,
Come
Big
in,
Spoon. Oh, that's why, Chadwick, because I was telling him about how your tongue thing. That thing.
Hey, Band Patriot, I hope you keep your channel,
Much love, Edhan. God bless, brother.
Stars and Stripes. Take care, Ed.
Oh, wow. Very cool.
Is it a pillow?
Right.
A big pillow?
Yeah, I'm sitting on it.
Oh, cool.
Well, V, tell us about the sexual adventures of V. It's got to be millions and millions of them.
Oh my God.
Which is good.
What? Are you trying to say I'm old?
No, I'm saying with a woman as beautiful as you are, you had to have millions of sexual adventures.
Okay. You know what? Yeah, I've had a few, but I ain't kissing and telling.
You don't have to name any names.
Just tell.
Yeah, just bring us the wisdom.
Wow.
The lessons learned.
Fun stuff is teaching younger, and other fun stuff is seeing what older know. That's fun stuff, yeah?
That reminds me of that song, Ronnie. Older women make better
Yes,
lovers.
absolutely. That's exactly right, Monty. Older women.
Garth
are
Brooks also
beautiful.
sung a song like that.
Hey, that's cool, Navy Vet 103.
He sang "Older Women Are Beautiful Lovers."
No, it was talking about how in the wheat field, and how it was during the summer. I forgot the name of the song.
She had
but
hands
that's
of
what it's about.
leather.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm old.
No.
That's funny.
No.
I'm 52 in this lifetime, just for the record. You know.
Hey,
I don't know where I
Crystal
rank.
Hawkins. Aloha, Crystal.
Shout out to both
Hola.
parties for climaxing. Thanks, Crystal Hawkins, for
I
supporting
gotta play a shout out for
Ronnie
Crystal
and
Hawkins. We'll do
dear
a little bit of
Steve.
rock and roll for
Will
Crystal.
Whistleman Dixie.
Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you,
Yes,
Crystal.
right on. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Match it. Match it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try. Give me a second.
Moonchild says, "I would like to hear everyone's kinks. This has been a vanilla talk so far. I ain't about to tell my kink."
What?
I really like to.
I'm ending the stream then. That's what this was all about. Bye.
Well, y'all all tell y'all's, then I'll think about telling mine.
No, it's actually a good question though, because I don't even know what my kink is. I guess I already told you what my kink was. I love going down on a woman. That's it. That's my thing.
I have to agree with you on that. Yeah.
I like
I
girls
wouldn't call
with
that a
ass.
kink. I just call that the thing to do. You know.
Another crazy one was oh man. So like
Come on, Monty. Come on.
It's okay. Let it out. Let it out, Monty. Let it out.
no. So like back when I was in active addiction, right? As soon as after I did a shot of meth and had sex, it was awesome.
Whoa.
Just saying.
Yeah, now that you got me thinking of a lot of old memories too from when I was using.
Bondage, domination, sub, something, role playing, anything. Well, I never done any of the first three. I ain't never done any of them.
Anyone had a threesome or a foursome?
Had a threesome.
Okay, and a threesome, and is it now? Be honest. Threesome with you and two females, or you and one female and one other dude? And when I say that threesome, not that you and the dude hooked up, or if you and the dude did hook up. Either way, because I've had both, but I didn't hook up with the dude though. Never in my life have I done that. Which is nothing wrong with that. If that's your thing, that's your thing. Not my thing.
You know, even if you've had the experience, I mean, a lot of women have had experiences with women, but they orientate towards men. And so, gentlemen, have you ever had it? You know, maybe that's going a little too deep and too personal, but it's okay to acknowledge that you've had an experience with another man, a male. But you have children.
I was raped. Does that count? I accepted
No,
a cup
that
of
doesn't
tea. I
count.
shouldn't have. It hurt. I bled for 5 years.
No, no. But thank you, Chariot Rain, for supporting the channel.
Of course,
Yes.
of course.
I'm gonna play
Always.
this one for you. I'm gonna play this for you,
Steve's
Chariot.
my friend.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Yeah,
There you go.
I had been I'd been tortured for like 20 years. This is about 20 years ago, and I was in Holland, and there was a lot of wicked spiritual energy around me, and the same spirits torturing me in America were there in Holland and Amsterdam, and I couldn't get any rest. I needed sanctuary, and one day I was in a department store restaurant, and the guy offered me a cup of tea, and I thought with so many people around, like he wouldn't do anything, but yeah, he drugged me, and it was a horrible day.
Oh,
I got out of there alive, though. I did.
that was not consensual.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't count.
Okay.
Definitely doesn't count.
No.
No.
But it's so
Only counts if it's consensual.
more. And just
And like I was saying, like with the twosome and threesome, one time my buddy was like, "Hey, dude, again, my early 20s, dude, I got, and then it was the weirdest, like, yeah, I didn't like it.
Well, when I was younger, I would have like guys, when I was delivering pizza, like at 16, 17, like 1986, 1987, because I was born in 69. So, that, like pretty much like in 70,
Good number.
like, yeah, definitely.
Pizza.
Jimi Hendrix, if 6 was 9. But the thing is that, like I remember this one dear guy, he was American. He was driving an old Volkswagen Fox, if you remember those cars. And he was a black American. He pulls up and he's like, "Hey, you got really good legs." And I was like, oh, "Okay, thank you." He's like, "I got some cocaine. Do you want to get in the car and go with me, and we'll have sex?" And I had a good excuse. I'm like, "I'm sorry, I've got to keep working, because I'm going back into the pizza shop right then." But the thing is that he was nice about it. He was like, "Okay, I understand." And he drove away. I'm like, "Have a good night." He's like, "You too." But I went in and I told a Villanova University student, because that's where I grew up, kind of near Villanova University outside Philadelphia. And I told a guy, I'm like, "Yo, some guy just hit on me. He wanted to have sex." He's like, "I would have punched him out." And I'm like, "Well, that's a little extreme, but whatever."
wow, brother.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all, V. I got stories, but I'm just saying we all do, right? I always try to handle things graciously.
Gotcha.
And I love that Steve Harloha is so gracious. It means so much, because we need gracious souls.
Absolutely. And if a man has explored with another man or young in your youth, doesn't necessarily make you gay.
I agree, Joyful.
It's just your sexuality, and you're figuring it out. That's all. And people get programmed. Youth gets programmed.
Yeah. But I think women can handle it better than men, because women are okay with, double, but men are like feeling guilty and feeling ashamed.
Right.
And women got it. Women are okay with it.
Yeah. Agreed. And that's been as long as I've been on this planet, that it's, there's a lot more stigma that goes with males that have been with males. But God, just, it doesn't matter.
It's because men are supposed, like, we're programmed to be men, and that means we're a certain thing. And there's a great stigma that goes with maybe faltering or falling or not being. But love is love, although, ideally, I believe the ideal is man and woman, or none of us are here. And marriage, I think, is very important, an actual heart commitment to the other, because too many will take advantage and just use the other. But at the same time, I believe first and foremost, without, in any way trying to be on a stump or a bully pulpit, we are souls first and foremost. Like before I was born, I remember being in a class in eternity and we were asked, "Are you going to be male or female? Which do you choose?" So the body is different than our souls, and the caring and the honesty and the intrinsic nature of being a true friend is what matters most in my heart, if that's okay. Thank you.
No.
That is true. We were raised to be men, and we're not allowed to cry. We're not allowed to have emotions.
Right,
And
Steve.
I never, ever cry. Not even when I watch movies. Never.
Well, I gave up crying at 10 because I was crying so much because I was watching
No, I
my
do.
parents.
I cry like a bitch
Oh,
all the time. I'm being
okay.
honest.
Well,
I really do.
Hey, Heather.
I'm sensitive, man. I'm a sensitive dude. I don't care. But no, we are raised to like, be a man. Like, yeah.
Which is also important, or we can't man up to protect our women and our sisters and our daughters and our sons and our grandmothers and society, because
Right.
we are,
Well, no,
we
that's
do
the
have.
thing. You're a man when you need to be a man,
Exactly.
and then every human being has emotions too, so you can have
Right.
emotions too. I just look at the ceiling a lot. Like when movies, I'm just like, look up there. You know?
Absolutely.
But on the other hand, while men are called to be protectors, there's nothing like the wrath of a mama bear when her cubs are endangered.
Right. I know.
But when baby cubs are put to bed, mama bear and papa bear, they can put on a little Barry White and get it on and love each other. That's good too.
Absolutely.
Good point, Navy. And like I said, I ain't got nothing against any guy or dude that is attracted to other dudes. I just never understood that either. Because like me and Ronnie always say, guys are ugly. We're fucking. I don't even know how women
I
are
know.
attracted to guys.
I heard that.
I know, right?
Like dudes
You're
are
right,
ugly,
Steve.
especially when we're butt naked. It's like, what the fuck is that? Like, don't do
I know
that.
that's a good question. What does attract a woman to a man? I mean,
Right.
I think it's the attraction of the other, but we should let the sisters answer.
Yes.
well, right on, sisters.
See?
Anyone.
Okay, don't scare me now.
I just look. I just have to look at my husband. I don't know. He's got the dark hair, the dark skin, he's got a nice body for 51. He looks really good.
But what attracted you to him in the first place?
He's always good looking. I don't know. Just
I think Cherry. So what Cherry said is because it's the opposite.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's pretty obvious. But there's got to be some kind of chemical or something. Is what I'm getting at. That.
Well, there are pheromones for real, Ronnie. You're right about that.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. And I was hoping that's what one of the ladies would say. But
It's chemical. It's chemical.
Exactly.
I'll be right back. I need more vodka.
Right on. You said you need some chemical.
Okay, I have the vodka. Vodka is my preference. Vodka.
V for vodka, not vendetta. Vodka.
That's right. V for vodka. UV for I don't know what it's called. UV vodka. Vodka is good to me.
Hey, that could be a song.
Have you tried the vodka that doesn't taste like vodka? That's like they got those flavors.
Yeah, like
That
Ciroc
shit is
and
dangerous.
Ciroc vodka. I'll pay extra for Ciroc. I'm sorry. Yeah, I had some tonight. Okay.
I had some that tasted like, I can't remember what it was, like birthday cake or some shit.
Yeah, it's
And
good.
It's
Very
dangerous.
good.
I was throwing up that night. Because I thought I was drinking Kool-Aid, and then
Forget about it.
After a fifth, I was like, oh shit.
It goes smooth, doesn't it though? Vodka.
I can't see the chat.
Oh, are you on your phone? Shoot.
It's good, V. They're talking shit about you.
Let's see. It says V is beautiful. We love V. V is the best person that's ever been on here. I hope V comes on the panel every time. We love V. Yeah, so
that's all from me though, Steve.
Ronnie's the number one fan. Who's that?
Up Cold Beer Confessional. What? Who banned? I didn't ban nobody. Who you talking about?
I can't even see the chat to ban somebody.
Y'all just crisp, then ban a loyal viewer.
I know.
I don't think we're doing anything but whispering.
Oh, shoot. All right. I like your content, Cold Beer Confessional. I just subscribed to you.
Mother, you have been with your husband, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
girl,
describe what we're talking about here. What is that attraction for you? If you don't mind, you know, that mystery that they're looking for an answer.
Come in, T-girl.
Hi, T-girl.
Yeah, come on up, T-girl. You can turn the camera off.
Come in, girl. Turn off the camera. Turn off your red light. Roxanne, turn off your red light.
Turn out the light.
Roxanne.
Party's about to start.
This is how I did it, T-girl. This is how I got used to going live. I was going on Ron's channel, and I just slowly, turn the camera off, jump on up. It's pinned at the top. Come on, T. You can do it.
I know, girl. Come on up.
Everybody's doing it, T.
We want to see you. So Heather was going to answer a question. I hope.
I don't know. I mean, I've been married. No, don't do that.
I'm just playing. I'm playing. I'm just joking. I'm kidding.
It's like big, you know.
Let's see. To answer your question, what does it mean to me?
That mystery that women would even be attracted to men.
Oh. Gads, I don't know. That's. Ooh. I don't know. I don't know. I've been married before, but my husband I'm married to now, I've known him since like 5th grade. I've known him we graduated together. We just, we grew up in the same place and everything. I don't know if that has, I don't think that really had anything to do with it. It was, I don't know. I've always kind of been attracted to him. I mean, he was my boyfriend a long time ago, when we were kids. I don't know. I just kind of think in our case, we were meant to be together, and it finally worked out. I really don't know. I've always found him fascinating and funny. And I mean, even when we were kids, I don't know. There's just something about him.
See, there you guys, with your answer, you just click. It's there. Even at 5th grade, that's a triumph, especially in these days.
I was really happy with my first husband for about 10 years, but it's not the same as with Stephen. It was never as good, or I don't know. I got the right guy.
Awesome.
Really do. And a while ago I saw something, I think it was a documentary, and it was talking about how even when people just kiss, there's something in your saliva, and when it mixes, you get a taste of each other on a chemical level. And if you are repulsed from somebody, you meet somebody of the opposite sex and they repulse you, and you don't know why. And then if you continue anyway and you end up kissing and you really are repulsed, that's your body's that's the chemicals that have been switched. You are not incompatible And I just thought that I was just thinking about that a minute ago when we were talking about something earlier. But I mean, there is, for some people, there's a chemical that, there's something about you that, repulses other people.
Right. That makes perfect sense. It's a mystery, isn't it? Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For women and women or men and men who are together, it would seem like such over the head, I don't get it kind of thing. But that's kind of the bridge here, is that when you find that person that you can connect with, it's a truly wonderful and kind of a miracle in a way too.
Oh shit!
All right.
Sorry, Tommy.
So it doesn't matter, gender.
I'm sorry, Tommy.
It's okay, Steve. It's okay.
I was getting distracted on like 5 different levels. So
I know,
I
Steve. Let me
apologize.
just.
You weren't
Oh
waiting
no.
long, were you?
No, not long. I know. Let me just say, Steve, you do such a good job at balancing so many things and putting up comments, and I'm sure you know what it's like to own a channel. You're probably looking at all kinds of things and trying to keep track of so many things. And you do a great job. So I'll just wait patiently but I'd love to talk to you just for 5 minutes on the phone, maybe before the broadcast, just to have a game plan. And I'm at war constantly, and it's
for
really hard.
Wednesday?
And yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
No,
so-
no.
You know
It's
what,
okay.
Tommy? What we can, if you, because on StreamYard, before I go live, if you just go to the link that I sent you, we could talk on here, but we won't be live. So it's backstage,
Could we ever talk like tonight after the broadcast? Just because I'm concerned, I won't even be able to make it, Steve. I'm under horrific assault in the neighborhood I am. They called the police on me and everything. It's bad.
Oh.
It is.
Yeah, we can figure something out and talk
Okay.
But yeah, it's still Monday.
Just 5 minutes.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll work something out. I'll get a hold of you after.
Okay.
After,
Thank you.
After the show.
Okay. Thank you. But sisters, I mean, I was going to go female in this life. I was, and I remember it in eternity before I was born. I was fully conscious in the womb, and I was fully conscious the moment of birth. And I remember blessing every other baby in the incubators October 13th, 1969, when I was born in this lifetime. The thing is that, my I mean, maybe this is just me, but I believe we're not really here for sex. We're here to win the holy war, but then again, sex, as they call it, it's just 3 letters, right? But it describes like an encyclopedic volume of fucking nature of awareness and loving. And as far as kissing goes, I remember when a beautiful South African girl, I was very honored. I was still I never grew past 12 or 7th grade because I was stymied because I was being sexually molested. And I said, I will not take one more step forward because my concern was, if they're doing this to me, everybody's at risk. And what I didn't know is, I thought that would be enough to get them to stop, but they just said, well, they never stopped. So I've been molested and sexually abused for 40 straight years. It's pretty horrible. But the thing is that, there's no greater loving than great intimacy of mind and body and soul. And there's also no greater way to hurt somebody deeply than sex. And so it's like a fire that can warm or.
Oh, did we lose him?
I have to it. I think you hit it on the nail.
No.
Women, also their journey of abuse, throughout the ages. I have to admit, it makes a lot of sense to me.
Oh, there we go. He's back.
So
I'll get kicked a lot. What were we saying, Joyful Diamond?
That what you had to say resonates with me. And I brought up women and what we've gone through throughout the ages.
Correct.
So, and just trying to come back and have a healed place when it comes to our sexuality.
Yes. Well, the thing is that, you know, if you think about the concept of Gaia and Mother Earth as the mother, you know, and so every sister that takes on the mantle of a priestess of Gaia, which is to not only have a chance to be themselves and express their spirits, but also to give birth to a new reality, a new dawn. And yet there have been troubles, and yet there have also been matriarchal.
Did he drop again?
He's, well, yeah, now completely.
That was bad. I think he's really sincere.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, he gets kicked out for some reason. I don't know.
I will always get kicked out because there are the enemy that do not want me to be able to speak, and that's all there is about it. It happens on many channels, and I wish I had my computer and I wish I could afford a camera, but that's the way it is. But if you know the ideal of women, you know the life giver, you know it's very sacred, and you know you know breasts are for suckling babes and bringing life and love, and they do, you know, or the you know the formula in the bottle didn't exist until like 100 years ago, and it was because of souls who were willing to take on the female form to continue the procreation of life and the dream and the hope of God's kingdom, that we could be brothers and sisters honorably and righteously, and in my opinion, walk humbly with the Lord and create the kingdom of God on earth. But we are always going to be under assault, and that's why I will get kicked off. But Steve, if you can bring me back, I'll try to get back if I can.
I'm optimistic that we're going to overcome this, Chariot, and that's what this time is all about.
Me too, Joyful.
You know.
By the way, I see my last name Joyce as joy in the common era, if that is fair, Joyful.
Fair enough. Yeah, you're very passionate and articulate about what you know, and we're all going through a transcending, if you will. And if you have expressed that you've endured these things, I can only imagine it. And to hear someone on panel actually admit that, I'm humbled, because I have known no one who has gone through the kind of abuse that you're talking about.
It was off the charts, and you see, they could take control of my central nervous system if they got the jump on me. Spiritually, I would use my spiritual awareness to hold them off. Like in high school, I could stave off the sexual assaults for a couple of weeks, but they would take control of my body, Steve. God damn the MFers, they would. And then they would do what they wanted to do to me, to sexually hurt me. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, David Wilcox, he's a guy, a truther that has been around a really long time. And he just separated amicably and gracefully from his wife. And he's living in the woods.
I've heard of him.
And he is starting to have recall of memories of sexual abuse and ritual abuse.
Right, it exists.
With turkeys and things like that. And he is this man who was an educator for a very long time, trying to help understand what was going on, you know, in our world from at least since the 90s.
Okay.
Okay, so David Wilcox.
Yeah, I can't quite picture him, but I like years ago I saw him and I heard him speak. He seemed very genuine.
Yeah. Now some people, he's very brainy, and he puts on long show. It's like 3-4 hours, and it's very intellectual. He has a lot of information, but his marriage ended with his wife.
That's funny.
So
I'm sorry. What did you say? He has a marriage. What with his wife?
Their marriage ended.
Oh, okay.
He's starting to remember the sexual abuse.
Right.
And she went off her direction, and he's off in his direction.
Well, I was
story. You know, that people are starting to wake up. It sounds like you are Trey, right?
Well, I've always been awake.
Why did V drop down? Maybe she had to refill her vodka. We'll give her a couple minutes.
I know. I have enough in me right now to help with the pain, because they would assault my body every day in class in middle school and high school in the 80s. Well, I guess I was a sitting duck, but they would do it on the other side of the veil of time. So I couldn't block it with martial art moves. And, you know, it is written, we are at war with principalities, you know, in the ethers, you know.
Oh, there he goes. There he goes. And again, just like that, he has dropped down, but he'll be right back.
Yeah, there's many stories of individuals who are starting to have these experiences.
So one time I was elbow deep in a donkey. No, just a joke. Chadwick knows what I'm talking about on that one. That's a funny one.
But Joyful Diamonds, you know, the thing is that it's about a frequency of being and a heart commitment. And that's what makes us true souls. And shall we love one another or not? And yet that does not necessarily mean sexually, but shall we be true friends and walk together as brothers and sisters and be willing to hold each other's hands? One of my proudest moments in life. Hi, Unspecified V.
Yeah.
That's cool. Is when she misses the chatting, so that's cool. I respect that.
Is when my baby brother in middle school. So this is like.
V.
Hey, Ronnie, I appreciate you so much. I want you to know that.
Okay,
Hi, Forging Thought.
Oh, thank you, Tommy. I just had to tell V how much I missed her, how much I love her.
Yeah, and I know, right?
I would propose to her, but I don't want to get turned down, you know, in front of the whole world.
Well, there was a beautiful story, if I may say so. And there was a guy, and he loved a girl, and they were sitting on a park bench. But, you know, neither one of them had much money, but he had a box of Cracker Jacks. And in the Cracker Jacks, the little prize was a plastic ring. And so he got on his knees and he proposed to her with the plastic ring. And she said yes. And many years later, he could buy her a real one. But they were married long before.
Hey, that sounds like me, regardless of who I would propose to.
Little ditty about Jack and Diane.
Yeah, exactly.
Kids doing best.
John Cougar Mellencamp. God bless him. And by the way, Steve, at one point, hey, the Samoan Watchman, I see that only at Steve's. I know, right? So, yeah, a Samoan and a Tongan. That was funny what you said, because, you know, I'm very pro Samoan Tonga. I got to be honest. And there have been some very nice Samoans to me here. And it was funny. The Japanese here, Steve, they're like, no, be careful. CBC. Be careful of the Samoans, you know. At Steve, what's that place called? It's like L&L Barbecue or L&L.
L&L.
Yeah, you know L&L. But it's called L&L something, isn't it?
L&L Drive-In.
L&L Drive-In. Okay, so I go to an L&L Drive-In here on Oahu, in Hawaii, and the Japanese woman who's older than me, she's like, "Now be careful. There's Samoans in there." That she was so afraid, and I go in, and the Samoan Watchman, I'm like, "What is this?" They're like, they were so lovely as people. You know, I don't know what the fear is, but we have to get past this as humanity, you know, the fear of the different or the other.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, oh shit, did we just lose Heather?
It looks like it, yep.
Hold on. I'm 1 second. 1 second.
Lost 2 of our sexy women here.
What the hell's going on, man?
These sexy women together. Just bring
Damn.
that within yourself.
Yeah, ghetto. I got you, ghetto.
I thought that Chariot had some really sweet and
I'm back, Heather Hedge.
stuff to say.
Oh no, you ain't banned CBC Anan. CBC Anan. But no, that's why you asked earlier, what the hell is going on here? I was like, I have no idea.
Is the chat in slow mode, Steve?
It might be. I don't think I had it in slow-mo, but it'd take forever to go and like I don't think it is. I'm not sure.
That's what CBC ain't was saying. I don't know either,
But what happened to Heather? Oh. Okay, hold on. I just got up.
Oh, the slow-mo in chat.
Okay. She'll be back. She had to step away for a second.
Well, Steve, that somebody asked a question just a few seconds ago about the guy that messed up, cleaned your after he used your pocket pussy, he cleaned it.
Yeah.
And offered it back to you. Did you ever get it back?
No, when he was like, I cleaned it, and I'm like, I never touched it again. I was like, that's yours, bro. That's all you. Like, that's my present to you because you used it. Like, nope, never touched it again.
Did you ever get another one?
I did. I think I did. Pretty sure I did.
Should have made him bought you one.
I know that you know what? I know I did now that you just said that because I remember someone else saying like that motherfucker should have bought you a new one because who does that? Like who does that? Like, hey man, thanks for letting me stay at your house and everything because I'm going through a divorce and oh by the way I used your pocket pussy. But I cleaned it. Yeah.
Just too much. Oh my gosh. Woo.
He couldn't have cleaned it enough for me. That's for damn sure.
That's why I was like, it's yours now, dude. Have fun, man. Have fun with it. Throw it out, whatever you want to do with it. I'm never touching that thing again. That's just who does that? Seriously, who does that?
So when it comes to toys, because that was part of your little banner, right? They had toys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, sex. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like you don't mess with a person's toys.
Mm-hmm.
How would you feel, Joy, if another woman would have used one of your vibrators or dildos?
Probably the same thing, right?
Yeah, I would think.
Yeah. Well, I'd be putting a condom on it, that's for sure.
Never
used it again. That hasn't happened to me. Because usually, with lovers, we're consenting and being careful and things like that. That's quite a story there, Steve. Man, okay, I understand the divorce thing and all that, but that's kind of, toys are kind of very private.
No kidding, especially when another man is planting his seed in your pocket pussy. I mean, that's it's not like getting spit on it or something that you can just wash off. I mean, this is literally, oh man.
And you can't boil it, right? It's going to kind of misform from the material that it looks like. It's like a rubber thing. You'd have to, who knows? But
that's what I was just like, well, you know what? You keep it. I'll buy another one.
You don't even know where they've been. For gosh sakes.
That's the thing. I mean, could you just imagine walking in, like, let's say you're going, like, you're spending a weekend at a friend's house or whatever, and then you're at the house by yourself and you go in the bathroom and you see they have a toy. I'm not even going to touch that fucking thing. Like, dude, all right, that's yours. Sorry. I didn't even mean to look at it. That's your business. But
yeah, how do you know your stuff wasn't on the side?
To be like, ooh, yeah, look at this. Oh. And then after, you know what? I'm actually grateful that he told me.
I hope so. Yeah.
You know, what if you would have did that and then I would have never known and kept using that thing? It's like, to me, it's just.
Okay, I have to admit this story. My uncle, he could not get an erection at a certain point in his life. And I knew he had girlfriends. When he passed away, I was dealing with his estate. And he literally had a strap on dildo in his toy pile. And my first thought was, gosh, that was really thoughtful. The women that he was with, although he was somewhat of a kinky dude,
Turn it off.
you know, if he couldn't be able to pleasure her with an erection, he definitely gave some forethought in having that available, you know. So there's a lot of compassion in that. You know, people can feel like, oh God, this is so gross, but we have no idea the lovemaking and the magnificence that came as a result of that, as long as no one was hurt or, you know, controlled. And I just thought, whoa, Jim, you know, wow. He couldn't have erections.
Yeah. You know, I know a guy like that myself. He's 84 years old, but man, I tell you what, that's got to be tough. I mean, his wife died several years ago, but what, 15 years ago, whatever, and he hasn't been with a woman since, but you know, it really don't make him any difference because, you know, he can't get an erection, so it don't matter.
Right.
As far as that part goes, anyway.
And just like there's this, I'm sure, was it Latin term, but you know, giving tongue.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was interested in his partner's pleasure as well.
Yeah.
Even though he was my uncle and we never talked about this ever, when he passed away is when I discovered his sex toys, because I handled the estate. And my first reaction was, whoa, there was a lot more going on with the sexual life, even though our family only knew that he was struggling with that, but he was really making an effort to, you know, pleasure his partner.
Virginia roots.
Well, good for him. I think that's exactly what every man should do, you know, and every woman. I mean, I know some guys that I used to know, I don't know many more, but they would literally, you know, not have sex with their wives just to, I guess, to try to torture them, you know. And then again, I've known women that was the same way with it. There's way more women that do that, use sex as a weapon, you know, than guys. Because most guys can't stand to go without it no more than a couple of days. But some women are like a camel, you know, they can go without it forever.
That's what they make you believe.
Yeah. Exactly. You never really know.
Virginia roots, aloha. The link is pinned at the top, Virginia. You are more than welcome to join the panel.
Yeah.
Come on, Virginia. Come on up.
But yeah, so
Virginia Roots has been there with me since day one.
We're trying.
It's awesome.
And
but that's cool. So they did work, Ghetto. I didn't even know it was on. It was on, but I turned it off, I guess. I hope.
Connie says, I didn't even know what it meant on that. Where'd it go? It moved up. On Saturday mornings when Mother closed my door. We'd make the kids go outside and play on the weekend, you know, Saturday and Sundays. I mean, they'd be out there a long time, both days. And that's when we had our good times.
What's up, Jim Lotus?
Was there barbecue afterward?
I'm sorry?
Was there barbecue afterward?
Oh, no. We were too tired by then to do anything.
No cooking, okay.
No cooking or anything. Anything you got a bologna sandwich, you know. I tell you what, I think my wife was literally like a camel because I mean, as far as sex goes, because man, it didn't seem to bother her at all if we went a week, a month, 2 or 3 months, 4 months. You know, if I didn't say, "Hey, you want to have sex?" I don't think she would have ever mentioned it. And I know she wasn't going anywhere else because, I mean, we were always together, you know. So I'm just saying, man, she was one in a million.
You mentioned that about her in our last discussion.
Yeah, she was a very straight-laced type of girl. I mean, she really was. You know, raised in the country, and man, I'm telling you what, at least it seemed to me. Now, I don't know. She might have had a vibrator stuffed around the house somewhere that I never found. I didn't ever look for one. You know, it was the last thing crossed my mind.
Sure.
But anything is possible, you know. But I doubt it.
Yeah, and everyone's their own, you know, like, I mean, there's like sometimes, and I'm very sexual, but there's sometimes where like 2 weeks will go by and it doesn't even cross my mind, you know. But then all of a sudden for the next 2 weeks, I'm like, oh, so fucking horny. Hell, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna blow up. Something don't happen here. That's sort of the way you feel sometimes.
Yeah, you just made me think of something. Wet dreams. What about wet dreams?
You know what? I've never had one. I've come so close. I'm telling you the truth. I bet I had. Well, there's no telling how many dreams I had, and it seemed like every morning before I'd get right into it, my wife would wake me up. It'd be time for me to go to work. You know, 'cause she always get up first. You know, to fix breakfast or whatever, and then I'd be right at that point, and she'd be pushing me, waking me up. Damn, it was frustrating.
I think I've had that I remember anyway. I've had two. Because I remember having a dream, and then the dream is like so real, and then I'd wake up and I'd be like, oh fuck, like, you know, like that's not piss, bro. Like,
Do you remember your age, Steve?
oh, it was the first time I was a teenager, and the second time I think I was in my like mid. Everything happened in my mid-20s, but the first time I was definitely a teenager.
Well, do you ever have any of those kind of dreams now? I mean, where you don't get there, but close?
Not if I do, I don't remember them because I don't. Only dreams I remember are the fucked up ones, and they're definitely not sexual.
Yeah, I hear you.
But no, as far as I know, I don't have them anymore. Or if I do, I don't remember them. But
sorry about that, Chad.
I haven't woken up
a bit more.
Was it here? I had to talk about what James has killed our ass for at least 2 days for me.
What was it like for you? My brother, just to be fair, it was he wetted the bed, and it was kind of an issue for my mom and him. I just stayed out of it. He was 5 years older than me, and so they had to put the plastic on the bed because he was urinating in the bed. But I think maybe it could have been some stuff. It was just between Mom and Brad, and we never talked about it. So, what was your experience?
With the wet dream?
Wet dreams, yeah. Or wetting the bed.
Oh, no, is wet the bed and wet dreams different?
Okay, so I tossed in two. I was going for a twofer.
Right. Yeah, no, the wet dreams was actually dreaming of having sex with,
I guess woman.
Like a fantasy woman in my dream, and I would actually ejaculate. I'm trying to use proper words here. I'm not used to doing that, but I'd actually bust a nut, but and I'd wake up and thinking, "Whoa, that was so real," and then I'm like, "Oh shit, I actually did bust a nut." But wet the bed, I don't think I don't think I ever did wet the bed either because unless I just forgot about it, my parents never reminded me about it. But oh, you know what? Yeah, as soon as Jim Lotus put, I had peed the bed once before. That just clicked. I did piss, but it was because I went camping with my friends and their family. I think I was like 9 or 10, and I had to piss so bad in the middle of the night, and I didn't know where to go to piss.
Oh.
So I just sat there in my whatever, the sleeping blanket, and I'm just like, oh, and I'm like, if I get up, I'm gonna wake people up, and I don't want to be rude, and I didn't know what to do, and I just pissed my pants.
Yeah, back when I was drinking all the time, I had several dreams where I would get up and I guess I was going to the bathroom. I don't know, but at that time, and I mean we didn't have any babies at this time. We still had the crib in there, you know. I went in there on at least 2 occasions and pissed in the crib. I don't know why in the hell I did that, but it was after, you know, drinking several beers. I'll put it like that. And pissed in that crib 2 times. I guess I thought it was a neat bathroom or something. I don't know, man, but that was weird.
I've had those are different wet the bed stories because I've had plenty of those. Like got real fucked up, real drunk, or I was real high on whatever drug I was doing at the time, and wake up in the middle of the night and just be like, hey, today. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Okay, that's a good. So does that happen because you're on a hard drugs that you're almost like paralyzed and you would wet, or I don't.
No, well, for me it was I knew I had to piss, but I barely remember because I was so high that it's like I just get on and be like, okay, I know I gotta pee, and my body's moving and my brain's reacting, but I don't remember none of it because I was so fucked up. I literally just like, hey, okay, I'm gonna piss here.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to remember. There was one time I was so fucked up. I can't remember where I pissed though, but when Ronnie was just saying that, it reminded me of, like, yeah. And then the next day I was like, what is this? Like, we don't even have a dog, you know? And my roommate's like, we were pretty fucked up last night, dude.
I know a guy that now you think pissing in a bed or anywhere is bad. He would come home so drunk that and I know this happened at least 2 times. He would go in their kitchen and open the cabinet, you know, bottom cabinet doors, and squat down there and take a shit. Seriously, he did. And of course, his wife always made him clean it up, you know, but I mean, I damn sure wouldn't have been wanting to store my anything down there, you know. But I mean, this guy gets so screwed up. When he drank. He didn't just drink a case. He'd drink, you know, at least 2 cases at a time, and not in a long period of time. He was you know, he guzzled them and would just get wiped out. But he don't. Last I saw him, he said he quit drinking. And I thought it was about damn time. Shitting in the cabinets all the times.
There's Cherry Rain just popped back in.
Some story.
Hey everybody, great conversation. You know? The important thing is good hearts trying to talk through important issues together.
William
Have a good night, William Gramer.
Mahalo, brother.
Mahalo. Aloha.
Wait, let's give William Gramer Jr. a
celebration.
Good night, and thank you for coming by. Let's see.
Good night, William.
Good night, William. Here you go. Here you go, William Gramer. You're gonna like this. This is the first time I'm doing this one, so this is for you, William Gramer. Mahalo, and thank you for hanging out with us tonight.
Yeah! In your fucking face, fuckwad!
Oopsie.
Did the whole thing play?
Gentlemen, one of the things and there he goes again. I love that. You know, just a short, brief, you know, how sweet is that? The thing I struggle with, I don't urinate in my bed, but I'm having dreams about trying to pee. And I'll be around a lot of people, and I'm just like, oh God, I gotta pee. Eventually, my body will come back and say, okay, now I know what's going on there, but it will play out in epic ways
Yeah.
in that dream. Yeah.
Oh, your mind can do some crazy things now. Whether you got to pee, crap, if you're hungry, whatever. I mean, your mind can pull some tricks on you when you're asleep. Hell, it can pull some tricks on you while you're awake. Sleep, oh man, it's very weird.
My brother especially had problems with that. So I was just kind of curious what you gentlemen had to say about it. Yeah.
Jim Lotus, you gotta quit with the all caps. You gotta stop with the all caps. We've had this conversation before. So
Not bottle definitely take you out.
Yeah, we've had this conversation. I don't know if you just can't figure out how to take it off caps, but we've had this conversation before. So please. Oh wait, looks like you already got. Okay. But all right. Anyway, go ahead, guys. Back to let's talk about
Glad
sex,
to be back.
baby. Let's talk about you,
Steve.
and
You know,
right?
they'll kick me endlessly if I can just say, and you know, but I'll try to get back right away. You know, but the thing is, you know, it just sucks. But you know, thanks for trying to bring me up when you can.
All right, yeah, you dropped down, and I was wondering when you're gonna come back, but
I always try right away because they do this to me on different channels also. Like it doesn't matter. They always do this to me in every aspect of my life. To be honest, I'm not allowed to participate in my own life. It's BS. But you know, I'm here.
Absolutely, you are here, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got a whole show Wednesday,
But
right, Steve?
My question is, how good is the sex?
Well, I'll tell you, the most precious things to me. There was a movie, and I think it was called like something like Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger. Do you remember anybody? Can you?
I
Was that
remember
right?
movie. Yep,
Yeah.
that's right.
And the most
Hey,
precious
Mr.
moment.
Black from doing time.
Hi, Mr. Beck.
Read Ghetto's question there, Steve.
Oh, where'd it go? Went up. There we go. Monty dropped down earlier. He never came back.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Tommy.
Ghetto. I've never experienced that. I gotta be honest. Maybe it's special. I don't know.
I think that's all on you. I mean,
but you know,
literally, I think it's all on you.
Well, it would be, yeah. The thing is, I remember it was maybe 1987.
Story. And what's that, 7?
I was saying it was. You were asking how good was the sex in that movie. I think it was like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or something like this. And it was it was an all Asian kind of a martial arts movie. But my favorite movie as a little kid was called A Little Romance, starring Diane Lane and Thelonious Bernard of France, directed by George Roy Hill, who also directed Hawaii and The Sting, Steve, and Ronnie and Joyful, and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Thanks, Joe Kerr. By the way, you know.
There he went. He's gone again.
The good old mudslide. That's hilarious.
We'll be back.
Doing the 69 and her farting in your face, and then mudslide.
Okay, so we'll wait for him to come back. But I have been in the moment of lovemaking, and a woman's vagina will actually make a farting sound.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's what I was saying. I was like, no, queefing's a different story.
As far as enjoying that in that position, I think that's unique to Ghetto.
Yeah.
Absolutely, something he enjoys.
Because it's natural. It's natural.
Yeah, but
especially when you are giving oral pleasure to the woman, and then having intercourse, and air goes in, And what happens, it's like when you grab a balloon and you know, so
Yes.
it's natural. So
Yeah.
But it was always if you want to call it a problem. And the only time I remember it happening was when we did it doggy style.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was pretty bad then. But otherwise, I don't remember it ever happening.
Interesting.
jeez, I'm too normal for this shit. No, it's natural. Oh, there's Tommy.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Back. It's hard
Fanny
to breathe.
fart.
Gary Hawkins, that's cool. And oh yeah, so I was saying to Joe Kerr, I'm gonna be very upset if that's not your actual name, because I've been honoring the Kerr family for many years, because we go back to Citizen Man's channel. But I'm just wondering, you're actually Matthew Modine. They call me the Joker. God damn. But you're a great guy, Joe Kerr, and I always love you, brother.
Well, that's not his real name, but I guess it'll have to do.
Well, my name is Thomas Joyce on my birth certificate this lifetime. But yeah, they drop me all the time. Go ahead, Joyful. Sorry.
No, you got cut off.
Oh yeah, so I think Ronnie was asking a question, and a fart on Humvees. He's going to toss mine. So I was about I was 17. She was 18. She was a South African beauty with, and whatever girl I one day have, I've never really had one. It kind of sucks, but the thing is, well, my what I wanted to do in life was hold a girl's hand and walk on the boardwalk by the ocean, because
I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure, Steve. I mean, to me, they're precious gifts like that, those opportunities, and the magic and the miraculousness, and as you said, Joyful, the magnificence of what can be, and whether it goes farther than that or not, there's a connection, a heart connection, a joyful connection. But I remember the first time we talked, she passed me a note in art class. She was a senior, I was a junior, but her family was from South Africa. They were Jewish, but and I'm Christian, but that wasn't what was important. It was just, are you a good heart? Are you a good soul or not? And the thing is that she passed me a little note saying, call me, with her number. But she didn't tell me she was in a committed relationship already, which made it complicated. It did, but whatever. But the thing is that she was looking for an out, and humbly, I say maybe I was a better option, because I believe in being a gentleman. I don't know. For some reason, she liked me. But the thing is that in the very first conversation, she said, what on the telephone, she said, what do you think about oral sex? Now I'm only 17. This is like 1987. I'm like, I think if two people love each other, that what they do together is okay. I mean, how do I answer, Joyful?
That's
But the thing,
awesome answer right there.
I know, right? But I was kind of put on the spot. But the thing is that I remember one time, we took a shower in my family home together, obviously naked. But there was no sex or really stimulation of genitals or anything like that. We just were loving each other as like a brother and sister. But and she was beautiful. She was, I mean, like model perfect. But the thing is that there was just this smiling beauty of soul together, her and I, as we just gently cleaned each other with soap and suds. And
Awesome.
I'll always remember her, but unfortunately her father died and mine kind of passed away at the same time, and it was hell, and we were divided apart. And the enemy will do that. And so what we have to remember, let me go back to the story of my RAPE that I don't talk about often. I don't, but let's just put it out there. As this guy, he gives me this cup of tea that I shouldn't have accepted, and I guess he put something in it. But the thing is that he's talking to me about all kinds of things, about like politics and state and socialism and communism and capitalism, and I love those kinds of subjects. Like Steve says, we can all be a little crazy, like Seal sings, and maybe we need to get a little bit crazy. But the thing is, I do remember fighting for our nation when we were in England in the House of Burgesses as Thomas Jefferson, and I can describe it in detail. But the thing is that I asked my angels as we were walking. He wanted me to go to his house after that. We were in this restaurant, and I asked my angels, "Is that this isn't about sex, is it?" And I heard this answer, "No." But what happened was he got me into bed, and I couldn't use my muscles or anything, and he did things I didn't want done, and no, he didn't use a condom, and he hurt me badly. But the thing is
Oh shit! What happened?
Darn it. We're almost there at the end of the story. His testimony. Now, Ghetto was talking about KY, just to fill the air a little bit. I've been with partners who are allergic to kind of petroleum products. So if you can get a water-based lubricant.
Don't do drugs, okay?
Little late.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Joyce. That was just a funny one.
I'll repeat it again then, Mr. Steve. Petroleum products, actually, KY, when I go to the grocery store, say, yeah, KY, no. If you can get water-based lubricants, it's much gentler on the vagina. Just, to let the ladies know.
Well, Nightbot's getting really picky there. I'm telling you, man. Nightbot. I mean, this is a show about sex, and it said you can't use the word adult, sex, or dating in the chat.
Oh, it says 2 minutes. Wow, that's the first time that came up though. And we've been going for 3 hours.
Yeah. I guess it was lurking, and it's waiting to hammer somebody.
Ghetto.
What'd CBC Anon say? He didn't even say nothing. He said wild.
I didn't read his comment. I was just seeing what the.
Yeah, it's saying that CBC Anon said, but CBC Anon didn't really say anything. What the fuck? It's because YouTube asshole. Yeah, good thing I wasn't listening to the panel. That's funny.
So good.
What did I miss? Oh, yes. Mark Leonard said, Joyful Diamond, sorry to interrupt. My friend Don is watching. It's his birthday. He lost his legs in Iraq war and is bound to a wheelchair. One of the wheels fell off and he's been... Cunt? What?
It's continued, and down here at the bottom, he's got another.
Oh, there's another one? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not
really depressed. Would you guys mind wishing him a happy birthday?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, what's his name?
Exactly.
Don is watching, and it's Don's birthday.
Can we sing, guys?
Happy birthday, Don.
Happy birthday.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Take over, Joyful.
Don Edick.
Dear Don. Happy
birthday to you. See, I messed the whole song up. Happy birthday, Don. Don Kedek. Happy birthday.
Honor to have you here.
We'll play this for Don.
Yo, let's do it.
Steve is my friend.
Happy birthday, Don, from everybody over from the Steve Harloha channel, Joyful Diamonds, and Ronnie York is Ronnie Cash, and from everyone in chat.
Absolutely.
Hey, there's JD. Oh, a special one for JD.
And another one for Don's birthday, man. Right on.
For Don's birthday. All right. Got another and a special one for JD and Mike.
We'll whistle me Dixie.
Mahalo, JD. That's awesome.
That was neat, him doing that. Well, it was neat you doing the music too, but it was really neat of JD giving the $10 asking for his birthday thing.
Yeah, JD is an awesome guy, man. Really awesome guy.
Connie says he's not real. I mean, I don't know if he is or not. Anyway, too late now.
What? Not real?
Yeah, that's what Connie said.
Yeah, well, it is too late now, but either way, even if it's not real, it's still fun, right?
Well, Mark says he's totally real. So thank you, Mark.
See? There you go.
He just
I am
texted
for
me and
real.
said, tell him he's welcome, Mark.
Oh, Cherry Rain's got one.
Ooh, look at that.
All right, we got to play a little bit of rock and roll.
We'll whistle me Dixie.
All right. Thank you, Cherry Rain. Mahalo, brother.
So many beautiful
I
people.
love these super chats. All right, where were we? Where did we leave off?
After Chariot Rain disappeared.
I don't remember. Someone talking about sex or something.
In Michigan, off of I-94 westbound, there is an exit that is named Climax.
Well, there's a town that's a little ways from me here called Climax. Just right out about
Really?
3 miles from me. Yeah.
That shit cracks me up. The name of it's Climax. And then also in Michigan, I-75 northbound, I think it's Troy. I'm not sure, but the exit number is 69.
Well, right on.
And the name of the road is Big Beaver.
Big Beaver, huh?
Exit 69, and the name of the road is Big Beaver. So.
Yeah, there's another small, I mean, it's just all it is really is a water tower about 3 or 4 miles from me here, and it's called Frog Knot.
Frog Knot?
Frog Knot, Texas.
Right on. It's 11:11 right now. Am I seeing that right here on the Pacific Coast?
Yep.
Number.
Yeah, it's 111 here, 11 after 1.
I just looked up. I was like, ooh, I remember that number growing up.
Yeah, Connie, that's a good place for men to exit right onto a beaver. At least in my opinion, it is.
All right, sorry, I had to step away for a sec.
Brother.
So one time at band camp,
thank you.
I was elbow deep in a,
You were elbow deep in a hunt. What's that? I don't know what a hunt is. Do you, Connie? I mean, Joy?
Chadwick knows what I was going to say.
I figured he did.
He's being bashful, Mr. Guy.
No, I'm trying to think. Like, what's an most embarrassing sexual experience that you've had?
Hmm.
Because, like I was saying earlier, like if ever get caught masturbating or anything like that, I did, and I'm pretty sure my mother, the one that caught me, knew what I was doing, but I was young, so I thought I played it off well. But hi, Mom, I love you. If you're watching, my mom watches. So. Yeah, Mom, you did catch me. And I told her, I was like, "Oh, I'm making you a present for Mother's Day," and she's like, "Mother's Day is 6 months away. What are you doing under there?" Nothing.
That's kind of sweet, actually. Oh, I'm gonna.
Oh, Gary Hawkins taking off. Much love, Gary Hawkins. Thanks for coming by, brother.
Yeah, good night, Gary.
They were in my dreams, as I mentioned earlier. Oh my God. What's going on with my psyche? My dreams. I tried to think straight. And again, I was kind of out of the house before I kind of explored that, mostly. So it's kind of boring. But there were my reasons. What's the most embarrassing? Kissing with my boyfriends, maybe, because I did have boyfriends in as I was exploring and who I was becoming. Maybe kissing, with a boyfriend and being caught.
Really, that's the worst. Golly.
I'm sorry.
I was waiting on something really juicy there. Well, my worst one that I can even think of anyway would be had this girl. We was out in the country, and we was going to do the deed, and we were doing the deed, and these two women drove up. I was pointing one way, and they were coming the other, and by the time I noticed them, where the deed was done, they were just sitting there laughing their ass off and enjoying themselves, watching the vehicle bounce up and down. I mean, it really wasn't all that embarrassing to me. I was more afraid they would call the police than anything else. We didn't have cell phones back then, thank God, or they might have.
It was so much more private back then, wasn't it, Ronnie?
Yeah. Oh, it definitely was. No doubt about it.
Golly.
No doubt.
Letter writing. I got into stamp collecting around 2016. Bought some estate stamps on eBay. I think I might have scored on some great stuff. Just people, it's like, oh gosh, this person collected a whole bunch of stamps. Get them out of here. And I got them like for $35. But I might have some real winners in my collection. But it was all in that spirit of like, we used to write each other letters that would have many copies and drafts. Well, at least that's the way it worked for me. I'd write a letter out and then there'd be another draft. And sometimes I got lucky and it was just one letter. Do you remember that, Ronnie?
Yeah. Well, what was in your letters?
Love.
Love. Okay.
Or the spirituality a lot too. Especially when I was coming out with my own sexual experience and what I felt to be the most holy of whole things about myself, and that I was like this freak monster that everyone projected onto me. I did a lot of writing back then to work my anger out with God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The only letters I ever wrote, or remember writing anyway, was when I was in the Army, and then writing home to first of all, my parents and my girlfriend at the time. Then after we got married, to my wife. So I mean, that's basically all the letters I wrote that I can remember anyway. But it was, those were the good old days, where, like you said, there was more privacy. There was, like with a cell phone nowadays, it's like, well, we are followed everywhere we go once, when we leave the house, and because you got that cell phone with you. And so you've got someone minding you at all times, whether you know it or not. But then again, if it weren't for cell phones, I wouldn't be here today, because when they first come out and I had a terrible wreck, if the guy behind me hadn't, and these cell phones had just come out now, if the guy behind me hadn't had his wife's cell phone, I wouldn't be here today. So they saved my life, in that way. And they're awful handy, no doubt about it. But man, they sure interfere in a lot of things. Looking back how things used to be.
Agreed.
It was such a much simpler way of life back then.
I have another question. Where's the weirdest place you ever knocked boots or did the dirty?
On a pool table.
Or do the thing pool table?
Pool table.
Oh shit! You don't want to know mine then. I'm going to hell.
In a church? It was?
Mm-hmm. How'd you get there so quick? Seriously, yeah. Honestly, yeah.
Well, you said you was going to hell. That's the only place I could think of.
I was a teenager too, so I mean, I was young. Dude, I was really stupid when I was a teenager. But
yeah, we all were. It wasn't just you, believe me, brother.
What about you, Joyful?
It was at my work, corporate America, in Seattle.
So was it like during business hours and you were hiding it, or was it like
off hours? Yeah, because I was working a night shift and no one was in the building. Yeah. So I guess that would be pretty racy. But and fortunately they didn't have cameras back then.
right? Yeah. Well, plus it's exciting too, because just the thought of like, what if someone comes in and we can get caught? And,
up the ante a little bit in the arousal department.
Well, did either one of y'all? That's a good question on the screen. Didn't either one of y'all ever use food? During sex for the, whipped cream, strawberries, or anything like that?
Yeah, like you were saying earlier about wax, but chocolate works way better than wax, because then you can clean it up with your tongue. Hey, Joyful's already on here. V just popped in. V, she's back. Beautiful V is back.
She certainly is. V, did you ever use food during sex? I didn't. I wish I had it, but I didn't. It never crossed my mind.
I think it's kind of a fantasy thing. But what do you think, V?
I'm sorry. I was running outside. I didn't hear the question.
Have you ever used food during sex, like strawberries and whipped cream, or has the guy ever used it on you?
No. No.
That's my answer too, because I wished I had it, but it just never crossed my mind.
Wow. So I'm just a freak then, huh?
Well, actually, we were talking.
I guess I'm just a freak.
Earlier, having brought up something that I thought was really kind of significant about, bringing a woman's body to life. And sometimes people, use the whipped cream or the chocolate or wax and things like that. I did not like the wax at all, nor the food, but it was an experience.
What I wish I would have done was use I would have loved to use whipped cream and strawberries.
Do it every time.
Put it all over a woman's body, and just lick my way to heaven.
There you go. It was not something that was on the regular, but it was something that we were thinking about. Yeah, let's go for it. And you go for it, and that kind of thing. But yeah.
All right, Stephen, what was yours? You said I forgot what you said. It must have been a good one though about food and everything.
Oh, mine with food?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying instead of using wax, like we were talking about earlier, because wax painful. It's hot, burns.
Like that. Yeah.
But you take warm chocolate and then you can actually lick that up and eat it. Wax you can't, wax is just more shit to pick up. But chocolate, you can
Okay.
eat
If you had to choose between strawberries and whipped cream and chocolate on a beautiful woman's body, which one would you choose?
Strawberries and whipped cream for sure.
Strawberries, chocolate, or whipped cream. But only one of the three.
Strawberries and whipped cream go together.
Strawberries and whipped cream.
Yeah.
So there,
Or chocolate. Oh, it'd be strawberries and whipped cream for sure.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying it was either strawberries or only whipped cream or only chocolate. But yeah, strawberries and whipped cream for sure.
Yeah, because so you can do some weird
girls
things
are
with those
sugar and
strawberries.
spice and everything nice. We have to remember that. We boys were like, mud puddles and, dirty toys, but, we try. I'm so glad to be back up here, Steve. I've been trying. I've missed so much, so many great comments up here. Joyful. Oh, V, nice to see you too. And Ronnie, hey, Ronnie, can I ask you quickly, you really touched my heart because we hadn't been in touch for a couple of years. It's been hell. But you said you'd never forget me. What was it when I was with you a couple of years ago, maybe when Trump was still in office, right? What was it that I had done or said that made an impression? I'm just curious.
Well, it's just that back at that time we were both in Citizen Man's chat a lot, and that's where I seen you at.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem, man. I seen you there, golly, every night, I guess, for a long time.
Yeah, and he kept getting taken out by trolls. And then for some reason, dear Joe Kerr, I'm so sorry, there was a woman named Tiffany Denise and Joe Kerr and myself. We were big supporters, and but he was getting taken out by trolls left and right and disappearing. But the thing is, I guess Joe Kerr said he called him a liar at one point, and
Yeah, that's what he said about it. That's what Joe said. He called him and Tiffany both that. But I wasn't there that night, I don't guess.
I think Cherry had lost connection again. But yeah, he did. But anyway, real quick about chat. It's free speech. We live in America, and I love our First Amendment. So I just don't want to block anyone or time them out, unless the only reason we should time anyone out is if they're hate speech or doxing or anything like that. But it's a free country. So
Right.
Steve,
don't hide somebody. If you hide somebody, they can't come back. So just time them out, but don't hide them.
Steve, can I ask you for the official explanation of doxing? I'm still not up to speed on modern times. It just means giving their name and address and phone number or something?
Yeah, just giving information about people that, It's like if you were to be like, oh yeah, Steve lives over at 555-5555 Oahu Road. You know what I mean?
Okay. Gotcha. Well, let me finish as Joyful Diamond, if I can, if I'm allowed, meaning by the powers that be, not you guys. The story I was telling, Joyful Diamond's my so-called testimony. Two things. So the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. My favorite part of the film is there's two Asian lovers, if you will, a man and a woman, and they're sitting together over a little tea table in the wilderness outside, and they're just gazing at each other. There's no touching, but there's such a fidelity of soul and spirit, the yin and the yang, the man and the woman. And it's such a precious moment in my heart. And I always remember that. And then moving on, just to finish the story of what happened in Holland, which I don't often talk about, to be honest, but as we're walking to this guy's house, I asked the spirits around me, "This isn't about sex, is it?" But I don't know. I've been drugged by the cup of tea. I don't. And I hear a spirit say no. And then what happens happens. But my angels interfere, and he starts to have a giant asthmatic attack. And so he gets off of me and goes to the bathroom. And my angels are saying, get up, but I can't use any of my muscles. Like nothing works because I've been drugged. And I look at the kind of roof of the ceiling, Steve and Ronnie and Joyful and V and everyone in chat, and I say, you said this wasn't about sex. And I hear the same voice say, I lied. And so we have to be very careful because, especially for our children's sake, and I'm very against what they're doing today, teaching sexual things in kindergarten, etc. Our children need a time of innocence to know that they are minds and hearts before they are simply bodies. I believe in this very strongly. The joy of being a human being, of being able to run and play and swing on a swing set and have a nice family picnic before sexual things are introduced is very important, because while it's a very powerful energy and can be a special thing, it can also do great harm, and people should know that they're valued for more than their sexual organs, if this is fair before the panel.
Okay.
Well, what's the weirdest place you ever had sex?
Is someone asking? Are you asking me that, or?
Well, yeah, that was the main question.
Oh, I missed that. What's the weirdest place I ever had sex? I've only copulated one time in life. It wasn't a weird place. I got to be honest.
So you never had sex in a weird place? That's cool.
Yeah. But isn't that sad? That the voice would say, "I lied." It was a setup. The whole thing was a setup, and this was 20 years ago in Amsterdam. But there are forces and powers that will use sex to hurt us, forces unseen, and so we have to be very on guard and vigilant as we play with a fire that can warm and heal and do great good. I'm talking about kissing, though, something more innocent, if I may. I remember the first time this dear South African girl who was a year older than me, she's like, "Do you know about French kissing?" And I'm like, "Not really." But so it just means, tongues, not just lips, if you will. But what I can remember is we would reach this moment of at one with the divine, and you're like lost in the space of being back in touch with your true soul. And this was magical. And, as friends, we shared these moments. And I'll always remember and honor her as a friend, if that's okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, not telling.
By the way, if I'm up on panel, I'm not watching chat at all. It's just too much for me. I'm just watching a StreamYard, and I have private. It's just too much for me. My arm is really crippled, and I got to hold this Oculus Rift on my face with my crippled arm, and it's all too difficult. But thanks, Steve, again, for allowing me to speak a little, and for others listening. And
Right
Joe Kurt,
no.
We'll make it through.
We lost V again. Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that may be.
ABC, 1, 2, 3.
Weirdest place I've had sex I can think of offhand was in lesbian's bed with said lesbian. Can't say I could have predicted that happening before that night. Hey, that's pretty hot damn bacon. That is I don't think I would have been able to predict something like that either.
I do remember this one time talking about lesbianism. I had this dear friend named Megan. I won't mention her last name. When you do that V, are you like pointing at you pointing up at Steve or pointing? Okay, V for victory. Yeah. All right. Cool. The thing is she had she called me one night. Her name was Megan, and I knew her older sister whose name was Georgia, and she was like ahead of me in high school, and Megan was behind me in high school in the 80s. And we used to play hacky sack in high school. If you remember hacky sack, Steve, did you ever play hacky sack?
Nah, I tried it once, but wasn't for me.
Okay. Well, we used to play, and the thing is that Georgia, she would play, but everybody was watching Georgia's chess more than the ball, to be honest, because she was beautiful. I don't know what to tell you, but the thing is, I wouldn't do that. But the thing is that the little hacky sack, but and she actually did move to Georgia, which is crazy, and so did Megan eventually. But eventually, Megan and I got together, and they were a wonderful family. And they had an old Volvo that had written on the side of the front door Toad Hall. And Toad Hall was from the famous book The Wind in the Willows. And they were so nice to me, this family, and not many families where I grew up were. But Megan and I were together in her bedroom, and she had had an affair with a girl. And I remember when she called me up and she had something to tell me. But I knew right away, I could sense it. Like she was going to tell me she'd had an affair with a girl, like somewhere. Or she had gone to the Wise Woman Institute. Joyful Diamonds and V, have you ever heard of that?
I had no.
Okay. Yeah, back in the 80s, 90s, this was a known thing, in certain circles. But this was Megan's heart, the wise woman of the woods. It's different than being a witch. It's not boil and trouble in a cauldron, toil and, a bat's wing and a spider's web. It's about understanding the wisdom of the woods and like aloe vera, Steve, that can help with sunburn and this sort of thing, and kindliness. But
Yeah, sure.
yeah, and what many people don't understand is in the early days of America, many of our soldiers and many of our ancestors, they survived because of what is known as wise women, because
There he went again.
I like what Mr. and Mrs. Ghetto have to say there. I'm interested in that. Aloha, everybody, and welcome to the Steve Harloha Show with Ronnie Yorkis, Ronnie Cash, Mrs. Beautiful V, and Joyful Diamond. And we're talking about sex. What's the weirdest place you've had sex?
I'm trying to remember ever having sex at all.
Ronnie's like, it's been 74 years since I had sex.
At least.
I love giving you a hard time, Ronnie. So
No, I know.
I love you.
But you're right though, Steve. It's been a long time, man. I'm beginning to wonder what this thing is for other than peeing.
That's it. Just the piss. It's the piss and to wake you up in the middle of the night to piss. When you finally fall asleep and it's like, God dang it, I gotta get up and piss again.
I think I'm going to start taking it out, slapping it around just to have something to do,
You can do the towel trick, when you get excited and then you get the towel and I'm like,
yeah, fun. I could do that, couldn't I?
The towel dance.
Absolutely.
The ladies are being quiet. They know exactly what we're talking about. Hey, Celtic Mutt. Aloha, brother.
Been a while.
Do what?
Gross. I had sex in every graveyard on the Eastern Shore. Nice.
Okay, I can't see the chat. Hi, Celtic Mutt. I can't see you, but hi. I'm sorry. I'm like a YouTube person and I can't get on the other platforms.
So you're gonna tell us something good then? You gonna tell us a secret? I want to hear a secret.
I think so. Mum's the word.
Just when I thought we were never gonna get to toss salads.
It's all in chat.
No, no, I got no secrets.
Well,
Right on, Ronnie. Good shit, Ronnie. Good shit. Nice.
I experienced a free. Yeah.
So y'all tell me, what is sex like these days? I mean, it's been what, 195, 200 years since I had it. Y'all clue me in. Is it still wet, sloppy, sweaty, wonderful?
Hope so.
Oh shit.
Well, Simone tell us. I know Simone will tell me what it's like.
I just remember Simone saying something about Simone's and beds, and then they break.
Dude. We're not meant for regular beds, man.
Can't do much humping in them beds, huh?
No. We're cavemen. We don't got beds in islands. What's up?
Well, can you tell me what sex is like these days, David? Because I haven't had it in so long. I'm trying to remember, and I think I got an idea, but I can't quite remember it.
Oh,
is it
still changed,
good,
man? It's still good. Nothing changed. I mean,
right on.
What's a new stuff? But
I kind of thought over 10 years or something would have changed, but I guess not.
No.
Well, I think it's getting away from what it's supposed to be. Just the intimacy is now just like just a thing to do. For some people, a lot of people don't. I don't know. A lot of people, they kind of like the other day on your chat, people were hitting it on the head. It's all about romance. You know what I mean? That's the big indicator of whether it's good or not. You know what I mean?
And it is
a shallow ass person.
No, if you hadn't got romance in it, I mean, sex is just well, it ain't much good if you don't have some romance and if you don't have at least for me, if you don't care a little bit about the woman you're having it with,
But yeah, the freaky stuff is nice. I'm not trying to shoot that down. That's all that's good.
Oh no, me either. That's what I say. It's all right. But when you have the romance and you're with the woman you love or the person you love, it's much better.
Right.
Yes, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because for me, I always like to roll over and just smoke a cigarette, after the deed is done. And
yeah, I just go right to sleep. It's like, that's the only time I can fall asleep like a light switch.
Do it every night then.
Huge.
It's not always like that though. I don't know. Sometimes I just want to do stuff after. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. There's days where I'm just out, where she wants to talk. I'm like, no, there ain't no talking. Like it's done. It's over. But then there's days where, I got energy. I don't know. I don't know how to explain that.
Now David is the guy that if he's got such a mellow voice and all, that when he's got that Barry White voice, so if anybody ever wants to romance, just have David to sing for you. And man, I tell you what, you've been hog heaven.
As long as it's not chocolate rain.
Exactly. Yeah, no chocolate rain.
Oh, Monty does a good chocolate rain. When Monty does it, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I agree, Moonchild. Sometimes during.
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely during.
Got to have that cigarette. Now beer, I don't know. I probably spilled the beer all over me, the bed, and everywhere else. But the cigarette, yeah, I got to have a cigarette, particularly afterwards.
Yeah, it makes sense at 199. Absolutely.
It's crazy for me because literally I am a light sleeper and I cannot fall asleep. But after sex, I'm just like, just out like a light.
So, I know you have not talked about Nina. Has she just had this heartwarming thing about her when that happens for you? You know, like you're at rest at last.
Right. Well, yeah, that's like what Ronnie was just saying about, it makes a huge difference when you have feelings for the person and you care about the person and love the person rather than just, like they say, just banging some chick, So there's meaning to it,
Yeah, just like I said, just banging the chick. It's when you break sex down outside of love, it goes more or less goes back to the animalistic thing, which we all are. I mean, we're gonna face it. But when you add the love in there, then it changes into, at least for me, it changes into a whole different thing.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. I agree.
The sex is good either way you look at it, particularly if you have whipped cream strawberries.
Sex in the morning, sex at night. Sex in the afternoon's all right. Anyone know who sings that?
It sounds so
No.
familiar.
I know. No, Simone. I thought Simone would know that.
Raw Dog Jones.
Ice-T.
Is it Raw Dog Jones? Oh, it's Ice-T? I thought it was Raw Dog Jones. I'm just kidding. Had no idea who it was.
Yeah, that's the thing. So much music. I think we were talking about that last night on the live. So much music is just about sex. And like all the rap music I listened to in the 80s and early 90s was just sex. And then I switched over to like rock and roll and there's still sex in that. It's like everything's about sex. You turn the TV on, commercials, everything, sex.
Well, the rap that I heard was talking, all it done was cut women down. I mean, literally, every rap song I heard, and the only reason I heard them was because my son listened to them at that time. He don't listen to it anymore, but back then he did. Oh, man. I said, why do you listen to that shit? And, all they do is talk about how they hate women, and they're going to kill a woman. And literally, that's what it was.
Right? Yeah,
That's just the
especially
style
in
they
the
were.
80s. Especially in the 80s.
Or good morning, I should say.
Aloha, Celtic Mutt.
Aloha.
Long time no see, brother.
Yeah, really. How are you?
Good. How have you been?
I'm good, bro. I'm not going to stay long, but I just wanted to pop up and say hello. I saw that V and Joyful Diamond were up here and wanted to pop up and say, hey, I hope you don't mind, Steve, that I put my the link to my channel down there in the chat. I hope that's okay.
No, absolutely, brother. Yeah, we've known each other for way over a year.
Yeah, way over. We're closer to 2, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Everybody go check out True Celtic Mutt. I'm usually calling you Celtic Mutt, but that's your new channel, so.
Yeah, either one. Either one. But yeah, like tonight I did we did some music tonight, and tomorrow I'm going to try to do some of my art. So, we kind of cut it up, we'll chop it up a little bit in different ways every night.
Right on. Sweet.
But as far as the topic for your channel tonight, we hit every cemetery on the way back from Maryland, going through the Eastern Shore, and we stopped. It was a thing. She since passed on, but when you ask the strangest place, that has to be probably the strangest.
And was it at nighttime too? Like, was it like?
No,
creepy?
middle of the day. Like
Yeah.
we hit the Maryland, the Maryland Virginia border of the Eastern Shore about 2:00 in the afternoon.
Interesting.
Yeah, we were.
Well, was anybody in the graveyard impressed by it? I mean, did you see any
I
posts or
don't
anything?
know. I don't know. I haven't seen any
But-
posts. Nobody took any pictures. I mean, that I know of. I mean, we tucked
Well,
up back
that's
behind.
why I was asking if it was the middle of the night, because it's like that'd be even creepier. Like, dude,
Oh,
like
no,
you're
get
gonna
me.
be, in the middle of your thing, and you're gonna feel something on your ear and be like, "What the fuck was that?"
No lie.
Now, we did that too, but yeah, that was her. She just had a thing. That was her thing. So she would occasionally get she'd get this for lack of a better word, urge, and she'd be like, "Let's go," and I'm like, I knew what that meant, so it was just like, "That's where we're going."
Wow.
Well, were y'all ever looking over your shoulder or anything, or listening
hell
to
no.
things? You wouldn't just let her rip, huh?
Well, I mean, the cemetery. Okay, we had one particular cemetery that we knew, like almost nobody ever went to. It was it's really really old, and it's tucked up all the way back up in the swamp. So, and it had been an old family cemetery, and most of the family was now long gone. So nobody ever went in there. But yeah, that was just her thing. I mean, I don't know.
See you again.
I think I
couldn't do the
that's one
cemetery.
place I missed. I don't think I could either. I'd be looking over my shoulder.
Nah.
Cemetery be too
Cemeteries.
creepy for me.
Everybody gets creeped out about cemeteries, but think about it. Cemeteries at night are some of the most peaceful places in the world.
They have to be.
I mean, who's going to come visit a dead person in the middle of the night, and everybody
The
around
weird
you is
ones.
dead? So it's not, okay, the weird ones, but
That's where the weird people go at night.
I can honestly say that in the probably 24 times that we visited that cemetery, we never saw anybody.
You're lucky.
Now the one down in town, that's a whole different story. There'd be no way in the world I'd do it the one down in town, because I mean that's in the middle of literally right in the middle of town.
Yeah,
It'd been my luck a ghost would come up and tap me on the back and said, "Man, is that the best you can do? Scoot your ass over. I'll show you what to do."
Let me show you how that works. Yeah, I get you. I feel you. But yeah. Nah, but I'm not going to stick around because I don't want to monopolize the conversation. Y'all were cutting it up pretty good, and I feel like I just screw stuff up for y'all.
No, not at
You
all.
blood's
not
always
at all.
appreciated.
You.
Well, I know there's still some out there after the whole thing with Ron that I feel like I probably
That's what I do.
No, that was interesting.
have some people that are Wesco. He's been on my.
That was my whole thing. Like if I was buried, there, and then and I'm like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Like, really?
Now I will say that there is only one time I ever told her no to that, and she understood once I explained why. She had wanted to do the deed in the same cemetery that our daughter was buried in, and I'm like going, you do realize how weird that is, right? And she stopped and she thought about it, and she's like, yeah, I guess you're right. So I was like, yeah, we're not doing that. So
yeah, JD every Sunday, definitely subscribe to Simone.
I've heard of whistling past the graveyard, but I never heard of screwing in the graveyard.
Oh.
No.
But just anything take your mind off the graveyard, I guess.
Yeah, it's just creepy. It's just creepy to me. It's
well, there is a Samoan gang here, and that's why my idea of a graveyard at night. These Samoans, they drink till the clubs are all closed, then they go to the cemetery and play tag. And I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing over there?
Two of 'em,
This was like, this is
but
what
see, that wouldn't bother.
we're
See, that
people
wouldn't
do.
bother me because two of my foster brothers are Samoans, so I'm used to crazy Samoans doing crazy shit.
Interesting.
Two of my yeah, I mean Tommy and Malik, they always doing something crazy.
That's funny. Yeah, some of these guys, they just got it ingrained in them, man.
Oh
Just
yeah,
do something.
no. Them island boys, I tell you, you got to worry about them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Present company not included, Steve. But Steve, but Steve's not really an island boy. Not really. He's a transplant.
No, yeah, I was.
That counts.
I wasn't grown here. I was flown here. So
You're a Howley.
I'm more. Yeah, I'm a Howley. I'm a
You're a
Howley.
Howley.
I'm from Detroit. You know.
Yeah, you're a Howley. I know.
I'm a D boy.
You're a D boy.
That still counts.
See, you didn't think I knew anything about no Howley, did you?
The Howley thing cracks me up because to some people it's like a racist word,
Nah,
but to me it's like, call me a cracker, call me a Howley, call me whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Well, when I was a kid, I dated this chick. She was from Oahu, and she always called me a Howley, so I just got used to it. She used to give me a hard time about it. I'm like, yeah, but your ass is dating me, aren't you?
Right. Yeah, it's literally the same thing as just saying, hey, it's a white guy.
Yeah, it's a white guy. Yeah, that's all it is.
But
Guys, I'm going to call it tonight. Thank you, Steve, for having me up, and thank you, Joyful, for joining us. Beautiful V, beautiful Joy. I don't know what Celtic Mutt looks like, but I know he's a guy, so I know he's ugly.
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, we're not gonna. Trust me, the women in this chat that were ever over at Ron's can tell you how ugly I really am, especially Virginia Roots.
Okay. Well, Virginia Roots, exactly how ugly is he?
On a scale of 1 to 10, she'll tell you I'm probably at least a 15.
And Dave, it's nice seeing you again, brother.
You too, bro.
We fell out.
Shit, I think I put the wrong one.
Don't
enter. All right, Ronnie.
Thank
you for Ronnie. So it looks like we might do this again next Monday.
Sounds good to me. Sex is a subject I never get tired of. I mean, I can't, I'm not doing it anymore, so I might as well talk about it.
There you go. Exactly.
I love you guys, and see y'all tomorrow night.
Tomorrow, right? Or tonight for you.
Yeah, tonight.
Music Mayhem 4, yeah?
Absolutely.
You too, right?
Normally go live, Steve.
Right, Simone? Music Mayhem 4, you gonna be there?
I'll try, man. I got that new schedule on East Coast, so.
That's right, yeah.
That means he ain't gonna.
Yeah, that's a polite way of saying.
I was like, I gotta hop on tonight to say what's up because I wasn't able to get on the other day.
Such an honor.
Thank you. Likewise.
It's a polite way of saying probably not.
Yeah.
We love
he does have kids there and everything, he don't want to wake up or whatever, so.
Yeah, he's got all the responsibilities and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Good night, Ronnie. Good night.
Can't kick him out yet.
Good night, beautiful V. I'm gonna dream about you tonight. I'm already dreaming.
I know, right? I think this is the first time I showed my face to Celtic Mutt.
No,
I think
it's not.
so.
There's a certain picture with pigtails, remember?
Oh yeah. But that's a picture. So this is live.
Yeah.
So this is live. So it's me.
Yep. And I'm glad. I'm actually glad that you're up here because you had me worried there for a little bit, right?
I know, right? What happened was my other computer was old and it lost all my info, and I'm sorry, I lost my passwords and like I couldn't remember them. I couldn't remember my email, but you know what? It's okay. Well, I'm still on YouTube.
That's okay, and you're also over there on apparently over there on Odyssey because you answered the question about the Rolls Royce for me.
Yeah. Like I love Odyssey. I try to get on Odyssey. And look, I live in Virginia Beach, so I have been to that restaurant many a time. So hey yo, come out to that restaurant sometime. You never know.
Right. Well, I mean, my daughter lives about a half a mile from there, and we were actually walking back to the house. And I had done the whole walk through Virginia Beach. I was trying to get
Love
down
you,
there for the
Ronnie.
Neptune
Love you,
Festival,
man.
but apparently that didn't happen because of Ian. So
Okay, so you know what? Like I love Ronnie. Ronnie's my man in Texas. You're my man in Norfolk. And we say Norfolk, Norfolk, Norfolk. We say Norfolk.
that's right.
And
No, and then swear, damn it. No, and then swear.
I know, right? So Steve and Nina, they're my guys in Hawaii. So yeah, Hawaii.
boy.
You gotta put
Island
the
boy.
V.
So what
You gotta
she's
put the V up in there.
so what
So
she's saying is that she's got a man in every port. That's what she's trying to tell me.
so you know that's a
That
flight
big dog
attendant
song.
thing. So like
She's
you know,
always thinking ahead. That's a smart woman
I
right there.
used to be a flight attendant.
Right?
And
Right?
you know what? It's the same thing with a pilot. Let me tell you what, those pilots, they really do have a woman in every port. That's the truth. But I'm a good girl, so like I just have friends in every port.
That's right.
And Ronnie, love you, man. I see he's gone off of my screen. Dang. Good
Yeah,
night,
he's not.
Ronnie. Good night in Texas.
I think he bounced out while you fell out.
He probably did. Like he's like that girl is like too much.
Mm. Nah, I just like I said after we had that one conversation, I got a little worried about you. I wanted to make sure you were all right.
I know, right? I'm sorry. You know what? This is the honest to God truth. I'm not young. I'm really not young. And like I lost my actually it wasn't just that I lost my password, my computer like burned out. So I was having a hard time getting my password. So you know what? I just said, you know, F it. I don't care, right? Like I don't have no stress, no worries. Like I love my friends here on YouTube and I
Right.
love my friends on Odyssey because I don't have to go through like 3-step
Very-
login.
Right.
I'm okay with it.
There you go. I don't blame you. Shoot. And if you don't catch my show on here, you can always go and catch it on Odyssey because I do back it up over there.
That's where I'll be, like Odyssey and YouTube. That's my two things. I
Yeah.
don't even give a flip about like what's it called? Like
See, I'm over there on Rumble too, though, but that's only because I'm monetized over there.
I do a little Rumble and like I tried to catch you like up on Redbubble,
Mhm.
but I don't do like the true. I don't remember what it's called. True something.
True Celtic Mutt? True Social?
Yeah, maybe True
Yeah, I don't mess with
Social.
True Social either. I'm
Like
not over there. I
yeah,
don't mess
yeah,
with that
yeah.
either. That's about. I think that's about. I honestly think that's about to die out.
It probably might be. So I do like YouTube and Odyssey. That's it. I
Yeah.
recommend you guys who are on YouTube back it up on Odyssey because
Mhm.
Odyssey is not censored and you can put shit up on Odyssey that you maybe can't say here. Not just
100%.
sex. I mean, not just the
100%.
joy of stocks.
100%.
Maybe it could be
Rumble's the same
political.
way, and that's why I do that. See,
Yeah.
my backup to Odyssey is Rumble, and then my backup to YouTube is Odyssey.
Right. Hey, JD. Hey, Navy vet, Joker. Joker. I'm with you. Like Odyssey, they're good,
Yep, I
right?
can see you, Joe.
It's good.
I see you, Joe.
Yeah. So I just back myself up to those, and um, But yeah, I've only been actually doing the live thing for probably 2 months. As far as actually doing my own channel and promoting my own videos and that kind of thing.
It's kind of cool because you don't live that far from me.
Nope.
And I used to work in your neighborhood. I used to work for Verizon. And, I don't mind saying it because I don't work there anymore. But I worked for Verizon.
She's just trying
And
to put me out on Front Street. No, that's all good.
exactly. It's right down the street. And
I know exactly
you know
what you're talking
what? I probably drove by your house every day, Mutt.
Okay, you know where the post office is, right?
Post office. Tell me
Yeah.
what street.
No, but I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
5 points BP. I'm BP.
Okay, 5 points I got.
Yep.
Okay, so you're not far from there, right?
Nope.
Yeah. So like I have driven by your place, especially when I was late for work. I
Right.
took the back roads. I know there's back roads. Like I'm good with the back roads. I love Virginia Beach. I live in Virginia Beach. I love Virginia Beach. I love Norfolk. It's cool with me. My
Well, I chop
father.
up Virginia Beach. Yeah.
Yeah. Like my father was in the Navy. I was born in, well, actually, I was born in Guantanamo Bay, but that's a long story. So,
I've got a
I
cousin that
love,
was born in Guantanamo Bay, so I get it.
so I love Norfolk Naval Base. Recently, they had the Blue Angels
They had the air
and
show.
the air show.
Mhm.
Look, I'm hogging up the airtime. So you know what, but like I love Hawaii. If you've been to Hawaii, I've been to the what's it called? The
That would be a
Pearl
Steve
Harbor.
question.
Yeah. Like Pearl Harbor. I took the boat. I took the little ship out to the I took it. Like I love Pearl Harbor. Anyway, I miss Hawaii. So this is my favorite channel. So come catch me on here. I love Steve Harloha. I love Nina. I love seeing Hawaii. I love seeing the restaurants. I love seeing the the sunset. I like seeing Charlotte Rain. I love seeing my friends in Hawaii. I miss it. I can't wait to go back.
There you go. Everybody got quiet.
Thank you, Dee. That was awesome.
I just can't say nothing because I'll start crying because she just made me so happy by everything she said. I gotta look at the ceiling. Hold on.
Why you gotta look at the ceiling, Steve? Come on now.
What's up out there? What's going on out there? Why is everyone looking at me?
Oh, I was actually looking at the chat, bro. Y'all weren't looking at you.
I'm back in the chat.
Let's see how to.
No, look for Kelly. I'm just like.
But yeah, I'm just glad that you're okay. That's all I'm gonna say, V, because you really, you can ask Indy. I was blowing her up because I was like, seriously, I didn't know what was going on.
You know what? Like, Indy is the only person I really trusted on here. Like, I trust her. Independent Many. Y'all make sure you're subscribed to Independent Many. My main home computer had burned out and I couldn't get back on the Discord, and they were giving me a hassle. So I was like, you know what? I ain't got time for this. So that's the problem.
Well,
I'm
like I said,
I ain't got time for it.
As long as you were okay, that's all I cared about.
I'm good. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm on here with you tonight. I hope you saw my face. I'm good.
Yep, I see that, and I can breathe a little bit easier. I can also now leave. I can now leave Indy alone too, because she's like, all right, look.
No, she's so good.
What V
Indy,
said
subscribe
about
to Indy Independent Many United. I'm like, you know what? Hey, I'm like Celtic Mutt. I'm like the blonde, the red haired. Like my father was Irish, so I'm like red haired. And you know what? I'm glad you saw me tonight because like I'm not ashamed. I don't care.
I don't know why you would be ashamed.
Aw.
I don't know why you even why you feel you even need to say that. There's no shame in the game. Come on, look, the only ugly one up here on the screen. Hold on, I'm almost all this for y'all. There it is. There's the ugly one on the screen right there. Okay. There.
Oh
Okay.
God,
Now
turn
I'm
it back
done.
off. Turn it back off. Thank you.
I did.
Thank
You good?
Woo, man,
Thank
I'm gonna
you.
have nightmares. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, brother.
Look, I have
I
nightmares.
think
Look, I have nightmares every night from the morning before when I
You have
gotta look in the
nightmares
you're a
mirror.
because you know you're gonna wake
photographer.
up and have to look in the mirror. No, I'm kidding.
Exactly.
Okay.
Like, oh my
There
god.
you are. I see you now. So, like, you're a photographer, and like back in the day, I used to get my picture taken. So, like, you know what? That's what
Hmm.
it was. It was you're a
Well,
photographer. But
meet
look at these
me at
beautiful souls.
meet me at Rudy Inlet and at sunrise in like 2 days, and I'll make sure that we get you some sunrise at Rudy Inlet pictures. And I know
Dude,
you know
I
what I'm
am so
talking about.
pale. I am so white. I am so like fair skinned. But that's okay. You know, like I'm a
That's why I said
freckled
we're gonna do it at
redheaded.
sunrise, and we ain't got the sun's not near as strong at sunrise.
I know, right? Like I see like Samoan watchmen. Like, you know what? Like I have a lot of family that is like Filipino and different things. And like it's so cool to me. And like my nephews, my nieces, they are like so beautiful. And even like Steve knows,
Nice.
Nina knows. It's like a beautiful thing. It's like a beautiful family.
I got a question for the
Well,
Samoan Watchman. I
what's
want
up?
to understand why my brothers did this to me. All right, now my brothers are 6'4" and 6'5". Both of them are over 300 pounds. Okay, I'm only 5'7".
Uh-oh.
And how is it that they're both bigger than I am, but I'm him too fat?
They're bigger than you are, but you're what?
They nickname me him too fat.
They nickname you too fat?
HYMTUPHAT is what they name me.
And you're
Clown.
5'7", and how tall are
Maybe
they?
because like
6'4"
Samoans
and
are
6'5".
expected to be fat.
Oh shit.
6'4"
Like
and
that's
6'5". They're giants. These dudes are big.
Right there.
man, it's just a normal thing to us. It's like we
I
don't
know. Look,
see us. You know what I mean?
them boys are like those boys are my brother. I don't care what nobody says. Them boys came to live with us
Yeah.
when they were 15. Both of them,
Hmm.
15 and
That's
16
cool,
years
man.
old. And those
I
boys are
have,
my brothers. I don't give a damn what nobody says.
yeah, I have never, and there's a lot of Samoan people on this island, and I've never met one Samoan person that was an asshole, that was a jerk, that was, you know what I mean?
Oh no,
They're just,
no. These,
they're
Oh shit, man.
look. I
super
love them boys.
wealthy.
They are my brothers for real.
No, for real, man. I love Samoan people and Filipino people, man. They're so family oriented and just loving,
I don't
awesome
know.
people.
I'm joking when I say this, but I don't know nothing about no Samoan people. I mean, about no Filipino people outside of the Philippines.
You gotta subscribe to my beautiful wife
No,
Nina's channel.
hold on. No, let me explain. Outside of the Philippines and maybe the Pacific Islands themselves, we have probably the largest Filipino population in the continental United States.
Where's that?
I don't know. That's a good question. We have an extremely large
Where was
Filipino
it?
population.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're here too.
Outside of the islands, I think we're probably in the continental United States. We have probably got the largest population.
Yeah, there's huge areas over here in LA County. Buena Park,
There's
all of them.
Norfolk, Chesapeake, Virginia Beach. They're all. I mean,
Mhm.
Hampton Roads is just. I mean, massively loaded with them.
Yeah, I grew up with Filipinos. I was their kuya. I forgot the name. Is that what it is? That's
What is
always
it?
what theirs. Kuya.
Look,
It's
Nina.
like
Look,
brother.
what I'm gonna need is I'm gonna need some pancetta and some lumpia, and I'll be good.
Oh, that's
Plenty of
funny.
lumpia. Plenty of lumpia.
Some pancetta and some lumpia, and I'm straight. They don't know nothing about that over here. until you hit one of these restaurants.
I can't do that, baby.
Nina's channel too. She's got videos of some really good videos of cooking Filipino food.
If she, I mean, drop her link. I'll sub her up. I ain't scared. Drop the link in the back room.
And if I don't like something, I'll be honest about it. But it's really, really good. So
yeah, I mean,
that lengua for breakfast was pretty bomb. Lengua and tomatoes. It's just good.
See, I'm not a big tomato person unless it's in like my pizza.
What is
wow,
that?
What is that? That's like a signal. Somebody's got like a weather signal or something going on.
Somebody fucking with us, seriously, because that's not me.
What are you hearing?
Hold up. I'm gonna close this out. I'm gonna make sure it's not me. No, I got everything closed up.
All right, but there's Nina's link.
Hold up.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that was. That was weird.
Sounded like Morse code, kind of.
It did.
Right. Yeah, I think someone's
They trying to mess with you, Steve.
either fucking with me or hacking me or fucking with me and hacking me at the same time.
Oh, this talk was about sex. I mean, so never mind.
Well, plus, I told you I got trust issues, man. I don't trust.
I know. I get it. Trust me.
now.
I get it. Look, I get it. Believe me, I get it.
I'm trying to look. I don't got nothing else open.
Yeah, I don't think it's any of us on the panel.
I don't think so. It sounds like it was from.
Interesting.
It
like
was definitely some kind of Morse code thing.
Yeah. Well,
that's weird.
You were trying.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Who's signaling the feds using Morse code exactly?
Oh, then I need to run. Shit, no. Cut the feds. I gotta go.
I don't know what it was for the chat. That was not buffering.
Mm-mm.
So, what's the word from your gentleman? Did we end it?
I wouldn't be able to do it, but it'd be hilarious if I just ended the stream and everyone would be like, "What the fuck happened?"
Dude, that would.
I'd be like, "I don't know what that is."
Yeah.
Like, and it just ended.
Why can I not get this copied? That is weird. I can't get her to link the copy. And
We have to
click.
It's boom.
It's just Nina. If I looked it up, it would just be Nina. Because of the link is I'm having issues getting the link to work, but that's me.
Oh yeah, I just clicked on it too, and yeah, it goes right to hers. But it's shoot. You know what? Send me
I got it. I think.
Oh, it worked. All right.
Yeah.
Well, here's my email anyway. Send me an email. Just send me an email anyway, so that it's easier to contact each other that way.
Yep. Hold on a minute. I will.
I put that in the chat.
I'll hit that up here in just a second.
Which, speaking of, I haven't checked my email in like 2 days.
So. You in trouble?
That's the thing. I never look at my email. So.
Oh no, I got to do that a couple times a day.
Well, if you email me, I'll give you my phone number.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
And then the phone, I always check my phone, but because the email is like 99% just garbage, so I never check it.
Right. Okay.
I'm worried about that Morse code shit. What the hell is that about?
Right? What was that shit about?
That was really interesting.
You got me a little.
Yeah.
That usually means like somebody's phone is getting the message or something like that.
Let's hope that's what it was.
Well, that is a possibility, but my phone is off.
Steve, I'm gonna Moonchild's right. No, it wasn't Moonchild. Somebody said your message wasn't going through, and I'm not seeing the email. I'll go ahead and give you mine on here. It don't bother me for you to have it. It's CelticMutt1970 at gmail.com. That's the main one.
Celtic Mutt with 2 T's.
Yep.
1970
at Gmail.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool. I'll send you an email then, and then.
Yep. You send me an email, and I can give you my number.
Right. Cool. Cool.
But yeah, I do. I check that probably 2 or 3 times a day.
It's amazing to see the people in chat this evening. This morning for me.
Yeah, it's morning for me too. It's 3:18 in the morning.
I was about to say, because it's 9:18 here. I was about to say it's probably like at least 2 or 3 o'clock.
It's 3:18 in the morning. But I fell out in the middle of the day today, and I know I passed out till like 2:30, 3 o'clock. So I'll be up the better part of the night now. I'm still fighting to get my disability, so
Yeah, what is going on with that? No one commented, but people said they were commenting, but
I saw it like it would freeze up for a minute.
I think I'm getting hacked or something.
Yes, ma'am. V put it out there. Yes, yep. Little Creek Road won't be a house. Yep.
What did you say, Simone?
I'm sorry if I stepped on him.
No, I was just saying we're just talking about the chat freezing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we experienced it as a sound and like these kind of sequential.
That's weird.
Got you. Well, I tell you what, since you have put that in the chat, Ms. V, we will have to set something up and meet at that particular spot and go together at some point and have lunch.
It would be a house. That sounds good.
Yeah.
You're funny, Joe.
Yeah, we're not that far apart.
Ghetto, no, I'm not. But I trust the other people that do have controls of it, which one is in the next room, and one just got off the panel. So,
yeah,
it's Ronnie.
Yeah, Ronnie.
Ronnie's messing with you. That's what it is.
Ronnie's like, I'm tired. If I'm going to sleep, all you're going to sleep.
No, you know what it is. He said in the next room, which tells me that's probably his Nina, which means that she's ready for him to come to bed. So she's in the next room messing with him so he can get off the stream and go to bed.
Does anybody know Morse code? I want to know what they're saying.
Oh wait,
well, that's the weird part.
Never mind. I forgot that never mind. It's 9 in the morning your time.
Because I'm not that computer savvy to like how would you do that? How does that even work?
What, Morse code?
No, like to do that through the stream. Like if I had access to somebody else's StreamYard.
That sounded to me like it was an outside signal. Like it was, somebody with a, I won't say a ham radio because it didn't quite sound like that either, but that kind of thing. It just was definitely somebody bleeding over.
Somebody crossed the streams.
Yep. They crossed the streams. Yep.
Told you, the aliens, man. They're coming back.
Coming back. They never left. Look, we got one in the office. Look, we got one in the Oval Office right now. Are you kidding me? He's reptilian. He's a reptilian. And I ain't saying nobody's name. I could be talking about the janitor that cleans the Oval Office.
I just saw that Black Swan. Did you see that one with the reptilian showing through on
I've never seen Black Swan.
I haven't either. But
real quick though, Cindy, it says his device isn't connected. So, but go ahead.
I haven't seen that movie either, but there's a channel who covers it. He covers like so he's a weird one, but there's stuff that he says I don't believe in, and there's a lot of stuff that he does that he says that I'm like, okay, he's spot on with that. But he's big on covering reptilians showing up on camera on film, like big feature movies that come out. Like Matrix was one where you'll see like people's hands just doing some crazy stuff, and he'll point it out and zoom in and be like, "Oh, what the hell is this?" And there was the latest one he showed was the Black Swan scene. I guess the chick on there, she's getting eaten out. It's a sex scene. It's a ballerina. It's a movie about a ballerina. I don't know. I haven't seen it. Some of you guys probably have. She's having sex with this other woman, and the woman's eating her out, and her legs start to transform on film. And he zoomed in and caught it. He slowed it down. You could see the skin of the reptilian skin on her thighs, on her chest, and on her neck. It morphs right on camera. I'm like, damn, that's freaking. How did they not catch that? Well, I mean, I don't know. They kind of it's just a theory that they put out there for people to see anyway. But that was crazy.
It is
It's all
crazy.
about the mind
shit.
control, guys. It's all about the mind control. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. I've gone down enough rabbit holes recently.
Hey, you will own nothing
And be happy.
and we don't think for ourselves. We just do what we're told. We just comply.
Just obey.
Yeah, that doesn't work for me.
Watch the news and obey.
It's never worked. Look, as long as you've known me, Steve, have I ever been really one to comply? No. The answer to that question is no.
That's what really blows my mind, though. How many people just like go along with, like, sheeple? Like I always say, how many sheep? Like, oh well, they're just doing their job and they're just trying. Like, no, they're not your friend. They're not trying to help. They're not like.
Look, they did away with mask mandates here in Tidewater, like back in April. Okay, complete with them. You ain't got to wear them on the bus. You ain't got to, and because of my vision issues, I don't drive anymore. So I had to take. I got yelled at recently, like a couple weeks ago, for not having a mask by some woman who was just on the bus. I'm like, do you understand? I go, no.
And it was just some woman on the bus too.
Yeah, dude. She was just. It wasn't the driver. No, it wasn't even the driver.
Right, that's what I mean. It was just like another passenger.
It was just another passenger.
I would have yelled back and said, "Why are you? Take that freaking thing off your fucking face. What is wrong with you?" Like,
no, I didn't. I just looked at her and laughed and shook my head. I didn't say anything. Like I said, I just looked at her. She got mad because I was laughing, because she thought I was laughing at her. And I just let her do her thing. It was just, I'm like, some people you just can't fix stupid.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what you say or how hard you try to explain it. It's just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't fix stupid, and I've just gotten to the point, and it's taken me a long time to understand that. But yeah, you just can't fix that sometimes.
Okay, it's not stupid. It's how we have been manipulated by advanced technologies.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but the saying that I learned, and that's all I'm saying. I'm just quoting. I'm quoting a saying that I had learned. But I get that. Yes, you're right. People have been manipulated. Absolutely, I agree with you on that.
Years of this crap, and we're getting out of it. So let's have.
And that's the same reason I say sheeple, because they were manipulated. So, and a lot of people think they're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's because of manipulation. But they're just like,
and that's the thing is, I go along and get along with anybody. I wasn't. It wasn't like I was saying something to her because she was wearing one. Okay, you want to wear one? Cool, wear it. do you,
Right.
but don't
But
come
then
yelling at me because I'm trying to do me.
exactly. Yeah. It's like, I'm not saying anything to you about wearing, and I don't think I've ever said anything to somebody about why are you wearing that. I mean, I've thought it, and I've said it to myself, but I've never gone up to anyone and be like, take that thing off your face, you know.
Oh.
But yeah, there's plenty of times people will come up to me and be like, why aren't you wearing it, man? It's like, I just don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
she's lucky that I was in a good mood because normally when they do stuff like that, I just go, bah, bah.
Oh
Steve
man,
just
you almost made that come out my nose.
Steve just spit his drink.
They don't know.
That's funny because I do the same thing. You should. Yeah.
Yep.
And what the
I'm
hell?
driving by myself and I look next to me and someone's in their car with their windows rolled up, like
And got the
not
mask
even a
on
week
by
ago.
themselves.
This
Right.
is still happening, and
Yes,
I'm just
I know.
in my van by myself, and I'm like, bah! And they're looking at me going, "What is that guy doing?"
I
Yeah,
see that
it's
a
like,
lot here, especially with the Chinese community.
well, now
They
see,
Oh,
they
yep.
they
I'm
wear it
used to that. But
everything
they've
they
been doing
do.
that for decades. So that
That's what I'm saying.
if it's a Chinese person doing it, I don't even blink twice at that. You
Yeah.
know, because
you-
they've
To
been
them,
doing that forever.
it's
you
like, oh,
imagine?
finally, you know, it's a normal thing because this is what we've been doing, and
Right.
Well,
So,
they,
but
same thing out
so
here.
when
So
they so when they peddled that fear, can you imagine like how much more scared these people were? Because these guys out here in my neighborhood, they were nuts. The kids couldn't come over to play with my son no more. You know what I mean? They were only invite other kids who would wear masks. They knew my kids don't, and so my kids were the ones that were not allowed to come over and join them at the birthday party. I was like, damn, this is freaking. And when I looked down the street and I saw them playing the jumper, one kid per corner in the jumper, one the parents 6 feet apart. I was like, oh my gosh, this is stupid. This is so. I mean,
yeah,
sorry,
no, this is ridiculous.
what they were doing was stupid.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
What kills me is the whole thing is like, there's no common sense in that. There's no logic. Like, okay, you're 6 feet apart, but your kid's gonna jump there and wear a mask and then get out, and then the other kid's gonna go jump, and then there's no germs in like.
Wait, you're
like
bouncing. You're jumping in a bounce house, breathing heavy, which is putting more particles out into the air. But nobody's going to catch anything.
Yeah. Oh, because we're 6 feet apart. It just it doesn't make sense. I don't get it.
And then the couples go jogging up and down the street wearing masks.
Oh man!
Are you guys like raw dog masks? What do you guys? I'm pretty sure that.
Dude, every day you see that.
Because you know when they get home and they decide that they're going to do the deed, right? They still got the mask on. You know they do.
Yeah. Like you look that way, I look this way, and you know.
Dude, with the exercising people, what kills me is because you see it every day out here, like people bicycling and jogging and running. And it's like, if you're that into health,
you would understand that breathing that in is not good for you.
This is doing the most damage that's ever been done to you, especially while you're exercising. Like, oh, I need to breathe in more carbon dioxide. More.
One of my foster brothers, his wife, my sister-in-law, is a PA, a physician's assistant. Okay. I asked her, I was like, let me ask you a question because I really need to know. She's like, what? I go, when they're performing, I understand doctors wear masks when they're performing surgery. Why is that? Is that so that they don't, what is the real reason? She goes, that way they don't spit into the open wound.
Right.
I go, oh, so they're not wearing it because they're worried about contaminating it or being contaminated. They're wearing it simply so that they don't, while they're talking, they don't spit into, my open heart surgery. She goes, yeah. She goes, that's literally the only reason they wear it. I go, got it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But what Joyful was saying is right. It's the manipulation. Like these
Oh
guys,
no, she's 100% right.
these guys,
She's
are
100%
looking at
right.
the commercials that are being played, the shows, the movies. Like ever since the the whole stabs started coming out, all of a sudden commercials start showing about how everybody got to get stabbed for all these other things, a whole list of things. So I was like, you just
All I'm gonna
brainwashing
say is,
people.
all I'm gonna say is, look up Chris Webby's video about that. That's all I'm
Yeah,
gonna say.
I know Chris Webby. Yep,
Yep.
that's good song too.
You know exactly which song I'm talking about.
Yep,
Yep.
he lays it flat out.
He sure does. You get your 15th booster and a donut. That's the thing that killed me was when they were blackmailing people
Doesn't
to go
it
get that.
like? But doesn't it feel like it's like water under the bridge at this point?
No, because I'm still dealing with it here. I'm still
Yeah,
dealing
I
with
am too here.
We still have people that are like tripping over it. No, I wish it were that simple. And for I will say this: it has lessened. It really has. But come on! I'm riding on a bus, and one woman, the only woman wearing a mask, is going to go and start yelling at me because I'm not wearing one when I get on.
Oh, that's interesting because there's the whole other bus that.
Well, I don't know if A, she was mentally, mentally non-cognitive and had done the same thing to everybody else as they were getting on. Because I literally only went a couple of stops and then got off. So I don't know, I don't know if she did that to other people as they were getting on. And I'm gonna throw it out. I'm gonna throw this out there. I was also the only white face on the bus. So I don't know if it was because of that, because that happens too.
That too, and like Simone was saying too, and out here, it's coming back again. Like more people are starting to wear that shit again in the last month or two. And you heard what Mr. Former Vice President Joe Biden said the other day. Because of the hurricane in Florida, the best thing to do is go get.
Yeah, I heard that.
What does that have to do with a fucking hurricane?
Like, nothing, not a damn thing. That's just don't get me started, Steve. Look, don't get me started on that potato-headed jackass.
Yeah, I won't because I don't want to get another straight getter. I might go off.
All I'm going to say is, if you really want to know my opinion on the potato president, go watch my videos. That's all I can say, because I say plenty over there. And if you can't find it on YouTube, go to the Odyssey. It's definitely there. But no, to answer your question, Joyful, no, it is that level of manipulation, to use your word, still exists and is still going on to a degree.
But it's getting better too.
Yes, but there are times when it becomes very frustrating to deal with, especially if you're caught off guard by it.
Well, okay, what I'm coming to understand is, because we've been under this umbrella for so long, that we are still creating it and co-creating it. You got to go within yourself to break the tie. That's the really ultimate journey, is to heal yourself within, because we've been in it for so long, for thousands of years.
Oh, you okay, Alex? Catch the corner of the.
Okay. Because a lot of these forces that we're talking about have fled. They're not here, but we're still creating it as the creators.
I'll just say okay and go and act like I know what you're talking about, but okay. I don't know what you mean by the forces, because
A lot of
because the administration, if that's what you mean, is still in effect.
millions that are still left on the planet that couldn't escape.
I'm not trying to be rude. I just don't understand.
And so,
Are you saying some sort of a reptilian force? I mean, an alien force? I'm being genuine when I ask this so that I can understand.
I am saying that very thing.
Okay, that's what. Okay, I can now. I can wrap my head around what you're trying to say, and I can process that.
And for us, we've been in this cloud for so long. It's our inner journey, that will free us, from it. I think about all the things that I've done in my life about projecting and being so angry about X, Y, and Z. And it has been within this spring and summer time period, these months, that I've gone into my chakras again. Because I used to do this work a lot on my own. And I feel better. I understand that we're still creating it, even though the forces are not there. We're still dealing with the minions, but we're going to take care of them. But the real baddies have been the ones that have been around for a long time with technologies that could have taken the earth in a very bad spiral. We could have been even more enslaved than we feel already. So in our emotional bodies and our spirit and our physical bodies, and why I wanted to be on Steve's show, was we have a lot of sexual healing to do, for example. Just a topic, a subject of our experiences as youth and where we are now. But the greatest threat has been dealt with. This is our victory, and we're going to finish this on the ground level. There's a whole lot of other things that have been happening on a multi-dimensional level, interdimensional level, cosmic level. We've had help, yes, but we're the ones that are still kind of creating the narrative. And my narrative 5 years ago was survival, bushcrafting, have a bug out bag, do everything I can in a place of extremely solar plexus. My body, like I gotta fight, and because I was like, this is it, this is happening, this is the moment we've been all waiting for. And my reaction to that was to be a survivor, to do the things that I have expressed, to watch out for the people that I can. But it still was like not inside of me, like fear, a really deep fear that was in my body. And since I started doing the work with my chakras, the energy systems from the root, to the crown, I started to open myself up. I was like, I can let go of that fear. Also, simultaneously, good things are happening in the placement of where we are in the cosmos and much higher frequencies. So the days with Ron, I was like gut-wrenching fear, gut-wrenching fear. And we're getting, almost to the new year, after a year that Ron's been gone, and I don't have this gut-wrenching fear. I've had to work energetically within my own self to let go of that. Right. I'm still creating it because I've been in it for so long. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that even though these external forces have been dealt with primarily, we still have the minions on Earth, and it's just me healing me. the childhood stuff, the trauma, everything. Does that make sense, Mike?
No, that makes sense. But real quick, I have to
try to
give a shout
process.
out to JD. I'm gonna give him 2. I'm gonna give 2 of them for JD. So here's the first.
We'll whistle me Dixie.
Well, smack!
Oh, the second one's not playing?
Smack
There we go.
my mom!
Hey! Nice.
High five, JD! That was awesome.
Nice job, JD.
Mahalo, JD.
Anyway,
And Michael.
you know, that we are the creators, and I realized, geez, man, I'm still doing the same thing, even though the threat is not there like it used to be.
I don't get that either. I don't get what's going on with that. I got like 7 emails all about chat, and everyone's chat is getting taken down. I don't get it.
That's weird.
What are you thinking about there, Steve? You want to elaborate?
Well, plus with that Morse code shit I was hearing, and
So I think someone's messing with you.
Yeah, somebody's screwing with you.
Because all the chat, like I literally got 7 emails, 7 different people. They're like, "Hey, I don't know what's going on, but my comments aren't like showing, and I'm not blocking anyone. I'm not."
Wasn't me.
I don't get it.
I don't know, bro. That's weird. But yeah, it started right after you got that Morse code message, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yep.
So somebody's screwing with you. Would be my guess. Would be my guess.
Interesting. No, I seriously don't get it. Yeah, it's just fucking with my head. And I guess Chariot kept trying to come back up, and people were letting me know in chat, and I'm like, he's not. It's like, I don't know. Man, I don't know that shit.
Just the way you put that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
No, what is that from? It was Chris Rock, I think, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and he's like, "What's the capital of Zimbabwe?" Man, I don't know that
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Steve. Well, look, I don't want to wear out my welcome, so I am going to go ahead and bounce out of here. Like I said, it's already like 3:30 in the morning my time. 3:45.
Well, hey, drop your link again, man, and everyone in chat, go check out.
I'll do that I'll do that once I jump back into jump down in the chat. For some reason, you can't do it from StreamYard from this side.
Yeah, no, I don't get that either. I hate.
Actually, what I could do,
like about StreamYard.
what I could do is I could do this and drop it over in private chat, and you can drop it. Give me just a second.
Yeah, well, my computer's so slow too.
Oh, there it is.
I can't even share.
All right, no worries. I will.
Oh no, wait, that's Nina's.
Oh, is that Nina? Oh, that was. Oh
Yeah.
shit, my bad. I dropped your wife's. I'm sorry. I thought
I'll do that one too, though. So
yeah,
everyone
we drop hers. I'm sure she would appreciate it.
Yeah. Anyone that's not subscribed to Nina, my beautiful wife, definitely check out her channel.
I'm really easy to find. Just type in True Celtic Mud. I mean, and I come right up. I mean, literally the first thing that comes up. So I'm gonna hold on to Nina's link because I haven't subbed yet to it. So I was having some issues with on my end. So I'm gonna try to jump off of here and go sub up to her. But yeah, I mean, anybody that wants to sub up, I hit my 250 mark today. I'm trying to build it slow. I ain't trying to rush nothing.
Oh, nice. You got 250.
Yeah, I'm at 250. So yeah.
Man, that's good though because your other channel got shut down.
No, it
and you
didn't.
said, oh, I thought it did.
No,
And
my
you,
other channel
you
didn't
said
get
you
shut
just
down.
started back up though, right?
No, I just started streaming.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I started doing like this. Started doing live streams just a couple of months ago. I wasn't before. I was just jumping on panels and stuff.
Okay, I got
But
you.
now I'm
'Cause,
doing
yeah,
now I'm actually doing my own videos and my own lives and my own. Yeah,
right on. Because that's how I remember you. I remember you seeing you on Ron's channel, and
right, exactly. Yeah,
and that's exactly how I got started because of Ron.
yeah. Well, I mean, my show is my late night. I do two. I usually will do one right around noon for an hour or two, and then I do one and yes, it's actually called Celtic Mutt After Dark. But the After Dark is I'm not trying, and I'm glad that a lot of people are from that show that are over here. When I say After Dark, it's in honor of, not trying to steal from Ron. It's in honor of. So and I don't want anybody tripping out going, well, you trying to? No, it ain't like that. I ain't trying to steal nothing
Yeah,
from nobody.
we totally. Well, I totally get that anyway.
So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. But I still actually. I was going through my computer, just looking at through some of the old stuff that I had, some of the old pictures and graphics and stuff that I was working on back when I first started working on T-shirts and whatnot. And I still have the Dangerous Freedom After Dark logos that I made up for him. So yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. I was like,
and you know what? Speaking of logos, real quick, I gotta ask you this for like the. I guess they're called the emojis for like how I have the membership thing.
Yeah.
I have no idea how to make those emojis or what to do.
I'm not sure either, but I've got people I can ask, and I can get back to you on it.
Cool.
See, I'm not at that level yet. So
all I got is my logo, but it's like shit, man. I got to put at least 5 more different ones, but I just don't know how to do it or what to do. And
well, I'll ask my dude tomorrow and see if he can kind of help me out and see how that works. He's already monetized. He's already doing the membership thing. So I'll ask him, and I'll get back to you on that.
Sweet, awesome, man.
Right now,
I
I
really
don't know.
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
I don't either. Yeah, I'm like.
So
I see all these other channels and they got like 7 emojis and they're cool, and then mine's just like a box and it just has my logo in it, and it's like, that's lame. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got all kinds of stuff. So I mean, if and when I get to that point, I want to know how to do it so I can use them too. So we can learn together on that one, Steve.
Right on.
All right, brother. I'm going to bounce out of here.
Good night.
Thank you for having me up. I appreciate it.
Good night. I'm sorry I fell out. My phone was.
You're good, sweetie.
What's the word? I wasn't charged up.
Yeah, you weren't charged up. No worries.
Yeah.
You're good. But yeah, we'll have to get together and the next time you come through, or the next. I don't know if you're still doing the random.
No.
Are you still doing the flight thing?
My flights, yeah, I still work for the airlines in a weird way, but I don't fly that often. But I mean, I have flight benefits for life.
Well,
but,
I just didn't know if you were still doing, if you were still like being the world traveler that you are.
No. But because it's weird, the flights were empty during, the coup, and now they're like filling up because people's plane tickets were like what's the word? Cancel. Like they were running out of time. Like they gave you an extra year to use them during the coup, and now they're like running out of time. So like I'm like trying to get into some flights and running out of room. But yeah, you know what? I'm still flying all over.
I got you.
So yeah, like I took early retirement because I refused to take any jabs. I didn't want
Right.
to take no roller up the sleever. So
Right.
I'm still like a pure blood. I'm like
Good for you.
what's the word?
I'm so proud of
Proudly
you.
unpoisoned.
I
Yeah,
am so
yeah.
damn proud of you.
You know what? It wasn't easy. Like
Oh, sweetie,
leaving
trust.
my job. Like I luckily had saved up some money,
Mhm.
but I left
I
my
get it.
job early and like I'm just living off the what I can get out of the job. And you know what? Hopefully, the tables will turn and I can get something out of my 401k because I'm really like worried about it. But in the
Mhm.
meantime, like I'm around and like you know what? You never know. Like I'm gonna check you out.
Lumpia.
Celtic
I'm
Mutt.
telling you, we need to go to Little Creek, and we need to go to Little Creek Road
Lumpia.
and go to that, yeah, and go over there and get us some lumpia and some pancit
Yeah,
and
yeah,
break bread
yeah.
together and talk. I'm telling
So
you.
like I actually know that Filipino lady. She's a
Hmm.
Filipino lady. She's older and
Yep.
she owns that
She owns
place
that
called
restaurant. Uh, I know what you're talking about, and I can't think of the name of it either right now.
it's called the Lumpia House.
Oh,
So
okay. You're
she
talking about right
owns
there
it.
now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So she's not open that often, but she has lots of pancit and lumpia and sometimes what's the other thing called?
Uh,
Adobo? Yeah, yeah,
adobo.
yeah.
Huh?
Manok adobo?
Adobo chicken. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Manok
Chicken
adobo.
adobo.
Adobo,
And
yep.
she's really, really good. And so, like, you never know, right?
I've actually got adobo seasoning here. That like authentic adobo seasoning here. So yeah, I get that.
That's so cool. So, like, I will see you again. And you know what? Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Nina. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna
All
be
right, guys.
quiet because, like,
I'm gonna bounce out.
No, thank
right,
you.
right,
I'll
right.
with
Beautiful
everybody
V.
later.
Bounce.
Bye. Goodbye, Mutt.
Good night.
Look
Steve,
at Joyful Diamond. She's so sweet.
I will
Joyful
come back.
Diamonds, you are a beautiful soul.
Samoan Watchman, take care, brother.
Later,
Everybody in the
man.
chat, y'all be good.
Samoan.
All
Sounds
right,
good.
y'all be good.
All right. Much love and
Later,
aloha,
sweet.
brother. Thanks for coming up, man.
Later, mud.
It's been a while since I've seen you. Golly.
Back in the day, back in the day.
Yeah.
So we guys been in communication for a while. That's cool. I didn't know all
Oh,
this.
shoot. It's going on 5 hours. Let's talk
And you
about
know what?
sex,
Not that much
baby.
talk about the joy of socks.
But like you said, Steve, when you're having a good times, it goes by really fast.
Yep, yep.
I know, right, girl? We haven't heard much from you.
Ooh. Talking about
Oh, what happened? I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm laughing at you.
There you go. Sometimes you're like, I gotta fart. Oh, gotta cut that one short.
Mute.
It's okay. Yeah, I can't wait to hear more about Joyful's thoughts on the healing factors and things like that.
Yes.
It's very interesting to me because I can relate to that. So I don't know if you're going to go into that next week when you guys do this again.
Yeah. Well, if everyone, I mean, we had a really good turnout tonight. I mean, we were over 50, so if everyone wants, we can make next Monday part 2. But you know what? Screw it. I'm going to do it anyway. I don't care what anyone else wants. I'm going to do it because I want to do it.
People will show.
And hopefully Joyful Diamond will come back, because if Joyful Diamond will come back and tell us that then I'll just be sitting here going, well, we were going to talk about stuff, but I don't have the answers. So have a good night.
Gotta tell more stories about your weird friend in your pocket.
I think it has to
Oh,
do
yeah.
with something about being authentic, what you've experienced, with love. And we had a good laugh when Ronnie, I have to admit, I rarely go back and look at videos. But when I pulled that tobacco out of my bag and I saw myself on camera, he was talking about the chew. I was just like, oh God, I can see that because it just made me laugh. I was laughing at myself that I was being so open and authentic. When we're talking about giving head or something like that. It's so. The laughter is really relaxing because it takes our nerves off. Wouldn't you be so smart?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Just being open and being honest, and it takes away any of the shame. It takes away any of the embarrassment. Just being real.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Yeah. But thank you for your kindness.
And you know what, too? It's like I said, I had trust issues most of my life, but when I met Nina, that's like, well, let's say at least the first 2 years, I still had trust issues, and thank you God for her sticking with me. But she opened my brain more to realize, like, yeah, why do you have all these like, why are you, what the fuck is wrong with you? Basically, that's what my brain was telling myself. But
what made you finally give in and start to trust again?
What, just like being around. Well, once I was always that guy that said, I'm never gonna settle down, never gonna like get married, I'm never gonna, just. But yeah, like just being around Nina, and she's just like, she's always giving everyone the benefit of the doubt. And it's like you're a product of your environment, and she's a positive, good environment to be around. She's just great people, and like I said too, thank God that she stuck with me for the first year and a half, 2 years before, because if it was me on the other show, I'd be like, get this guy's got trust issues, get him away from me, But yeah, she made me open my mind and just think, like, yeah, I don't know what that guy's going through. I don't know what that person's going through. I don't know why that person's angry. I don't know what, I can't just assume things. I can't just judge. Oh, JD. All right.
That JD is consistent.
JD
and like,
awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see, which one am I gonna play? How about
Fireworks.
Yep.
Do some rock and roll.
We'll whistle me Dixie.
Thank you, JD. Mahalo, brother. You are awesome. And Michael. Thank you, Michael.
I know, right?
Oh, he's a legend.
Awesome job, man.
Yes. Yeah.
Very forthcoming.
So yeah, that's my thing. I mean, I got off drugs, which was the first best thing that ever happened. Because otherwise, I'd definitely be dead by now. But and then I met, after I got clean from drugs, I met Nina, and it was just
right. She is like a blessing. She's a blessing.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely a blessing.
You can tell.
People will do that. I mean, when they come into your life, there's changes you'll make that you didn't think you were going to ever change, or wasn't ready. You thought you might put it off later. The right person comes in and things change.
Yeah. And the crazy
Big time.
part is too, because guy I grew up with, I'm not gonna say no names, but he was my like since I was 16 years old. I started working at the same plumbing company as him. Well, he was like 17 and I was 16. So literally, we're best friends, and he's the reason I moved out here. Because he moved out here, and then after he was living out here, he was like, "Hey man, this company, I can get you a job if you want." And that's when I was like, "Yeah, I was born and raised in Detroit, but nobody said I had to stay, so I got a job in Hawaii. I'm just gonna go for it." So I did,
Nice.
and I came out. He got me a job at the company he was working at. Then I went back when my grandpa passed away, and while I was back in Detroit after my grandpa passed, cleaning up his house and everything, then he started a company with some other dude. So when I came back out, I worked for that company, and then I don't know, this guy and the other guy had a falling out, so we basically got fired. So then me and my buddy started our own company, right? And after like I don't know, year and a half, 2 years after we had that company, that's when I met Nina, and I can't remember how long it was, but some time went by, and then I showed up to work one day, and the locks were changed, and he's basically like, he switched everything, and or at least I thought half the shit was in my name, but apparently none of it was, or he switched it behind my back or whatever. But I lost everything. So at the time, it was like a divorce. Well, one, I've never been married before, especially to a guy, but he like took everything. And then Nina just like opened my eyes and was like, like, what do you need him for? And that's why I truly believe that everything happens for a reason, because God was like, you need to take the negative people out of your life. And that's what he did. He took the negative people out of my life, because that guy was angry all the time. And I was angry all the time. I just didn't know I was angry all the time until I didn't see him anymore for like 3-4 weeks later. And I was like, why am I happy for no reason? I was like, oh yeah, because I'm not around him. Like, that guy was always upset, so I was always upset and didn't know why.
Yeah.
So, but
I feel that. Yeah. That's the
everything
page turn. You know what I'm saying? New phase of your life.
right, yeah, exactly. And the crazy part to me is like, because if it wasn't for him, I would have never moved out here, right? But then he was like, and don't get me wrong, I still love the guy. I never wish bad on anyone. I still love the guy to this day. I still hope he's doing good. But if it wasn't for him, I would have never moved out here. And then I would have never met Nina. But if he wasn't like removed from my life, I wouldn't be doing this right now, because I'd still be angry all the time.
Yeah.
Because like, you ever been around the person that's just like literally just like, everything's good, and God, what the fuck, and it's like, whoa, dude, what happened, like, and it's like, oh, I got bit by a mosquito. It's like, really? Like, that much anger over that, like, you know what I mean? And then like 2 seconds later, he's like, no, it's all good, and it's all happy, and then like, get the like, whoa, like eggshells, man, basically eggshells.
I love that term. Been there. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you recognize it, because there's some people, like, you got to know, like, when you go from phase to phase in your life, there's people that are there. Like you said, you got to get away from the negative people and move on to some others. There's some people who are there just to be a part of a certain part of your life, but that comes to an end. And then when there's nothing else for you guys to do, there's nothing else for you to get from him, nothing else you can learn from that person. Now it's time to move on. And a lot of people don't because they feel like, well, because of them, I'm brought up to this point and I got to stick with them. Like, no, you're looking at it wrong. They got you this far, and now it's for you. Now it's time for you to move on, find someone else, find something else to do. I'm dealing with that right now with there's people that just, they won't let go of certain things in their life. I'm like, okay, look, we learned all we could, we did what we could. There's no more options. Time to move on. There's another page. But there's just some people that still hang on for whatever reason.
And it's because you get comfortable. It's what you're used to. And it's like, oh, I'm so used to this. Like, but yeah, you're absolutely right, though. You're absolutely right. It's
like his job was to get you here.
Here.
To Hawaii.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And then set you up for the next phase.
Yep. And that's exactly how I think of it too now. At the time I was like crushed. I was like, I just lost my best friend. I did everything, and I lost so much money and like my Ranger and my it's in the past though, it's like 5 years ago I'd be crying about it and like raging about it because it's like I put so much time and money and everything and I lost all my tools, everything. But now it's like, yeah, but if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. So that road came to an end when it came to an end. And then I was like, good knowing you. I still love you. I still don't wish bad on you. I still wish the best for you. But I'm going this way. You're going that way.
Yes, Mullen, thank you so much for that. I needed to hear that tonight.
Oh, no problem. No problem. I think because I observe people, and when I see people living on and they're hurting, I'm sitting there like, okay, make a move, do something different. Which ties into the whole sex thing. There's things that anchor people to other people, and sometimes it's sex, and everything else is just turmoil, just craziness. Their life, the kind of arguments they get into. I'll see couples, and I grew up in a really bad area. I've seen couples just, beat each other, but they claim like, oh, the sex is all that, and they still hang on, and they refuse to move on. And I'm like looking at some girls, like, why do you yeah, I get it. Some girls like the bad guy, the bad dude vibe, but your life is crap. He treats you like crap. You claim you have good sex, and you just continue living like that. I was like, what is going on? Like, sex can't be that good that you can't move on with the rest of you. Do something different with your life.
That's so true.
Conversation before sequel is where we need to be, or maybe not me, but that would be, my hope is that we can understand it from a compassionate point of view.
Yeah.
And just, the people that we really love. I love. And yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, it's a lot. I've seen a lot of hurts. When we talk about healing, there's a lot of people that need healing, physical, emotional. I, for one, I don't know what you call it when you go through some trauma. And you box it out, forget about it.
Or PTSD.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Where it's like something that happened to me.
One too many tonight. You guys can tell.
So basically, like, because I still have nightmares from shit that I've done in the past. It still haunts me, but I guess it's PTSD.
I'm not making fun of it. I'm just saying I'm a little high.
You're good.
I'm a lightweight. I'm such a lightweight. Dang.
I don't know.
No worries. You're all right.
Say hi, Auntie T. Say hi, Auntie T. Say hi, Auntie T. It's Auntie Joyful and Beautiful Bee and Uncle Samoan.
Hello.
He's like, what? I'm looking everywhere. I don't see nobody. His tail's wagging though.
Oh,
Who's your good boy, huh?
what a good boy.
Who's your good boys?
Yeah.
Who's your good boys? Okay, no, you can't hit the mouse. Okay. I seen T Girl in the chat real quick, so I had to show Auntie T. And yeah, T, there was all kinds of problems with the chat earlier. I don't know what happened.
Very interesting Morse code patterns, kind of
Mm-hmm.
at a certain frequency.
I'll tell you, it reminded me of like how the internet used to be, where you could tell a call was about to come in on your cell phone because whatever you're watching on the internet, you start hearing that Morse code, and it was like something about the signals. That's what it reminded me of.
It was new to me. I've never heard it. Yeah. So I just plugged into just the pattern, the lowness of it. It was kind of mid-range. Not real high, not real low, but mid-range. And it just kept repeating over and over again. I thought, okay, we're supposed to get off. No. You know? So we endured.
It's whatever was kicking off the other guy, Tony, or whatever his name.
Which guy?
What's the guy that was? I forget.
Oh, Cherry Rain, the one that kept dropping.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he did. He kept dropping. He like come back up and then talk for like 30 seconds, and then it cut him out. And
that reminded me of that video from the internet, like I don't know, 20 years ago. You remember where the guy calls into Coast to Coast and the whole station shut down?
Art Bell?
Was it Art Bell? Where the whole station, he was like, oh,
Yeah,
I worked for the military.
Or George Norrie took over after him.
I forgot who it was. It was one of those like conspiracy theory channels and stuff, radio stations, like AM radio stations that would play overnight. Some guy calls in and he was like, I work for the base and they're planning on attacking humans, and he's like running down the road trying to call in to this radio station to like spill the beans. And he was like, I can't speak for long. They're going to triangulate on my location. And then the whole radio station just shuts down. I think people would know it in the channel. Probably Coast to Coast, maybe.
Thank God for Art Bell. Oh, my God. Forefather of conspiracy stuff.
I know, right? We're like giving away our age, but you know what? We used to listen to them late at night because Art Bell was on late at night and we needed something to listen to.
Yeah. We didn't have internet back then.
Right.
It's the ghost, that big, deep, voice. And then, the music would come in. Yeah.
That's our founders right there. Yeah. That and like random DVDs and stuff.
He didn't believe in heaven, if I understand correctly. Even up to the day he died, or maybe is in. Yeah. Disco, I think, was the band that he would play. Yeah.
I would listen just for Bigfoot calls.
Would you? Okay, so you had subjects that you were interested in.
Yeah, I wasn't really into the UFO stuff, but like Bigfoot for sure. I was like, big into Bigfoot for a while, and like Nessie, that kind of the what do you call it, cryptozoology and stuff like that.
Yeah. Have you ever seen one?
I've heard. Okay, I've experienced things like. Are you familiar? To me, he's the like. How do you say? He's gotten closer than anybody else as far as that kind of research. Where he has a ranch in Washington that people come to his ranch, spend weekends there. He does like whole camp and breakfast in the morning, and I don't know. He has like over 1,000 people that have experienced either orbs or silhouette of a Bigfoot, or people touching them, like Bigfoot's touching them at night, out as they camp outside around the fire. He's got over 1,000 witnesses, and there's things that he teaches the abilities of Bigfoot, that they're not just a physical creature walking around in the woods. These are spiritual beings that visit you, even in the city. They can come to your home and stuff like that. Like they're cloaked spiritual beings. And so I've witnessed things that they've spoken about, where they'll feel like someone right outside their door and talking, that they have they communicate verbally, that they have a language. There's weird stuff that goes on in my yard. Like just 2 days ago, I was watering my garden, and a black orb flies up to me, and I swatted at it. I thought it was a bug, but it was a black orb just floating around my garden. Sounds weird.
So
But
the closest a black orb could be would be a bumblebee.
yeah, that's what I was thinking, because we do have the June bugs flying around right now. But it came up to my leg, and I swatted at it, and my hand went right through it, and it was still going around me for a couple seconds. Yeah, and so this is weird stuff in my neighborhood right now. Weird stuff. Like my son refuses to sleep on his own. He keeps hearing things, and so there's like all kinds of supernatural stuff.
The veils are.
You gotta start recording that shit, man. For real.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna set up like cameras all. I got cameras in the front for the people that keep trying to steal my trucks, but I need cameras back in my backyard right now.
Yeah, because that wow.
Hey Steve, when I was younger, here living in Pacific Northwest, where the Bigfoot are, now and again, we'll go on camping trips with my family, or when I went to Bible camp, and holy crap, there was this one night I heard things that were just off the charts vocalizations. I'm a sound person, so I was in my infancy, but somehow just being an old soul, it was like, those are not wolves. That's not indigenous of what I was being taught in school. This was something else. It was extraordinary. And a part of me was scared, but a part of me was also thrilled. So it was a weird mix of energy. And this was back in the 80s.
I can imagine though, yeah, because it's like I've never got to experience something that, I mean, I thought I've seen something before, and I don't know if it was a ghost or what, but yeah, I believe in all of that stuff. So
well, okay, here's a story. Boy, I don't have it. I don't know where I put it. Anyway, one of my I got 2 hunks of crystals, and we went into an area on Hanson Creek. A friend of mine, and this guy that just showed up. It was like almost mystical in a way. And he took us up Hanson Creek where we could try to find amethyst stones. And there was a sign there. I didn't see it right away. It said no trespassing. And it was later that it clicked in my head. Holy crap. But the point being was, I found these amazing stones. Let me see if I can get one. It's right here.
Crystals are strange things, man. They give off energy.
Hanson Creek. This is a smaller one right here. And they didn't want us to be going up higher in the mountain.
Wait, who do we lose?
How did that happen?
Hi, back. Oh my God, I've been trying forever.
Wait, what?
How did that happen, bro?
We're being messed with.
No, because
'cause
V
we're-
just disappeared and you popped up.
Well, did you bring me up or not? Did
Yeah,
it just come
we're
up?
definitely being messed with.
Steve, did you bring me up consciously, or did I get replaced by angels by her?
No, I
I'll
was
get off
getting-
if you want.
No, I was getting ready to bring. Well, no, I can have 10 people, so that's not the issue. But I was getting ready to hit add to stream, and then I didn't
I
do
was just
nothing. And
really?
V disappeared, and you went at the same time, and it's like,
And
what?
I came in. Okay. Well, I didn't mean to replace V.
There's
It
V.
sounded like V was telling a great story.
Sorry,
No,
Oh, good. You're
Joyful's,
back.
Joyful's telling the story.
Oh, okay, Joyful. Okay.
Okay,
Tommy,
so
you got an echo coming in.
I'll make it really quick.
Okay.
So this is one of the smaller pieces that I got in Hampton Creek. And suddenly these rocks started being rolling down on us. I got injured by one of them. And I thought it was human beings for the longest time that were throwing rocks down at us. But it could have been
True.
research that I've done about going in certain territories. That's the only experience that I might have had physically is that someone throwing rocks, and these were big rocks. And I ducked down trying to escape them, and it was just a quid or something that hit me. But I did be able to bring some samples home from that experience. So we went into a territory that we weren't supposed to hound, perhaps.
Right. Good word, hound.
I take me up there. This kind of spiritual, really, was the weirdest thing. He was almost etheric in my.
Good.
Hey, do you have your? Someone, there's an echo.
Yeah, I hear an echo.
Anyway, the point is that's what got me thinking about Bigfoot because of their behavior. They'll throw rocks at you.
But it's really to protect us, maybe, from coming too close to them. You know, I mean, these are old cultures, and until we can learn to get along, it's maybe better we stay separate. I mean, they protect their territory, but it's a difficult situation. It's not one-sided. There's not an easy answer. But that's a beautiful, beautiful rock, Joyful.
It's a form of crystal that has really inspired my imagination. When I started rock climbing, that's how I learned about the floods. Because I wasn't taught about the floods in school. It was the geology in Washington that made me think about Noah and the ancients. Because
Washington
the
State.
evidence was there.
Yeah, it's a magical mystery, and there's much that's divine, and you know, we can argue over whether the world is flat or spherical, but we can still walk around it, whether it's flat or spherical. You know, and I say it's hollow, and I also say it's a hologram, and I also say there's layers and layers of ancient theories and myths involved. But the question is who will we be as Jedi souls and spirits and brothers and sisters in the midst of the moment? Because that's what matters eternally. And I'm so glad to finally be here with you, the Fight of Faith Ministries.
That's good, yeah.
Did you get to hear my Cherokee stories, the Samoan Watchman? It was so nice of you to say you wanted to hear them in text once.
Oh yeah, I didn't get to hear those.
I'll tell it real quick. So it was just 3 days in a row. On the first day, I turned into the Cherokee Nation on YouTube, and they were doing a powwow for all nations. And on the second day, I turned into Cherokee Talks, and they were talking about Thomas Jefferson. And on the third day, Ronnie Cash said that he had a Cherokee mother, and I just thought that was 3 special days in a row That's all I was going to say. But I'm glad you finally got to hear it from me. And thanks for wanting to hear it.
Thank you for sharing, bro.
Sure. And I bet they never got 1 penny from Jeep Cherokee, I bet.
On the subject of Bigfoot, from what I gather from Squatching USA, I don't think they're. I think they're part of the whole flood thing. That they've been around
flood?
it, they know this kind of stuff. Yeah, that they are just because of the abilities that they have and what I've learned from Squatching. You gotta check out his channel. I mean, the dude is he tried to capitalize off of it, but he's messing with some crazy stuff.
I believe in the dogmen very much, and that's one of the reasons I moved to Hawaii, because the dogmen evidently lived here. And I don't know if you know about the Sasquatch in Bigfoot, you might know about the dogmen. But Saint Christopher, who became a Catholic saint, was a dogman, and Anubis is the jackal-headed god that judges our souls in Egypt by tradition, and they're very similar. And but their souls also cry out for salvation. We're all in this together. And I've listened to a lot of dogman stories, and I just I want them to know my heart is with them, because a heart is a heart, whatever our form is.
Oh, what happened?
We lost V, I think.
No, I just stepped away for a second, and I just walked back, and then I heard a noise. I'm like, what?
JD, I Chariot Rain, can you channel? Do you mean YouTube channel or like channel spirits? Yogi Berra is with me right now. If you want to talk to Yogi Berra, if you want to ask him a question, I'll ask him and I can tell you what he has to say. Yogi Berra was close friends of mine, though we missed each other. I never met him in person, but he's here right now with me, if that's what you mean.
What's a Yogi Berra?
Baseball player. Right?
Yeah. New York Yankees, 10 World Championships, catcher, New Yorker, Yogi Berra. Is that what you mean, JD? Or are you saying, do I have a camera and I can put out content on YouTube? I can't right now.
I'm pretty sure you mean spiritual.
Oh, yeah. I don't consider myself a channel, but I'm here with y'all. Is that V? Did you get back?
Hi, V.
Oh, there she goes. V, you look so pretty. I wanted to see your living room. But dogmen and Sasquatch have a relationship, and the U.S. military knows all about dogmen, and I know this for a fact. And they've come up with technology that can hurt their ears to drive them away from certain locations, and that's really unfair, because there's evil that is more of an etheric, like you were saying, Joyful Diamonds, talking about the etheric. There's evil that for us is more etheric, and it walks the land even of the continental United States. And many of our dogmen, and they have families, they have husbands and wives and children, and they can see it and perceive it just like cats can, and kittens can perceive what we cannot with our mortal eyes under normal circumstances, and they fight it off for us. But it's a question of a human collective, and not just a human, but a spiritual collective, a soul collective, and can we unite to win the holy war for God's kingdom, in my humble opinion. But it's really cool somehow you guys got onto Sasquatch while I was having my bottom slapped by a pretty girl in the street that wanted to take one of our kittens. Steve, I'm not kidding. This just happened to me.
I give up on rain.
I didn't quite hear Joyful. It was a little muted.
I said old habits are hard to give up on.
Wait, what just happened to you?
While I was trying to come back out, my mic wouldn't work. It was frustrating. So
slapped him in the butt in the street.
Yeah. No, I went outside and a car stopped on the street, and it's about nighttime, right, Steve? It's the same for me. And a car stopped, and the car door opened, closed, and then a pretty local girl gets out, walks up to me, and she's like, do you need kitten food? Can I have a cat? Can I have a kitten? Are you taking care of them? Do you need a job? And she said her name was Jesus. I mean, it went on for a while, but I talked to her for a little bit, and I was like, well, the thing is, we are taking care of the kittens. We do have enough food. We give them water. Some live inside, some live outside. She's like, but you have too many. I said, no, we only have 6 little kittens right now, but they are adorable. I said, the thing is, I know and love their mothers, and they would miss their kittens. And then she slapped me on the bottom and got back in her nice car and drove away. And I don't know, Steve. I can't take it much more. I gotta be honest. Maybe I shouldn't have come to Hawaii.
Wow, that's a crazy story. And that just happened?
It's like this every day. Yeah, that just happens, Steve. But Samoan Watchman, you have such a still spirit, and I'm just wondering. I love that red, like, kind of carpet tapestry behind you. Like, what do you think about, like, the current spiritual state of the world and what we maybe need to do to tilt the balance? Because we only need to tilt it a little bit in our favor as good souls, in my opinion, to win the holy war.
Oh, the holy war is going to be won no matter what. There's going to be a few that fall as casualties, and just a few that's going to be lost, but it's going to be won. They have a kingdom. They don't need our help to win. It's already set.
Okay, but I sure would like to cut the losses. I bet you would too. You know what I mean?
Jesus Christ is the way.
Joyful, I think you're muted. Your microphone shows it's muted.
You're right. Sorry, I heard all this. So, all right, are you afraid, Terry, of the casualties?
Did you ask, am I afraid about the casualties?
No, you being one of them.
Oh, I'm not afraid. If I perish eternally, I perish eternally. I've done my holy work, and I always tell people, like the spirits that listen to me, if I'm not with you in the end, maybe light a candle now and then for me, but you must carry on, just like Muammar al-Gaddafi, who was a very great soul and a true prince of heaven for Libya, and a beautiful human being who, though he was painted horribly by the West, he said in his own words, I'm just concerned for the children of England and America.
Interesting. Absolutely.
So the breakfast room at a hotel.
I'm kind of curious about Simone. So if you were to talk about Bigfoot, what would be your favorite thing to talk about? Maybe.
Wait, what's that, Joy?
Sorry. Someone's echo is really high.
I might have to talk out. But I was asking about Bigfoot.
Oh, my favorite thing about them?
Yes.
Just how they're all around the world. Stories and reports about them all over the place. Even in the islands in Samoa. There's reports
really?
of the little ones, like the 2 feet, 3 feet tall ones. But there's a cave that people do tours, and you go there, you can see that there were little people that lived there. And then there's a story of there's a giant, I think his name is Omo, where there's footprints of him, giant footprints about 7 feet long, and printed in stone, and they're all across the islands in the Pacific. And the story is that he would hop from island to island. That's one of the legends. But yeah, their stories of these guys are all over the place.
Have you heard of the Pixies?
Pixies? I've heard of them. I don't know what to make of it, except them similar to orbs. Some people they've seen bigger orbs or more prominent. They hang around a lot more. To me, they're spirits, and some good, some bad.
Right.
I've heard some of. I just heard one was like 15 feet wide, perfect circle floating around them, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain this.
One night, I was helping Silver Girl work on some StreamYard stuff, and she played a whole series of these small beings in England. This kind of eccentric guy with a really long gray beard, and those ruffled clothes, and I can totally relate to that. For an outdoorsman, you just got to put your stubbies on. And he was investigating the pixies, and they looked, let's see, gosh, maybe 2, 3 feet tall. So here's my hand here. Let's see, maybe it's better scaled this way. But they weren't really big. They had elven ears, and it was like, okay, so it wasn't CGI. I don't think, but it's a culture of beings that I wondered, because we have such ferns here in Washington, the perfect environment for them.
Yeah, they would like that.
Tree stumps, everything. That it would be a perfect environment for them. And all my time in the woods, it was so interesting because I said this before on panel. When I walk into the woods here in Washington, it's so quiet. It's like pristinely quiet most of the time. Because our trees are so tall, so there has to be something going on amongst there. But I felt energies that it's like if I just stick to the trail and I don't mess with anything and I just do my blessings. And thank you for allowing me to pass through this trail. I'm just a guest here. And, I find myself doing that kind of stuff. Have you heard of them then, or felt them, or anybody on, here on panel know of the knowledge of the pixies in England?
I do, but maybe Simone wants to go first, or V, or Steve.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Is V trying to talk? It sounds like she's having trouble.
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm just being quiet. Go ahead. Go ahead on.
Okay. Well, like the Simone Watchman was saying, and thanks for being a watchman, it's an honorable, sacred thing. And I think they are also, to me, it comes down to virtue and vice, chivalry versus those who would take advantage of forms to commit iniquities. And there's many different types of beings, and we've been taught to believe there's only human beings. And I think every level of the temporal realm and dimension thinks they're at the top of the food chain, so to speak, and that's it. But there are many things like Sasquatches and dogmen and pixies, in my humble opinion, to the chat and all those in live stream, and dear Steve, Nina, who might be listening, and all those of our families and our ancestors that exist. And, life can be like a training ground, a school, but I believe that things have gone haywire beyond our mortal perception, and that's why we're having so much trouble. But as far as the pixies of England, or the Fae, Fae, or the fairies, who supposedly had little wings, or the elves. Now there's elves, and there's elves. J.R.R. Tolkien, who wrote The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, was very clear that he was not describing elves that are about the size of pixies, as you described, Joyful Diamonds, but are more taller beings and are actually elves, Elves. We're very different. And I see him more as a historian rather than a fiction writer. And he talks about the different ages of the fight against evil. But as far as like the Simone Watchman was saying, there are stories of such beings all around the world, but certainly in Great Britannia, which was once called Ultima Thule, Ultimaa, Ultima Thule, Thule, by the Romans, because it was seen as like the edge of the world or mythology. And this is why they believe that's where there were dragons. And in ancient English lore, there are 2 dragons that still fight to this day underneath the land of England, one red, one white. and there are all manners of things that exist. But the question is, who will we side with, as human beings on the stage of life in the temporal realm? Will we because I believe all beings, like for instance, my landlord, I've seen him in a spiritual shape. He has a cat's head, but in this life, he has a human head. And so it's like, let's just say that there's all these different types of races or beings or creations, whether they're orbs or Sasquatches. But what if there was one common ground where any soul could incarnate and prove what they were in a human form and flesh and shape? And I think that's kind of what the world is, an opportunity to prove the truth of our hearts on some sort of even level playing field, though some of us may be male or female or bigger or taller or stronger or weaker or have more money or less or more opportunity or less. And I think that, the Fae kingdom is very real, as are dryads and, water nymphs, etc. And it's a much more magical, glorious experience than we're taught in school these days. And I wish they would bring back the teachings of mythology, because I think it enriches life and helps us to be more in tune with the river of souls in life. And when you enter the woods, Joyful Diamonds, and you feel that super quiet, it's also a rich presence, isn't it? Like a true cathedral or a true church should be.
I would have to admit it has a similarity of walking in and having that kind of sacredness.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say.
Many times I've entered into it. It's like, wow.
That's super precious.
And as I'm walking, which is not, I don't do this on a regular outside of the woods. This intuitive knowing that it's safe, thank you.
Yes.
And may I have safe passage.
That right. Just being respectful.
And I'm a curious soul, and I'm me. I'm me, and all of those elements that make me go out there in the first place, get off my butt and go out in the woods. So it's really a very different way to approach life, and it healed me in a lot of ways as a result.
Oh, I'm so glad.
That's just doing that kind of. I did it over and over and over again until, and I'll be honest, when President Trump got elected, my consciousness realized, oh shit, it's going down. This whole thing is going to happen. Because there was somebody, as much as people don't believe in him, I feel kind of ambivalent at this point, but I am so, every day, that's I think why I got interested in his speeches recently, so that I could come back and remember where I came from when I was sobbing and realizing there's a human being on this planet who's fighting for us.
Yes.
So a little small track there, but it's the same honor that there are people that we're not going to lose everything. That something is happening really in an incredibly divine way. It happened in the way that I experienced it. And that was walking in the woods and having that. And I can correlate that with politics or finances or other things. It's all interconnected. But the fact that we are doing it on multi levels of changing this world and transforming it.
It's like a sacred alchemy, but we all must participate.
It was amazing, but I was just so shocked by how quiet it was in the woods, and like I was being watched. And it was
really?
It wasn't a little Bigfoot somehow. I was kind of more okay. I was kind of more in the lower parts. here in Washington, that they be are the higher place. They be where they're, have their families and their cultures. But the energy's still there.
You gotta go into. You gotta watch Squatching USA. He, and they seem to have allowed him to be a spokesperson for the human race to introduce to us. Well, I think he's being deceived. I think they're playing a part. That they're really some bad dudes, but they're acting like they're what do you call it, docile in a sense. But he talks about where they stay, and it's what do you call that? It's they're interdimensional. They come here.
Right.
They come here. They show themselves. They can also cloak themselves, but they're not from this world. They're from a different realm. And he saw what they he was able to view briefly into their world, just looking, the way they showed him, and it looked like hell from what he described, but some crazy stuff. But they're not physical apes that they teach in the movies. They're not physical beings like that. They come off like that. They show a humanoid side to them that looks all hairy, furry, like apes and stuff. But it's not the true form.
That's just what we perceive if we see them. But then the same can be said of us, because I know that I come from eternity, and I'm having a human experience, so it's similar. But the question is, are we good or not, whether we are dogmen or Sasquatch or pixies or Sasquatch, in my humble opinion?
Well, the human race is supposed to be good. The human race is supposed to be good, but we have that choice.
Exactly.
These other beings, I don't know
Some
them.
not.
I can say some of them are good, some of them are bad, some of them are trying to portray a good figure just to kind of. Some human beings are like those in charge are in communication with these things.
Right.
Some of them
and some of them do. Yes. So we have to be very careful. And most people have no clue of what we're talking about, to be honest. It's just not taught.
That's why I do agree with what you said. It should be taught, the mythical side of it. We get the we get the fake history.
Right.
The narrative taught to our children. But
the Smithsonian Institute collected all of the giant skeletons. You probably know this, Simone. For many, many years, they were being found all over mid-America, and people were constantly finding in caves thigh bones that were like 4 feet long and such like this. And the Smithsonian Institute would collect them, but they destroyed all of them so that they could push forward one narrative.
Oh yeah, our history that was taught to us is all jumbled up.
Right.
It's all artificial stuff.
Like they teach, when I grew up in elementary school in the 70s, they taught that, humankind had only really evolved to making cities and reading and writing about 6,000 years ago, like in Mesopotamia. Yeah. But recently, they just found the ancient city of Dwarka that the Hindus had talked about for 40,000 years, and they had held on to the information. And they found it about 100 meters just off the coast of the modern city of Dwarka on the western coast of India, but about 100 meters underwater. And it was carbon dated to 40,000 years ago, when evidently there was some sort of, hyper technological, spiritual / nuclear war. So humankind life goes way further back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I got so interested in these melted stones around
right.
the creek that I was like, that's just not natural. I showed you ones that had, the spears. How did that get like this? This is a crystal at ocean level, literally. So what it made me start to think about nano diamonds, nose, flood, the
Oh, okay.
and I started to get my own feeling of intuition that something catastrophic happened on the planet, and we're being kept away from that knowledge.
Yeah.
Because of the stones.
That's really cool, Joyful Diamonds.
Michigan, Northwest, the whole Canada area, you come down through there. And I found these treasures that are just like, okay, here we go. I'm gonna get a bright flashlight to show you. It's like they glow. But that's not a good flashlight.
No, that was good. That was cool.
This one actually, okay, good. Okay, they glow.
Energy.
That's not even the wash. Sorry, guys.
What you really know about Canada, eh?
Operate their ear. But the point is that this is is this a huge agate right here? Pilchuck Creek, locally. And it got me thinking and imagining, what the hell happened on Earth to make such a stone? And so I got to thinking about the ice shelves, and how they might have melted so rapidly in an event from what Randall Carlson and Graham would talk about. Did it come from outer space, or is it some kind of war that happened on this planet? This is one of my finds.
You found that underwater?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's really cool.
Here in Washington. And so it got my imagination going.
It's crazy. It's a lot of cool stuff to find, for those of you, you just got to keep your eyes open.
Right.
Evidence is everywhere.
It is, especially in astrology.
Like here in LA, there's the hills where the Griffith Observatory are. There's a mountain range that that runs along the whole coast of Los Angeles, and if you go up to the top of those mountains, to the hiking trails up there, in the big boulders up there, you'll find imprinted, like fossil imprints of starfish up in the mountains.
Wow.
Right.
Evidence of the flood.
Yeah.
And then back in the islands, there's all kinds of crazy stuff you find up there. There's a pyramid in Samoa. There's a pyramid in Tonga. Tonga has their own Stonehenge. And this is all on the king's property. They're the last island to have a king, and the king has his own private land. He doesn't want any scientists going over touching it. But from what you can see, these stones are they're not native. These stones look like the actual Stonehenge kind of stones,
Wow.
Big white blocks, and we're like, why did they build that over there, and how the hell did they get it there? It's crazy.
Well, I think one thing that humankind has lost is the ability through sound and frequency. I believe it is possible to levitate stones. And this is one of the ways that massive monuments were built in the past. And it wasn't necessarily by elephants and thousands of slaves with ropes pulling giant, 40-ton blocks up a hill, but through sound technology and vibration. And there was a guy in Florida not long ago, like while we've lived, and he had built some amazing.
The Coral
do you know
Kingdom.
about this? Maybe, yeah.
It's called the Coral Kingdom.
Is it? Cool. But I think he had found the technology because he had obviously done some amazing things with like unbelievably heavy stones on his own property, and but there's all kinds of things we don't know. I know that growing up, for instance, in the 70s, I would look at books that made it clear that in the 60s, we had cars that could go 800 miles per gallon. So lots of information is kept from us.
Oh yeah, big time. The hydrogen cell engine, that both the guys that came up with that engine were taken care of. They're not
Right,
here
right.
anymore.
Yeah, a lot of them were taken care of. That's for sure.
Right. You know what's funny is this morning, talk about indoctrination and the brainwashing of our younger generation. I pay attention to a lot of the entertainment because I'm looking for the signs and clues of them, preparing us to go certain ways. And my kid, my youngest, she loves Peppa Pig, and that's one of the few shows that I'll approve for her to watch because it's not nothing too bad except for the Halloween stuff. But today they just happen to, Daddy Pig goes and buys an electric car, and he's showing everybody the features of how it can talk and it can drive itself, park itself, and all this crazy stuff, just making it look so cool. And everybody was just in awe. And the police pulled him over because he wasn't driving; the car was driving itself. And the police were in awe of it. They're all admiring the new electric car, and it's good for the environment. And I'm like, damn, they're just getting the kids while they're young, man.
Yep, they're setting everybody up.
Yeah. And I'm looking around because I run a lot of errands, and I had a couple of days off from work, and I'm driving around. I'm like, how the hell in 7 years they're gonna replace all these cars? Like that's a mission. That's a big time mission. And we see the electric stations all over the place. And first they're in the malls, nicer cities. The cities that are they're richer parts of town. Now they're in the hood. I was like, it's getting so close to complete wiping out of gas vehicles, and I'm like, damn, these guys are serious.
Well, the problem is it's also the wiping out of independence, because if the cars can drive themselves, that means they can program to drive you off a cliff if they don't like you.
I tell people all the time about 2010 when the Ford Escape got hacked by two guys, supposedly just two kids messing around, but it was them just showing us what they can do. And somebody hacked into a Ford because Ford was like big on being one of the first brands to have the self-parallel parking car.
I remember.
Yeah, so it was the 2010 Ford Escape. And that was one of its big selling points. Like, oh, you can parallel park it by itself, and somebody hacked into it from the parking lot and drove it straight into a wall, and just
dang.
Yeah, and everybody was like, oh, those two kids on laptop, and I was like, bullshit. That's just them showing you what they're gonna do in the future should you get out of line.
Right. I'm for solid money, not crypto. I'm for paper ballots that can't be pushed, delete, or changed or flipped, and cars that we drive ourselves. You know what I mean? And
yeah, I like to be in control. You know what I mean?
Right.
Especially with my family in the car. Yeah, we're gonna stay away from.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I've got some crypto. I've diversified my portfolio, so we'll see.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a chance to make money, but just remember, there's always some 20-year-old that can decide to hit delete, and it's all gone.
However, if we do go to a quantum system where it's not hackable, and it's safe for humanity because it's so much bigger than us in our individual lives, this is about humanity. And not only that, our solar system, and not only that, our star system and our galaxy. This is a big project that's happening. So I put some bucks down on some crypto.
Well, I hope it works out for you.
Oh, I'm not.
But
they don't think about it much.
Okay.
Onto it. But
I think the Islanders had it right. The real currency is food.
Yeah. and friendship and an honest handshake. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And money may be insignificant to us in the future.
Yeah.
Oh, a 30-year-old. Okay, I'm sorry, JD. By the way,
energy works. It's
circular,
moving, and it goes into other things. Yeah. It's creative. It's the creation energy to help us remember that we are the creators.
Right, or co-creators.
Yeah. Fair enough. Co-creators.
Brotherhood is going to be the most coveted currency.
Right.
Decent people, man.
Slowly.
I wonder what's all going down.
To everybody in chat, I just want to say right now I've got my Oculus Rift on my face, and I'm just looking. I've got like a, I just have like goggles on basically, and I'm seeing like a 90-inch screen with the 4 people in panel, and I can't read the comments, and I hope that's okay. But Steve put, if you put anything up, of course I'll respond to it if it's directed toward me. I just want people to know I'm not intentionally not responding to anyone.
That's crazy, man. I was wanting to mess around with one of those things.
It's a pretty good price at $300 these days. I paid $60 a month to Amazon for 5 months, which was really hard on me personally because I'm just in a bad situation. But I own it outright now. But as you know, often it doesn't maintain connection, or my microphone doesn't work. But that would be the same with my PC, which is why that doesn't work, which I built myself.
What's in the Oculus screen?
It's like a big headset instead of a monitor. Yeah, instead of a screen, you're looking into this.
AI.
Right, like right now, Simone Watchman, you look like your screen looks like it's about 2.5 feet by 4.5 feet for me. You know what I mean? Yeah. Same with you, Joyful.
Oh, yeah.
I laughed like that when I saw that.
I know.
Well, it's so big, Steve. I can see that maybe you had some food tonight, and you need to floss the front teeth. So yeah, it's that clear. It's that big.
Having fun.
Yeah.
Oh shit! We just went over 6 hours. Damn.
Wow. 6:51.
No, I heard something about it after 6 hours. It messes up for like the replay or something.
Fair enough.
So, but
Whatever
damn,
you want to do.
I was gonna say that an hour ago, and I can't believe an hour went by. Shit.
See, there you go.
Yep, and you're having fun and good conversation.
Thank you,
Steve, what do you think about these spiritual things like Sasquatches? And you live here on the island with me. Did you know that the dogmen lived here? Marco Polo had discovered them. Others had. They go back centuries.
I didn't know the dogman did.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I moved to Oahu. To be with them in spirit. Have you had like experiences with ghosts or pixies or fairies or dragons or?
Not here, no. In Detroit, I did, but
in Detroit, yeah.
But you've had your spooky ookies that you, not that they are, but Steve has expressed his own experiences where he's seen things that.
Cool.
He's talked about it for sure.
Well, maybe I'll log off. I'm kind of tired. Steve, let's try to talk for 5 minutes tomorrow so it's not the last second. But if we could just talk for a few minutes before the Wednesday episode, that'd be good, one way or another.
Yeah, definitely, brother. Definitely.
I'm off down, and I'm gonna see if we get Steve.
Samoan, you are just amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, then we gotta play for
JD just sent another gift.
We gotta play for
Thank you very much.
Take care, Simone. Watchman.
We'll whistle me Dixie.
JD. What's up, Dad? You came in. We're getting ready to end
Can't
it.
hear it.
Oh wait,
shit.
Simone dropped out too, huh? All right, much love, Simone Watchman. Love you, brother. But yeah, I was just getting ready to end it, and then I
Steve,
see you popped up, and I was like, I gotta let Doc Matt come up for a
I
second.
know you're from Dangerous. Joyful. I see you too. I guess I'm going to give me a second. I'll go on my laptop because I'm on my phone right now. I can't hear anybody.
Oh, you can't hear us?
I apologize.
Okay. Well, we're getting ready to end it anyway. So, shoot, Doc Mac. I haven't talked to Doc Mac in a long time. Doc Mac is a good friend from Dangerous Freedom Channel. So, but yeah, I think I'm going to call it because it's just a little over 6 hours, and I do have. Well, we have Music Mayhem 4 tomorrow, and I got 3 jobs to do. So, busy day.
Absolutely.
Busy day, but joyful. You are awesome. I appreciate you so much. And JD and Michael is awesome. Thank you guys so much. And
he came out.
Joe Kerr and Independent Man United and Beautiful V. And Ronnie York is Ronnie Cash. And Simone Watchman and everybody. Everybody is just awesome. You guys all rock.
And I so apologize that I wasn't so much in chat. Sometimes being on panel or
No, I know it's hard, right? Because it's like you're on the panel and you're trying to pay attention, and then that's my hard part is because when I'm looking at chat, then I'm reading the chat and not really paying attention to what's we're talking about on the panel, and then I'm like, oh shit, I'm kind of lost in the conversation now, and it's not easy, that's for sure.
Hey, you know what? We got through this okay, brother.
No, we did. It was awesome. I definitely want to do it again next Monday. Definitely.
I all I cared about was that we wouldn't make it, unbalanced. What we were sharing in our sexuality, and we had fun and laughter, and I can't thank you enough for a safe space because after being on Ronnie's show, I realized, God, I really shared a lot, and I felt self-conscious a little bit about that because I just don't talk about sexuality often. But we were talking about, I know you want to go, but I'll make this quick. We were talking about age regression with the med beds. And it kind of took off from there as chats do. Like it did as it ends today, talking about Bigfoot and sharing, things. So,
right, exactly, yes.
You know,
and like you said too, it was like, it's safe and we have fun and we laughed and it wasn't perverted. It was, it was fun.
Everybody, thank you.
It was very comfortable. That's the way I look at it. It was comfortable.
Thank you.
It was comfortable talking about something that most people are uncomfortable talking about.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bravo, everybody in chat. Oh, gosh, you're amazing because I was a little nervous.
Oh, no, you never have to be nervous.
So.
Not on not on this channel. You don't ever have to be nervous.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so you got work tomorrow.
Yes. I'm gonna, I still gotta go park my van. Oh, that's right. I still got work to do tonight before I go to sleep. But Music Mayhem 4 tomorrow, which is going to be awesome. And everyone that was here tonight for the title, hopefully we'll be back next Monday for the same title. All right. I love you, Joyful Diamonds. You're awesome.
Thank you, sir. It's been truly an honor to be with you this time and to breathe space and time with you.
Absolutely. Let's see. Garrett's still in here. Emotional damage. I have to say that every time I see Garrett's name.
Thank you, everyone, for making it lovely. It's been amazing.
Yeah, CJD said, "Oh, much love." But yeah, Joyful. Jay-Z said he couldn't tell. You did awesome. And you did do awesome. So yeah, and much love to JD and Michael and JD's whole family. Great people. And everyone that was on panel tonight, everyone that was, hey, Karen Reese. Aloha. I was just scrolling up and I seen everyone. Cindy Scat Pack, Simone Renke 2000, Renke 1000. Love all you guys, man. Everyone that was in here tonight, you guys all rock. And yeah, fuck it. I'll show my face anyway. With that being said, have a beautiful morning, a beautiful day, beautiful afternoon, a beautiful evening, a beautiful night, whatever it may be, wherever you are. Much love, much aloha. God bless.